Right on, ladies and gentlemen. We are live with the EU Zaishen Draft Tournament. My name is Veridian. I will be doing the casting on the first stream. I believe we're live on newly minted ArenaNet partner Chef's channel this time. Previously, we've used the Zaishen channels, but Sheff has generously lent us his channel and his involvement as my co-caster as well.
Generously been negotiated with, I would say. Sonny and I have been chatting about how to get some more involvement, some more visibility on the GVG scene, and it's something that I've always wanted to do myself from a creator's perspective. So it's a good synergy that we've got.
Absolutely, and we definitely appreciate your involvement for sure. Just so everybody knows, Chef a little bit new to the EU scene. He's a North American open field player primarily, to my understanding. So, he's going to be kind of trying to learn names and learn what's going on with people and commanders and stuff like that. I myself, I've been known to play in the Europe land a time or two. I have some friends over here, so hopefully the dynamic between both of us will be pretty good. We've got some scrims going on before the tournament starts. Some people warming up. We will be getting into the tournament very soon. If anybody is watching and has an EU account, please hop into EOTM to help us get a second instance. We are trying very hard at the moment to get a second one to pop. And once we do, things will get underway. Even if they don't, we might get underway while we wait for one. To be fair.
Is
But
it possible that we could see split arena GVGs today?
oh, I hope not. I hope-
I also hope not. Those I have done those a couple times. They are not fun.
yeah, it's definitely a lot better if everybody gets their own arena. Obviously, it would be preferred. Um, in this case, we're gonna do what we have to do, but we're really hoping to get a second arena available and on hand for us. If anybody has the alt account Swarm that they can start launching, this would be much appreciated, of course. But yeah, I mean, there's some pretty interesting teams lining up here. This is a really interesting time for GVG, in my opinion, which is a funny thing to say because there's not a lot of guilds GVGing on either region. But right now is a pretty interesting time for not just GVG but World versus World. The metagame is shifting, and it's not because of balance patches; it's because of players figuring things out, which is always, in my opinion, the most interesting type of meta shift from my perspective. So historically and most recently in GVG. It was a very power centric metagame. Usually people were playing 5 to 6 power DPS. Everything else, utility or support. Utility builds didn't do any damage. Support builds didn't do any damage. Right now, we're sort of seeing a perspective shift on that, where people are still playing some power DPS, but their utility builds are doing damage. Their support builds, in some cases, are doing damage. A lot of burn guards coming out from people. A lot of hybrid builds, Selly Scourges, Trailblazer Scourges, playing Transfusion, Selly Reapers. Things coming up from the past that people thought were long dead, that people thought weren't viable because of the amount of cleanse in the game. Oh, it looks like we may have a second instance
We
from
have
the Twitch
identified an
chat.
instance.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. We are going to get that person connected to the tournament organizers and hopefully get everything rolling very, very soon.
Yeah,
Awesome.
looking
Very
forward to it
exciting.
as we just kind of watch Tim and looks like this is Nice right now, just kind of getting their last minute scrims in.
Yep, definitely. Tim and Nice. And, it's kind of interesting. Earlier on in the week, it seemed like Tim was really struggling to hit their stride, really struggling to lock in on a composition, and really struggling in a lot of the scrims. But they've definitely been starting to apply a lot more pressure. Take rounds off of people, and probably some footage review going on, and that's kind of one of the more interesting aspects of tournaments like this, in my opinion. Chef, is there's a lot of opportunity for more experienced players to mentor less experienced players, which is it just creates a really interesting situation where people uh, that maybe have only GVG'd a couple times or from less experienced GVG guilds get to interact directly with, top players that are, willing to help. Because most of the people that join, I would venture to say almost everybody that joins a draft tournament is, very down to, help other people and interact in a positive way.
Yeah, and the cohesion and like the cooperation and collaboration that exists in like a 15-man GVG squad is so high. Like, you'll hear me talking a lot on my streams or on Reddit or on Discord about like how coordination is kind of a defining factor in world versus world, where you can swing things to your advantage if you can build a cohesive squad that kind of works well together. And in a lot of ways, a GVG format is kind of the pinnacle of that, where you have every single person in these 15-man comps performing a really dedicated and important role. And it takes a lot of work to actually get that to come together, to know the other 14 people you're playing with and be able to, play off of them and understand what they're doing and, be part of that broader team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, a lot of it is just people getting used to this idea that their role is imperatively important, because when you get into larger world versus world squads, it's really easy to kind of fade into the numbers, right? When you're one of 50, it's a lot harder to kind of play make and sort of define your individual role and your individualism. But in 15s, I mean, if you're playing a DPS in 15s, you're probably a really significant part of the damage, the CC, what's going on, offensively, defensively, especially right now with so much hybridization with every role, right? I mean, the difference between a good firebrand and a great firebrand is massive right now. Something that I am pretty interested in seeing is to see exactly how the firebrands are playing today, what they're up to, because it's a really hard role to optimize right now. You have a lot of potential for cleanse, a lot of potential for really big support plays, but at the same time, you have a lot of potential for outgoing pressure, a lot of outgoing damage. I've been in a lot of GVG rounds where a burn guard ends up being, competing for top damage or really, really consistently high on the meter, but also really high on the cleanse meter. And, also their party feels pretty good to be in. So there's a lot of room for optimization in a lot of these roles right now. Not to mention, Scourge is a pretty unique perspective at the moment, because most of it is damage oriented right now, right? A lot of offensive pressure, a lot of boon rip, a lot of, torment and burning outgoing. But at the same time, you also have this defensive supportive role in that you are the person landing transfusion, which is a massive part of the current 15s metagame and is still seeing a lot of play in open field as well.
Yeah, the res game feels so important right now. But I'm also looking forward to the way that these firebrands manage to play. You and I talked a bit about the hybrid firebrand build that went up on my YouTube a couple days ago, youtube.com/Sheff Plays Games for the shout out. And one of the things that kind of struck me on that build is how much versatility you have and how much control you have over both the offensive and defensive elements of your party, where you control, major sources of condition cleanse, you control major sources of damage, and you're flipping between those based on kind of like the opportunities that you see in a given fight, what your commander says, what the enemy group is doing. I found it to be a really challenging but rewarding build to play because you have so much control over what's going on.
Absolutely, and it looks like we are about to be ready to start, and it looks like Nice and Four are going to be the first teams to go. I will be on Four's side. I'm going to try and hop in their squad right now.
And I will be over on Nice's side. So, one of my secret personal agenda items for doing some of this tournament casting is I've wanted to, now that I've got the partner account, I'm able to server transfer at will. I've wanted to play a bit more on EU, kind of start to meet some people, see how world versus world is different over here. Can you walk me through kind of, who these teams are, who the commanders are, some major players, and what we might expect to see in some of these rounds?
Yeah, absolutely. So brief overview, just a real quick summary of what I know about a lot of these captains. Unfortunately for Tim's captain, I'm not too familiar. I don't think I've ever had the opportunity to meet him, but everybody else, I mean, for 4, I believe that's Miaz's team, who more recently has been driving for KA in open field, regarded as an extremely strong guild. A lot of really, really experienced players. And then Condi Meta Cringe is being driven by Drew, the driver of Hard Engage Inc., a really, really, historically strong guild, probably considered, upper mid tier, probably in some cases breaking into that top tier, historically very strong driver, very experienced. And then we've got Spurs' team. Ding dong, your boons are gone. Fantastic name. Spurs, a longtime Sen player, previously known as WAP, and then previously known as Sen before that. I met him in a guild called VI Vivacious, and he is a lovely lad. I am a huge, huge fan. He did spend one reform of Sen or WAP, I can't remember which one, driving. And he has been driving a lot for draft teams, for things on NA, things on EU. He's definitely very experienced driver, very easy to follow, and also a great guy. Huge fan. And then there is Polite Attitude Nice, which is a bit of a play on the fact that the driver is the usual driver, Wowie, of a guild called Rude. So sort of going for the inverse name there. Wowie's also very, very experienced driver, been around the block many, many times. And, Rude is, a strong guild. They've been around for ages and ages. They've had ups, they've had downs, but they've always been around.
Yeah, I think for the draft specifically, people are kind of sleeping on Wowie's team because he was having a couple of connection issues drafting actual players. But I think we're actually gonna get to see what his play looks like here once we're in the arena.
Oh, definitely. And just a quick overview. It looks like we're going to start a little bit too fast for me to go over both compositions exactly, but just a quick overview of what's going on over on Foresight on Mias's team. It looks like we're starting at 4:30 in 10 seconds. My God, I have no time. There's 2 power verts. That's all I wanted to say. We're going in 4 seconds potentially. Here we go. Smokes are going down for both sides. Stealth is going to go out. We are going to see maybe a cancel. Maybe a cancel. Little mess up on the stealth fields. Okay, all right. Tournament jitters.
That's
That's
an
fine.
interesting Saris going off early on Fear's side. I'm not sure what that was about.
All right, looks like a little reset. That's fine. Tournament jitters, it's easy to mess up stuff. Okay, they gave me the time that I requested. Very good, very good. So it looks like that this team is going for a very hybrid approach. They do have 2 Reapers. They do appear to be Celestial Reapers. They have 2 Scourges that are they look like they might be support Scourges. They look like they might be Selly. Kind of hard to say. And then they are going for the double scrapper druid approach and also the double renegade approach. Or the triple renegade approach. Sorry, something interesting I did want to mention that we haven't seen on NA at all is that a lot of the teams are playing Ventari renegade. This is obviously a play to try and get as much cleanse out of every slot as you can. So if we're just looking at the raw amount of cleanse being output from these comps, it's very, very, very high. So Ventari and Salvation on a lot of the renegades, Druid plus 2 scrappers. Some teams even playing 4 supports, 4 hard cleanse supports. This one only playing 3 in this case. But the other thing we haven't really seen on NA is the driver playing Dragon Hunter, mostly for the F1 reveal on the single target and the pull. So, kind of the quick and dirty of it is that the virtuosos hit them with the swords that fly through the air and take all their boons, and then the Dragon Hunter pulls them out of their stack. And then everybody else hits them and they die. That's the base understanding. 2:00 is the timer, so we are going to be going in about 28 seconds. Very excited,
And
very
because
good.
you're driving on DH, just as the round kind of gets set, you still have access to all those survivability tools that a Firebrand has. You still have stand your ground. You still have some invulns, all that kind of stuff. So
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, F3 is a huge survival tool for just trying to keep things together. You can kind of judge exactly how much pressure your team can take by using it. All right, stealth coming out for both sides. Are we going to get a clean stealth? We are going to the right side this time for 4. They are going opposite of the other team. Looks like both teams are going to be directly across from each other right now. Reveal's not going
out
off
there.
stack, just being directly on top of them, playing it safe. Both teams, one
Double
team failing
veil
in
there.
the middle here. Pretty good play. Always good to re-stealth. Always want to drop that target. There's the late stealth from the other team. This is going to be the engage coming out. Engage is going up on Scrapper right now. The vert spike is not good. They are going to pull off because the vert spike didn't connect. Mia's going in now. Really, really aggressive second play here. Right into the Scrapper. Is the single target going to connect? The CC is very good, but he is not going to go down. Not quite enough pressure consistently. They are going to push in right afterwards, though. That does look like Wells went down, but they are going to disconnect as the target gets stealth. And one of the Virtuosos going down onto 4 side. This is going to be an easy recovery. Probably he is going to get right back up, but another person's going down. The Reaper in the back, pulled back in. There it is. The transfusion, the connection. Very easy res from them. But the single targets just keep getting stealthed on Nice's side. This is really, really hard to lock down. But a random down from condition damage, and he's going to get right back up. Really good hand res, really good time. And another person going down, Mias himself going down, but he is going to get hand res immediately as well. Another down from Nice, and he gets right back up before I can even say it, but he goes back down again before I can finish the sentence, and he gets back up before I can finish that sentence. This is a very back and forth round already. A lot of outgoing pressure coming out. They are out of transfusions, though. Nice not going to be able to get this down back, probably. It looks like the cleave is maybe good. They're going for the hand res. The Madmen, they're going to connect it. They do get the hand res. Absolutely insane. Neither team has gotten a kill so far. Crazy round. The single target pressure is going to be pretty good here coming out from 4. The vert spike connects right there. Firebrand going to downside.
Initial
No
cooldown's probably
transfusion
starting
from
to come
Nice
back
right
here,
now.
though.
Oh, the transfusion came back up right in time. Really, really good connection. Really solid play. They are going to get the stealth. Good play from their Druid right there to land that stealth. They are going to try kiting here. Nice, not really finding any purchase. Mias with the turn onto the Reaper. Really good connection on the single target there, but not going to get anything from it. And the pull into the back of the group, but somebody goes down at the beginning of the group. Oh, they're probably not going to connect this hand res.
No,
I say
lost
as
it.
the stomp is good. Nice connection from the Thief. Very good elite stomp. The single target is going to be back on the Scrapper at the beginning of the round, running back the pressure here. If you get 1 kill, usually you can get a bit of a snowball immediately afterwards. Are they going to get enough pressure from the Virtuosos to get this down? They are not. It gets full healed all the way back to 100%, and they are going to go for the reset into another vert spike. Pretty good CC going in on the single target, but somebody is going to go down in the back. Looks like the Reaper. They might be able to get that back, and they do. The transfusion is good. Downs happening at large enough intervals, and the 5-person pull from the Reaper into the stack. Very good play. That is going to lead to the Scrapper's death and somebody else's. I'm not sure they have enough to get this back. They are going to get the transfusion, but the cleave is probably going to be good. That is another kill, so 2 total kills right now, and another down. This is looking, oh, the Scrapper finally gets pulled back in, and they are finally going to kill the Scrapper that they've been trying to murder for the past 45 to 55 seconds.
That's going to be
there we go. That is the round. What a fantastic round to start this tournament. My God, that could have been anybody's game, and they... Mias's team barely pulled it out, honestly. I mean, it's funny to say that because, it's 3 kills to 0 kills, but that really was back and forth. That was pretty crazy.
Yeah, especially to have to go for the basically the full reset when all your major cooldowns come back up there, 40, 50 seconds into the round. For nobody to go down in those first 40 seconds is a very even split there. So there's definitely something for both teams to work off of here.
Oh, definitely. I mean, that team or that round being 3 kills to 0 kills really doesn't tell too much of a story. But quickly over to the DPS meter on Mias's side. Pretty interesting stuff over here. Virtuoso is doing a ton of damage, and also Matsu on Firebrand doing a lot of burning damage. At one point in that round towards the end, having a 21k DPS spike. Big gaming from the lad himself.
Yeah, seeing very similar things over here where I've got Verts making up 38%. Sorry, 38% of the overall outgoing damage.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a lot of these teams are going to be playing really, really heavily around the Virtuoso spike, and this is going to be the next round coming out. Stealth from both sides. Where is Mias going to go this time? He's going to go straight back, almost up against the wall. Looks like we're going to see a little bit of a waterfall angle from Nice now. Both teams sort of crossing into the middle. Looks like Mias's team going a little bit more aggressive here. Veil in, Veil from both sides. Nobody getting a single target reveal. This is going to be single target on a Scourge for Mias's team. They are going to get the pull immediately. Is this going to not get transfused? They're going to ignore it, run over the down into the enemy stack to get pressure. That is going to be the kill connected. Immediate kill coming out from Mias's team, but the Virtuoso is going to go down on their side. They are going to get the transfusion and the Signet up, but Nice is going to try and pressure that. That is Wells coming out from them. Pretty decent CC. Not going to connect very much off of it. The single target going back up now on the Virtuoso. Virtuoso finding itself out of stack, but having so many defenses to get out of there. Gets that Maximus off to protect itself, and the next single target is going to be on the Scrapper from the last round. This guy having a rough time. The driver gets pulled. Mias getting pulled in, going low, down to 10%, 1%. The team trying desperately to support him to keep him alive, and they do, as the single target is good on the Scrappers. The
Two,
Virtuoso
three
connecting a
downs there.
really, really clean spike right here. Really good CC on the down. This doesn't look like they're going to be able to get
This
the
is going
hand
to be
res.
hard
The
to come
momentum
back
is
from,
too
yeah.
much, and that's probably going to be GG. That was a very, very clean round from 4. That was very, very well played. Very different story than the last round, certainly.
Yeah, neither team really getting a lot of purchase from the reveals. You're having clean first stealths go out, you're having clean veils go out, so there's not really a lot of opportunities for either team to, find a weak point early on in those rounds.
Yeah, I mean, a big part of what we're seeing here is people are just playing it safe, right? And I mean, that's a huge part of playing in draft tournaments is playing it safe. You want to try and take the most consistent route that you can to victory. You can't really take massive gambles. 0030 is the next timer, so we're going in about 25 seconds. You don't want to take those massive gambles. You really want to generally avoid, strategies that may or may not work depending on, how strong everybody is or how fast everybody's reaction time is. A lot of the time you're going to be just trying to do things that get people through the round because that's how you get to a win. So we are going to be switching to Mias's team's POV here. We're going to see from Four's side one of their Reapers. All right, here we go. Stealth once again coming out. Both teams, again, playing pretty safe here. 4 going a little more aggressive. Veil's basically not in the same place. They are going to get the single target reveal, though. This is going to be a really solid connection. Are we seeing a replay of last time? They do get the transfusion this time, but the follow-up is so fast. That's Wells down immediately on their stack. That's a lot of pressure. That's going to be the kill immediately. 14v15. Nice, really struggling to get back into this now. They need really solid single target connection, but 4's health bars are not budging right now. They are looking good with barrier, and Nice is taking a ton of pressure. Another downside on their side. Renegade, he is going to get back up. They do still have a little bit of res utility left, but the single target is taking so much pressure here. They can't get him off, and he is going to go down. The Firebrand going down in Nice's stack. He is going to get stealthed as he goes into downstate. It looks like they're trying to regroup,
They
trying to
do have him
reset.
back up.
It is just not working because the next single target is going to go down the second Scourge, and this is, if you lose both Scourges, it's almost certainly a wrap, and there it is. 2 kills to 0 kills. This is definitely the round. Momentum is rolling. Nice trying to get the hand res, but there's not really a lot of hope. They're playing it safe. They're gonna get it. I would call that a wrap. 5 down states. My God. So, all right, we've seen it's a little formulaic now, right? We've seen basically the exact same thing play out in 2 rounds. So the big thing from that is the difference between that and the first round is they're just getting those initial kills so fast, and Nice is really struggling with forward momentum. So something that I think a lot of people struggle with in a metagame like this compared to previous metagames is the idea of constant pressure. Right, condition builds generally have very, very low cooldowns, very high average uptime. So there's a lot of times where your best defense is to pressure the enemy as hard as you can, right? If you're moving backwards, if you're running away from the enemy, if you're not fully engaged with them, you're going to be doing a lot less damage than if you were. I guess the big thing to mention about condition compositions is that it allows you to run a lot more DPS that's more spread out over your group. So a big thing about power metagames is when somebody would go down and you only have 6 power DPS, you're missing 1/6 of your damage, right? So in these kind of compositions, when 230 is the next time we're 30 seconds out, in these type of compositions, when somebody goes down and you cancel, we're going later. When somebody goes down, you still have 10 angry DPS players, running at you if you get one downstate, right? So it's a
Yeah, and
lot
it just
more
really forces you to
distributed.
burn those cleanses too to keep it active, and eventually you're just going to exhaust that enemy group because there's only so many good burst cleanses that you have to actually keep your squad healthy, and eventually you're just going to be taking that ticking damage over and over.
Absolutely, yeah. And the other aspect of it is the mental warfare, right? You get a full bar of conditions on you that even if they're not necessarily doing damage, you see all that red, you press a bunch of your buttons.
Well, that's
And
what I was going to
that's
ask you. Well, actually,
Mhm.
it looks like we're going at 2 at this point. But when you're in nicest position, you're down 3-0. What is your mental approach to what needs to change? What do we need to improve to start taking these rounds back?
That is definitely a very, very good question. I would say the big thing is trying to make sure that their forward pressure is a little bit higher than it is right now. You can't run away in metagames like this. And hopefully we see
Let's see what
something
they do
like
with that
that
here.
in this round. Four going very, very aggressive
Extreme
again,
aggression here.
crossing to the middle and standing there intimidatingly, just staring. Nice cross to the far side, though. The Veil to the other side. Pretty good play from Veil here. They aren't going to get single target revealed, neither side getting it. A little bit of early cleanse coming out from Nice. Scared that they're going to get stuck. The Scrapper is the single target again on Nice's side, but the really solid single target connection. The
Down
Virtuoso
way
going
in
to
the
downstate.
back.
He is going to get transfused and res very, very quickly, but it looks like he's going to go back down. Oh my god, Hypno struggling to stay alive right now. Are they going to be able to get the kill? It doesn't really look like it. Wells going down. Really good CC on the downstate, but they're not going to be able to finish the single target. Need to get those stomps connected. Need to get more pressure there. Mias going in very, very aggressively. It looks like Wells are going to be cast from them. Pretty good CC on top of it. Not a lot of connection. And the single target
Lot of
is going to
downs
go
there.
down. There it is. Immediately, as I say, not a lot of connection. They
2,
get 2
3.
downstates, 3 downstates. And that looks like it is going to be the round right there out the gates. Really, really solid attempt from Nice. We did see a little bit of better forward momentum, but it is just so hard once those Virtuosos start connecting. So you did.
Something you mentioned in the earlier rounds was, playing safe. In that round, it definitely looked like, Nice cut straight across the entire arena and played a lot more aggressively at that point. Is that just them trying to, mix it up, try something different? Previous strategy hasn't been working, or what, as someone who GVGs a lot, what are you kind of thinking in that position?
Well, when I see the stealth phase, when I see people like that, kind of switching up what they're doing, my thought process is assuming, yeah, they're probably trying to mix it up, right? If you're down 3 rounds, you're down 4 rounds, you're looking for things you can change up radically at this point, right? You only have a set. You don't have an hour. You don't have 2 hours. You only have these, 5 to 9 rounds that you can, fit all of your changes into, fit everything into that you need to change to try and win. So the big thing to me is, yeah, you want to try and mix it up. You want to try different things. Getting a hard stealth engage is really good right now. If they got the hard read, if they got the reveal, that would be the forward momentum that they need, right? The confidence that they need to sort of run forward. Something I did want to note in that round is when you get those downstates, when you get that sort of pressure onto the enemy team, it is so important that you continue to roll that momentum, right? So we saw Hypnos go into downstate there for a little bit on Virtuoso for Four's team, trying to make sure that Nice gets on top of that down as quickly as possible, gets maximum pressure on that down as quickly as possible. That's a massive part of trying to win that round, right? You have to be rolling that momentum as hard as possible. You need it. You need another single target up immediately, basically. You need to be targeting one of the resers. You need to be CCing them. You need to, if you still have Wells, be throwing it on that down. Forward momentum is what the name of the game is as we go into the potential final round here. Stealth coming out from both sides. Four taking the same strategy, just going right to the middle. Interesting play here. How's it going to play out? Not sure where Nice is. The early veil from Four, not even waiting for Nice to get out of stealth here. There they go. Both teams veiling. No single target reveals here. Mias playing a little bit defensively right now. Going pretty aggro in on the single target. He is going to get pulled. A lot of good pressure out on the enemy Virtuoso right there. They are going to go straight into the enemy team. Big aggro coming out from Mias here. Maybe a little bit of defensive movement once the single target gets stealth. They are going to swap to a Firebrand once he gets stealth. Really big pull from Nice's side, though. Really good play right there. Not a lot of capitalization on it. A lot of defensive movement coming out here from Nice. Not a lot of aggro movement. And here comes Four going in on the roads. A lot of pressure going on the Firebrand.
Single
Down
targets
state is
down.
generated.
Good res as
2
well.
downs going down, but the transfusion is good. Probably both signets being used right there. A lot of hand res potential. And this is going to be a down on the enemy team. Mias is down, but that is going to be a transfusion signet. Look at Nice kind of trying to play that aggression, play that pressure into the downstate, doing a much better job of pressuring their stack when the down goes down. But the single target pressure is starting to mount on the Firebrand. He is going to get pulled by Mias into the enemy stack, and there shouldn't be a
A
transfusion
lot
left.
of
This
lows
is
here
going to
right
be.
now.
Oh, there it is, 4%, but he's still going to get finished so close, just a little bit slow on the transfusion. The next single target going to go up here. Nice. Facing defeat right now, but there is going to be a down on Mias' side. The 4 Reaper going down, but he is going to get back up. No problem, no pressure. A lot of really good connection here from Mias' team. A lot of really good pressure. This is going to be a really hard round for Nice to come back in. Pretty good single target pressure here. The Scourge on Nice's side is going to be into stealth now. Mias sort of struggling to get another target as somebody goes down on his side. The Renegade, a lot of outgoing pressure from Nice right here, but they don't quite go in on it. They just sort of cleave to the side. Pretty understandable as they are down a player. This is a lot of CC coming out. Mias himself getting stuck and going down briefly there, but getting right back up to hand res. The single target is still pressured in the back. The Virtuoso going down, but another Renegade going down. It looks like both sides are going to get the kill. Nope, the Renegade from Force Team is going to get back up. Not a lot of pressure coming out from Nice anymore. 2 full dead on their side. I say immediately as Para goes into down
Big pulls
on
there.
stream, and he is going to get back up, though. It looks like the res is good. Really, really solid defensive gameplay here from Force Team. Taking their time, picking Nice apart. One step at a time, right? The safest route to victory, sort of just applying pressure to the single target, playing defensively. Para is still the single target, it looks like here, and he is going to go into downstate, but he's in a really, really safe position. There's basically no way they get that kill. Another downstate from Nice, getting a little bit spread out here. Nice staying a little bit more cohesive. The single target going into stealth, and they get another single target up on the Virtuoso. The Virtuoso taking a lot of pressure here, but does manage to dodge the enemy Vert spike until they land their second one, and he is going to go into downstate. Does get stealth. Very good stealth gameplay from the Scrappers. Very good stealth gameplay from the Druid, but it's just not enough as the pressure surmounts and Nice crumbles. Very, very close. Good round. Pretty solid stuff, I would say. We did see Nice try and implement a few different things there, right? They did a lot better job of pressuring those downstates, getting really aggro movement into the downstates. Their single target pressure was better. Something I do want to note about Foresight though is the speed of their single targeting is really, really exceptional. The second those targets are getting stealth, they're getting another good target up, right? They're doing a very, very good job of just immediately getting another target, which is very, very clean.
Yeah, and really good on the res game too. I mean, one of the things that makes Transfuse so strong right now is that, when you're talking about the regroup and where the pressure is, Transfuse allows you to control where that happens. So that if you see somebody go down in a particularly spicy location, you can drag them all the way to the back line and force that attacking group to have to go through your entire squad just to try and convert it, which is a tough prospect sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we saw a lot of that with even just somebody going down in a safe place, right? Even if they don't get transfused, you kind of saw a little bit of that with Para, the POV we were watching going down towards the end there. He was just in such a safe location. There's just no way the enemy could get to him, right? It's such a difficult position to try and land um, any sort of pressure on that downstate when you're getting pressured and they're all the way in the back, right? Just really, really tough to get them.
Yeah, Twitch chat saying talk about the squad comp, which seems like a good time to do in between rounds. I'm not, super familiar with this Condi, or not Condi, I suppose it's more like a Selly comp at this point, honestly. But were there any differences in how those two groups were comped up that you think might have played into the result that we saw, or was it just mostly a difference of execution here?
Well, what was their comp? Are you still in their squad right now?
Yeah.
Oh, well, what's their comp looking like over here? We're going.
Double Vert, double Scourge, double Reaper, triple Renegade, and
Mhm.
then triple Firebrand. Couple
Pretty,
scrappers thrown in there,
pretty
two for
much,
cleanses.
pretty much the exact same composition, I would say. I don't think there's any differences actually, besides the fact that the driver was on DH, and I'm assuming that they're playing triple Firebrand there, like you said.
Yeah.
So yeah, pretty minute differences. I would say the big thing is just they have the DH on their side. I'm not sure exactly what all of their builds look like, but I would say that the firebrands on this side do seem to be doing a lot of damage compared to a lot of the firebrands I've been seeing in scrims. How did the firebrand damage look on that side? Because that might be a pretty significant difference.
There were a couple points where some of their firebrands spiked pretty high, but for the most part, it looks like it's the virtuosos followed by the scourges and the reapers. And I
Yeah,
think that's one of the advantages of this current. I guess like I'm going to take a hard line and start calling it a Selly comp instead of a Condi comp. You can disagree if you want, but it's the idea of having these support professions that actually contribute meaningfully to damage, where you've got a firebrand that is giving out cleanses, is giving out stab, but you also have a major spike damage component with burning. You have a scourge that's there to generate barrier to apply those transfuses, but then also you're just generating massive amounts of torment and conditions and poison and burning and all this kind of stuff. So even though they're support professions primarily, they're still adding a pretty significant damage component to your squad overall.
Yeah, I mean, a huge part of optimizing right now is just the idea that you can get a lot of damage out from basically every slot without giving up too much from other things, right? I mean, you still get a lot of support from Guard, even if you're getting a lot of damage out of it. So I think the big thing that we're seeing here is that getting a really high amount of pressure out of your firebrands is a massive difference between not getting a lot of pressure out of your firebrands. Generating those random downs from 7k burn ticks is, a huge positive for your squad, right? Yeah, just answer a quick question in Twitch chat, which I'm fine to do. If anybody has questions or anything, between GVGs, happy to answer, happy to talk about things. Uh, the DH was paired with a Renegade. There was a Renegade in every party for both squads, I believe. Triple Renegade is kind of the standard so far in this tournament. We're seeing a lot of people going for one Renegade per party. A lot of people playing Dwarf Ventari. And DPS is Scourge, Reaper, Firebrands, and Virtuosos. The Virtuosos are the only power DPS in most of these compositions. Some people seem to be doing a little bit of other power DPS, but everything else is Selly DPS for the most part.
Yeah,
And
so it's really just like the Condi DPS helps kind of keep the squad a little pressured overall, and then you've got those virtuosos there to deliver the actual spike and generate the downstates.
yeah, absolutely. A lot of outgoing pressure from everything else. Just that burst DPS is, big, right? Yeah, I think a really big aspect of trying to comp right now is the idea that you can get a lot of mileage out of basically every slot in a lot of different ways, right? Um, getting damage and support out of 7 slots on your composition is a huge difference from just a straight power DPS, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I also think it's kind of a response to this, quad support meta that we came out of recently where everybody is bunkered up and everybody is just running insanely high amounts of support that your damage has to come from somewhere. And you can't fit 6 people into a party. You can't just add another pure DPS slot. So you have to start looking for places that you can extract a little bit of extra damage without kind of compromising that support core that you need to keep your party alive in the first place.
Yeah, and it turns out you can extract damage from everything. That's the that's that was the big eureka moment I think people had when they realized oh, instead of 4 support, 1 DPS, we can sort of technically play 4 DPS, 1 support. And get a lot of outgoing pressure from every single slot. And then, 1 hard support to keep healing high, right?
Yeah. So I
Um
guess here's a question for you if you want to fight for
mhm,
a bit about something.
sure.
Um, to what extent do you think these kind of comps are enabled by Celestial as a prefix? Do you think we'd still see people running this kind of like Renegade Firebrand Scourge core if Celestial wasn't available as a prefix, or do you think we'd see a shift to another kind of approach to extracting damage and support from a party?
Yeah, okay. This is a pretty interesting thought process. So I would say it depends on the answer would depend on what region people are speaking from. There's probably a lot of European players that don't think you could play this kind of composition without Celestial. I would argue you probably can. I think Trailblazer Scourge is just as good as Celestial Scourge. Um, you get a lot more condition damage. You don't get any scaling on your barrier, but you don't really give very much barrier anyways. There are probably some other stat combinations that work quite well for Firebrand that people would be surprised about, that are pretty close in effective health to Celestial. Um, I would say if they just disabled Celestial, I think this composition would mostly still work. The only build I think that would really suffer from it over all the other ones is Reaper. Celestial Reaper utilizes all of the outgoing offensive stats. It has really, really good power coefficients, really good condition application. So its damage would definitely suffer because even though a lot of the other stats are very close in regards to effective health and effective power or effective condition damage, Celestial Reaper really uses all of those offensive stats compared to the other people. Scourge really doesn't use a lot of the power coefficients. You do play Greatsword, which has some pretty good power coefficients on it. Greatsword 2, Greatsword 3, the traditional skills. But besides that, your power coefficients are quite bad, I would say. So, I think people would be surprised how well things would work without Celestial, to be honest.
Yeah, but I mean, I think the big thing is, at least for right now, just how efficient of a prefix Celestial is with the amount of raw stats that it gives you. And like you said, if you can take advantage of all of those stats at once, if you have power coefficients, if you have sources of Condi, obviously, toughness and vitality are never really going to be wasted stats in a competitive game mode where you need a little survivability. You get so many more numbers out of that prefix specifically, and you can leverage most of them for a lot of these builds.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Celestial is and historically was probably the most broken stat, right? In Heart of Thorns, there was sort of this moment in time where everybody kind of realized that Celestial was super broken. And it really started when Ash on EU, Anguish, just had the thought process, what if we just all played full Celestial? We'd have enough stats to equate to 19 people while we're 15, right? And it turns out a bunch of the builds are really, really efficient, right? And they got a lot of usage out of it. Selly Guard ended up being really good. It later fell to Minstrel's Guard, but Selly Reaper ended up being really, really good. You had really good condition application, really good power coefficients. And it was like that way with a bunch of things. Selly Herald back then, before Renegade existed. And I think that's sort of an interesting aspect. And it does look like we're gonna be popping in on Drew versus Spurs on the other stream.
Yeah, so people
So
wondering why we've just kind of been chatting, there are two separate rounds of GVGs running right now, and we're going to switch over to the other team that is still finishing up. This is currently a 3 versus 3 matchup right now. I think
oh my
the
goodness.
UI says 2 versus 3, but I think I might have some privileged information. So much closer rounds here right now that are really coming down to the wire.
Yep, and this is a pretty interesting situation. I will do my best to cast this off of the Twitch stream itself. I think it should be pretty interesting to look at. So, just a couple notes about what we're seeing. There is a core elementalist. You guys aren't hallucinating. Nobody's seeing anything that isn't real. That is a core elementalist. He's doing it on purpose. He's, sort of. Oh, we lost the POV. We're back to this guy. But yeah, that is intentional. There is a core elementalist build. It is pretty good. He's playing signets. He's probably playing the signet relic that cleanses and applies resistance. Pretty solid build, and a pretty good way to fit a glyph into your composition. Also, core Ellie, keep your heads on a swivel. Probably getting buffed pretty significantly in the next patch. Might be one of the best cleanse supports. Something to look out for in the upcoming balance patch later this month.
And something accessible to people who might not own some of the expansion packs with different elementalist specs, like POF giving you access to Tempest, I believe. No, HOT giving you access to Tempest. POF is Weaver, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. Always nice to have one or two vanilla profession options for World versus World, just to, let people into the game mode who might not have made the investment into all the expansion packs that exist and just want to see things before they buy.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I love the idea of a core spec being viable, if not optimal, in a lot of situations. I think it's really, really cool. It's surprising. It's surprising to see them make adjustments to trait lines that really buff the potential of a core build existing. Right, changes to Earth. You can't really take Earth on a Tempest build. Giving up that Tempest trait line for a lot of extra cleanse and a lot of protection application, could probably be worth it in a lot of cases.
Yeah,
Which is
certainly
cool.
not over fire and water, but if you're not worried about the elite trait line.
Yeah, and you just get it. Man, I am so excited for these rounds to start. I have no idea how they've been playing, but this is the most exciting matchup, in my opinion. This is Spurs and Drew, two titans of the tournament going at it right now. A lot of people have one of these two teams as favorites to win. Stealth coming out from this side, and I am going to be casting from this Scrapper's POV, so he's going out for a reveal. Pretty aggro here, going all the way to the other side. Is going to get revealed, so he's probably not going to go too aggressive here. They are going to... Oh, really good reaction time. Really good Elixir S coming out. He's going to have to dodge after the Elixir S, but he does get into stealth, it looks like. Nope, not quite. He is still the single target, waiting for the reveal to go away. There's the stealth. The single target pressure should alleviate now. He's going to go for the cleanses here. Really good outgoing pressure.
They've got it down for their trouble there too.
That is a very, very good exchange right there. Really good job from the Scrapper surviving that single target pressure. Really good healing going up on the group right now. Short bow skills going out. Very, very solid healing. There's the one in medkit, the classic Scrapper rotation, super speed and barrier going out on his group, and really good outgoing pressure from his team right now. It does look like the enemy is crumbling. Downs going down on both sides, actually. Pressure everywhere. There is a lot of down states happening at the moment on both teams, but it does look like these guys are going to take a W here if they keep this pressure going. Really, really good rotation coming out from this player. Elixir S still on his bar, which is a little bit unfortunate, but, you know, he's still doing a very, very good job of cleansing. He's going to have to move around the right side right about now, get out of that pressure, and kind of get away from that downstate. You do have to abandon downstates a lot, but he is going to keep throwing support at it while people go for the hand res, keep throwing cleanse at it. This might be a little bit of a turnaround of a situation. There is a lot of momentum shifts happening right now, but they are going to get another kill for their trouble, and a really favorable engage now, and that is going to be the round. My goodness.
I mean, I would certainly rather be alive with the Elixir S on my bar than be dead on the ground. So it's not optimal, but it's better than the alternative.
You're definitely right. Yeah, that is for sure more important, right? Being alive is the most important aspect.
And Elixir S 100% saving a life in that fight.
Yes. Oh, definitely. And I mean, that's kind of, you know, I wanted to touch on this before, but something that World versus World players that have never GVG'd probably aren't familiar with is the idea of this reveal phase, right? There's a period before the fight where, you know, everybody's just trying to find the enemy. And sort of in the first instance GVG, we didn't really see a lot of gameplay revolving around that. We mostly saw people just playing it safe, playing defensively. But in this case, we saw, you know, really, really aggressive reveals and a really aggressive counter spike on the revealer, and really, really good reaction time on that Elixir S. So we are going to go to the other team now for this side. So I believe that was Inge's POV. Drew's team, which is now up 4-3, and now we are going to Spurs' team for the next round, which should be pretty... Nope, we're going back. Oh, no, we're going back. We're back to the Firebrand here. So we are going to be seeing from Spurs' team on this side. So this is going to be an SA Firebrand. Does look like they're playing Scepter Torch. Interested to see what their other weapon is. Firebrand has a ton of viable weapon options, ranging from hammer, mace shield, pistol, axe. You know, you have a ton of things that you can play on this class, and it's always really, really interesting to see what people come up with or what people prefer to play on the class. Should be it is a little bit interesting to see Hollowed Ground as well, obviously. People having a massive valuation of stability right now. We are seeing the leader POV, so it makes a little bit more sense even because there isn't another Renegade in his party, it looks like. Talking briefly about compositions, it does look like Spurs isn't going for triple Renegade and is only playing one Virtuoso, which is a very different approach than other teams have. Opting for the core Elementalist that other people aren't really opting for. But just trying to get a little bit more offensive pressure out overall.
And hammer is the second weapon, it looks like. Or maybe that was just for the blast for a swap.
It was probably just for the blast. We could see a hammer, though. I would love to see it. So we are going to see the single target opening right here. Good immobilize coming out from Spurs. Solid opening on Torch 5. They are going to just be going really, really aggressive right now into the downstate. That's going to be an immediate down. They're going back for it. Really good pressure on that. And look at this man just running forward into the enemy. Is that it? Is that the round?
He's done it all himself.
Did they? Oh my God! They killed everybody. What happened? It's 4-4.
Looks like the second power source from that squad coming from the Thief as well in Party 4. Is that normally a power profession, I think?
Absolutely, yes. Thief is entirely power DPS, and the spike from it is insane. So one of the big aspects that a lot of these teams are.
Giljet saying Drew DC, that will
Drew
not
did
count.
DC in the middle of that round. Interesting to see how the match admins will rule it. Interesting to see how people will react to this. Very, very unfortunate for them. Yeah, should be.
Second weapon set their axe shield, by the way.
Axe shield, fantastic weapon set.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens with the disconnect there.
Yeah, should be pretty interesting. Very unfortunate. Obviously, you hate to see something like that happen. In such a tight GBG, right? I mean, this could go in either direction. Obviously, um, neither team will be happy with this situation, but it is just part of draft tournaments, right? A part of tournaments in general. Sometimes people disconnect. Sometimes there needs to be, rulings about what happens when they disconnect, and that's all right. It's not a huge deal. And it is definitely something that we will get through. Something that was pretty interesting in that round was just how ridiculously aggressive Spurs was willing to play it, right? And that's kind of what I was talking about in this metagame in the other GVG is people just going in, right? There's just a lot of times where you get to go really, really aggressive. Um,
Yeah.
and that was one of those times you just get to play so aggressively, and it's so nice to get rewarded for that aggression when your team connects everything fluidly. So hopefully Drew is going to get back in here. I'm not really sure what's going on if he's coming back.
I mean, I was watching the skill usage come out on that engage, and it was just one after another. It was stand your ground, then it was hallowed ground, then it was a monster charge to break stuns, then it was directly into courage 3, and I'm not sure if he's running Indom or not for extra stab just off of opening it. I'd assume not if he's playing the Selly brand, but it's just, one after another. Give me all of these support cooldowns right at the start so we can convert as many people as possible without having to worry about being on the defensive.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back a little bit to what I'm talking about in regards to just as much outgoing pressure as possible, right? You want to just apply as much pressure as possible, and that means you also want to apply as much support as possible. You want to enable your team to do everything they can as aggressively as they can. And because of that, you end up in these situations where, it's a-okay to just spend a whole bunch of resources back to back, right?
Yeah, and it's also, one of the questions that people ask me sometimes, about commanding specifically, not necessarily in a GVG context, is, what profession should I command on? And I think that round was a good example of why Firebrand is such a dependable commander profession, because you do have control over that level of support. You have control over that level of sustain. You have your own stability. You have your own cleanses. And there's a lot of stuff that you can decide based on when your skill usage gets deployed.
And it does look like that round is going to be canceled. It looks like Drew DC'd before the stealth engage. So we
All right.
are going to cancel that round and see what happens.
Make sure your Ethernet cords are plugged in, everyone.
Yep. Bad internet is a crime, but also is very common in Europe. A lot of people with rough connections out there. All right, so it looks like we are going to be starting, and we are going to be back in the Spurs POV again. Stealth Blast coming out from both teams. Here we go. Let's see how they play it. Spurs maybe not going quite as aggressive this time, going straight back into the wall. We're gonna go around left. Where are they? Where are they? Pretty good stealth opener from the enemy team, though. How are they gonna? Oh, they are gonna get the thief up right away. Really good transfusion. Really good counter spike coming out here, but another down on Spurs' team. Going to be really, really hard to get this one. It looks like they might have doubled up on transfusions. So they're going to go for the hand raise. And another down. The Thief going down in Africa. They're not going to be able to get that back. There's a lot of outgoing pressure. The first kill coming out for Drew's team, not what you want to see. They need to play really aggro here. They need to get a lot of outgoing pressure. Good cleanse coming out from Spurs right now. Really good single target awareness right there. They are going to be going in on the Renegade. Nope, they're swapping. They are going to be going pretty aggressive here. Really good pull on their team. Are they going to be able to get the downstate though?
Oh, he's
And
so
as he
close.
reaches for it, he ends up going into downstate himself. The enemy team turning on him. Drew pushing in, looking for the finish here, looking to end this match at 5-3. And it looks like they're going to be able to do it, Sheff. That is going to be a wrap. I am almost certain of it. A comeback from 3 full kills is unheard of, and that is a heartbreaking end to the set for Spurs' team. A really rough way to start the round. And that just goes to show how easy it is to get that ball rolling, right? It is so hard to come back.
Yeah, for sure. And the aggression wasn't quite there, which from the last round, which is maybe attributable to Drew not being online for part of that engage. But the interesting thing to me about GVGs has always been just how important the opener is and where that momentum comes from in like the first 5 seconds of a matchup. If you get that initial reveal, if you get that good initial engage, if you're able to even generate one down off the front foot on your spike, it's so much more momentum that you have going into the rest of the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And that thief that you mentioned before, really high risk, really high reward type of slot to take in this kind of metagame, right? There are a lot of situations where you can land a lot of really valuable damage, a lot of really valuable stomps, and we are going to get an EOTM reset here. So we will have just a few minutes for everybody to gather themselves, maybe grab some water. Right on, right on.
Yeah, good opportunity for a bathroom break, hydration break, get your snacks ready.
Posture check.
Dude, I have been postured up the whole time. It's edge of my seat gameplay over here.
I was definitely going shrimp mode. My neck is real bent at the moment, unfortunately.
So here's a topic for you while we fill
Hmm.
some dead time in between match resets. This is of course a draft tournament. This isn't a standard GVG tournament. So these
Absolutely.
are commanders who volunteered to participate. These are players who volunteered to participate. And in my mind, this is one of the best ways to get into GVGs, just because it is a lower pressure and lower commitment kind of environment than a normal GVG. So, Veridian, as someone who spends a lot of time in the GVG community, what can you say about participating in these draft tournaments? Opportunities to get involved, opportunities to, learn some things about GVGs as a result of playing in these.
Oh, I mean, I can't sing the praises of draft tournaments enough. I love playing in draft tournaments. I love commanding in draft tournaments. I love commentating draft tournaments. I think there's some of the most interesting things that can happen in regards to GVG. Obviously, I'm just a big tournament fan in general. I'm a very very competitive person. I love putting in effort with a team and I love meeting new people. I'm very extroverted, so the opportunity to play with new people, the opportunity to meet new people, the opportunity to draft my own team, super fun, super great. Getting involved is as easy as joining the Zaishen Discord and signing up when an event goes live, right? I mean, Sunny organizes these very regularly. That we had a little bit of a downtime for a while there, but he's back at it. We just had an event on NA. We're having one on EU, and I'm sure he's planning another one for the future on NA as well. And I think it's easy, right? It seems daunting. It seems difficult to join these sort of tournaments to play with people you haven't met before, but really everybody is surprisingly welcoming to new players, right? Like we want new players to join guilds to try to GVG. We want guilds that haven't GVG'd before to try GVG because it's amazing. It's extremely unique. It's extremely fun. It doesn't have to be this big scary thing that people make it out to be, because it's just a good way to play the game with 14 of your closest friends, right?
Yeah.
So from my perspective, I would love to see more people join these draft tournaments. I think they're very fun. I think it's a really good way to dip your toes into GVG if you can't get into a guild. Um, I think it's a good time.
It's also a great way to just improve at the game. I mean, I am retired from GVGs at this point, mostly because my schedule doesn't really allow me to commit the time to a GVG team that I would like to be able to. But I did a brief stint in Keck W and Triple X and a couple other NAGVG guilds around like 2020 or so, and it was definitely the fastest I have ever improved at the game mode just by virtue of playing regularly at a high level in small scale groups and then doing footage review after every single night, basically to look at, here's the things you did, here's how you could do them better.
Yeah, I mean the really big thing about a lot of GVG guilds or more experienced world versus world guilds is they want you to improve. So if you want to improve, the tools are there for it, right? There are a lot of people that are willing to, take the time to interact with you and, review your footage and put that time into you as a player, as long as you're somebody that wants to improve. Yeah, and a quick shout out, Isaac bringing up something in Twitch chat that I captained the last or one of the last draft tournaments, not the most recent one, but the one before that on an A. And one of the people I drafted, I selected completely at random. I just picked him because he had Firebrand next to his name. And he ended up balling out. He ended up playing so well in the actual tournament. And, I actually continued to talk to him afterwards. And he ended up joining stronger guilds because of it, getting his footage reviewed by strong players, and did a lot of improvement in a really short period of time. That's Masher. Shout outs to that guy. He's my goat. Huge fan. And stuff like that is really common in draft tournaments, right? There's a lot of exposure that newer players get to more veteran players, people from more casual guilds get to more competitive guilds, and that's the kind of thing that I like draft tournaments for, or even other types of tournaments, right? So something they did on EU a while ago was a regional tournament, a country-based tournament, which is a really interesting concept as well, and there were a lot of new players in that tournament too.
EOTM reopened, by the way. EOTM reopened. Although I think we're going to have to spin up a second instance as well still.
We are going to be looking for a second instance, probably going to take a few minutes to get everybody settled and into their instances. We will be starting 2 new GVGs now, where we will be seeing what goes on. The first instance IP is 156, it looks like. If you are watching and you have an EU Guild Wars 2 account, please log on and see if you can pop a second instance. If you can get a second instance, please make sure you are messaging Sunny. Does look like we have one. I do see people in another EOTM instance, so hopefully that gets sorted.
Veridian, you go on red team, blue team here.
Let's keep it consistent. I'll go blue team, you go red
I'll go
team.
red.
All right. Not a
If you
lot
do
of
come into
downtime here.
EOTM to spin up that second instance, feel free to hang out in the stands, watch some of the rounds with us.
True. It is a very good place to spectate. You get to see the action up close and personal. Looks like the second instance is up 140 IP. Some people holding it. Hopefully the match admins will get the opportunity to move between them, and I will be told where to go. I'm just a floating head, so I don't really know anything about all this fancy tournament organization. I just show up and talk about builds.
It's very much like the easiest job of anyone coordinating this right now, I think, is you and I.
Oh
We don't
yeah.
have to worry about any of the stuff on the back end. We're just out here,
Oh
yapping and seeing
yeah.
what we see on
I'm the
stream.
mayor of Yapsville right now. I'm chilling. I'm drinking coffee. I had my breakfast. I'm having a fantastic time. Just getting to watch some cool GVGs, getting to watch some interesting meta developments. Something else that's kind of interesting about this tournament, by the way, that I only briefly touched on is the fact that there's not a lot of GVGs happening on EU right now outside of this tournament. There are a couple guilds still going at it, but a lot of guilds ended up stop GVGing fairly recently. And a lot of guilds ended up disbanding. So there hasn't been that much of a meta development, to my knowledge. I mean, there could have been, to be fair. I haven't been paying attention to the GVGs that have been happening on EU lately. So there could have been a fair bit of meta development, but a lot of these players have not played in this meta game, right? This is a pretty new experience for a lot of people. So it looks like we are gonna get Nice versus Gone in this IP.
It looks like
That's
you
going
or
to
I are in
be
the same
Wowie versus
squad, so I'm
Spurs.
gonna hop into Gon's team if you want to stay in Nice's team, and then we'll have the coverage.
Sounds good. Yeah. I can swap over to that team.
No, I'm swapping. You stay there. I'm going to Gon.
Yeah, so you go to Gone, I'll go to Nice.
Correct.
Got it. As we get situated here, we should be hopping into this GVG pretty quickly. It looks like everybody's pretty much ready.
Yeah, it's as we wait for these final teams to get set up. It is interesting how GVGs seem to kind of come and go in phases. I'll refer to it sometimes as like GVG summer and GVG winter, where summer is the period where everybody's in EOTM doing scrims, and then winter's when everybody disbands and waits for the next kind of GVG season. But there's definitely periods of higher activity and periods of lower activity.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. A lot of the times it ends up being opposite on NA and EU, historically speaking. More recently, it's kind of coincided. But there's not a lot of times where it has historically. Yeah, Root and CS have been doing 15s very consistently on EU. Um, but I have not been paying attention to them at all. I haven't been playing on EU in the past 8 months. I want to say I didn't play in the last metagame either. Probably more like 6 months. I've been inactive on EU. But the big thing is the current metagame is not the previous one. There are a lot of things different about what we're seeing today and about what you would see in 15s if people were actively playing it than we did in the most recent metagame that was entirely power based, right?
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is that barrier heavy, kind of like bunker power meta was so bad that people stopped playing altogether. So I think there's a
Yeah,
little bit of like people are just happy to be doing something a little different.
I would describe it less as a bunker meta and more as a virtuoso meta, where everybody is just waiting for the virtuosos to play the game. That was kind of a lot of what the metagame revolved around is, people were just waiting for virtuosos to play the game, and then, transfusion and banner came into play after the virtuosos played the game. And connecting it or not connecting it was a win or a loss, right? So I think a lot of people cited, viewing it as a more one-dimensional way to play the game, as a reason they didn't want to play.
We've
Which,
got timer going out for 3 minutes here, it looks like, by the way.
yep, we are 35 seconds out from beginning. So again, this is going to be Nice versus Gone. This is Wowie versus Spurs. Quick glance at Nice's side. Their composition is looking pretty much identical to what they were playing before. It doesn't look like we're going to see any changes on their side. Very normal for this tournament, right? 3 Firebrands, 3 Renegades, 2 Reapers, 2 Scourges, the double Virtuoso as well. And this is going to be
Let's see what
Stealth
they
coming
do.
out. And we are going to be watching from the Spurs POV again here. Pretty aggressive crossing on the stealth phase. Going to be going around the left side here. Scourge is going to be the first target. Let's see if the Immobilize connects. We are going to see the Scepter Immobilize get evaded by the Scourge. Really good job, but the Venom still catching him on the backside. Goes around to the right side, it looks like. Really good evasion from the single target here. Really good counter pressure coming out from Nice's side. Spurs is going to be playing a little bit defensive here, going backwards, kind of getting that hollowed ground down. But then going in with his F3 and getting a lot of outgoing pressure here, trying to get that down transfused out, going for the hand res, really good job here. Both teams sort of backing up, resetting before Spurs goes in for a lot of counter pressure here. This is going to be a random
They
down
are
state
going to get it
generated, and
down
they're
there.
going in on that down, but down
A
of their
lot of
own. Are
downs.
they going to be able to get it back up? They are going to be able to get it back up in the background as there are more downs going down on nice side. The whole team looking like they're about to crumble here. Huge outgoing pressure. Wells going down, massive CC. Really good connection from Spurs as well. Look at all those big numbers. Look at all that damage, and that is the round one. And that was a very, very clean round from Spurs' team.
Yeah.
Really good
Big spike
job
at the end
ignoring
there.
that down state and just going for that offensive pressure. Yeah, I mean, that was a great example of, Firebrand sees all the little numbers and then everybody kind of falls over, right? Definitely feels pretty good to connect everything. I think it's pretty interesting as well, generally, just to see, kind of what I was talking about before, where you get it down on your side and it just doesn't matter. You just keep running forward, you keep pressuring, right? At the very end there, Spurs' team had that down on their side and they just ignored it, right? They just kept running forward, kept going aggro into the enemy team and doing a
Yeah.
really, really good job of just CCing, getting more downs.
I'll also say, like Gone really playing through adversity here right now. They've got a member in their squad who currently has a spider near their computer, and they're going through the rounds regardless, just playing through the fear, which is really admirable.
We should probably stop the tournament for that. Maybe get an exterminator over there, probably handle the situation.
Yeah, we might need to
I'll
ask some
message
admins
Sonny
for a
about it.
delay.
0030 is going to be the next timer, 11 seconds out.
Is that Pills on Core Ellie? That is Pills on Core Ellie. He owns expansion packs and he has declined to use them.
Core Elemental Mage, yes, and we are sticking with the Firebrand POV in this round. We're going to go back from stealth here this time. Going to be playing pretty defensively here. Start to take that stage presence, go to middle. They are going to get the reveal. Really good single target coming up. The Scourge again, going to try and connect that Scepter immobilize. Really good connection here. Probably going to be going right into downstate. Ignores the connection on the Scourge, knowing he's going to get back to stack. Just goes for offensive pressure. Looks like they drop Wells almost immediately. Is that down going to get down? It does look like they are going to get the hammers. No, they're not. It's going to stay in downstate, and that pressure going out. Massive pressure coming out from Spurs' team. Look at all that damage that he himself is putting out. What a Chad, ignoring his ally downstate again. Oh no, it does look like he's going to move pretty defensively this time, trying to get it back up, but it doesn't matter. He's just running in, getting that pressure down. Massive, massive offense. That is very interesting. So it is pretty interesting we're seeing this much success from the core elementalist. Honestly, I think that's kind of what a lot of people are excited about, is seeing different things in a draft tournament, right? Different compositions. A lot of people were worried that a lot of people would end up playing the exact same comp, but as we're seeing here, people are mixing it up. People are playing different things that we didn't expect them to play. They're
Yeah.
playing fun stuff, not necessarily because it's fun, but because it's good, and it happens to be fun to see something that's different, right?
The other interesting thing is just completely ignoring that first down state and acknowledging the fact that, some Scourge is going to transfuse it, so don't even bother spending any time on it. Just let that first res go out, burn the cooldowns, and apply your pressure to somewhere else in the group because you already know that that transfuse is coming and you probably can't do anything about it.
Exactly. That is that offensive pressure being maintained that I was talking about before, right? You want to just ignore those first early downs. You want to get that good offense early, right? You need to pressure that enemy stack. You need to try to generate more downs. You need to try and force more cooldowns because you know that first down's getting up. The best Condi cleanse in the game is downstate, guaranteed every condition gone from you. You need to make sure you're there and ready to reapply everything.
Arguably, I mean, if the cleanses don't show up on Arc, do they really exist?
That's true, yeah. We should petition Arc to start showing downstate cleanses.
Speaking of cleanses, I do have Gon's perspective over here. And Pills on Core Ellie is beating even the Scrappers on cleanses. So really just pumping out a lot of condition removal over here.
Yep, also pumping out a lot of resistance uptime, probably. He's almost certainly playing the resistance signet relic, which is really, really good for this type of situation. There's a lot of chill and a lot of weakness to deal with in this type of metagame. So getting that resistance on people is really, really high value. All right, here we go. On Nice's side this time, the Reaper POV, one of my favorite classes to play, and one of generally a lot of people's favorite classes to play. Really big fan. It looks like we are going to see a cancel, though. It looks like they mess up the stealth, unless they're just standing completely still and about facing
There's
towards the
reveals going.
stairs.
Oh,
It is going to be a cancel, it looks like. All right. So we are going to see the squad as well from their POV. This should be a pretty interesting perspective to look at. So a couple notes. There are a few different perspectives on what traits to play on Reaper. The Scepter is one of them, right? So curses, everybody plays curses automatically,
and
right?
that's devouring darkness specifically from the Scepter 3 icon.
Yes, definitely.
So that AoE boon removal.
So there are some people that play the Scepter trait with no Scepter, just for extra condition damage. There are some people that play Weakening Shroud, and there are some people that play Scepter with, or the Scepter trait with a Scepter, right? So we are seeing the Scepter usage here. It is really good condition application, really good boon rate, but it is a very, very high cooldown now. I believe it did get nerfed to 16 seconds or something like that. So it is a little bit difficult to use, but you do spend a lot of time in Shroud on this class. So something that we'll be looking for with Reaper gameplay with a lot of people is just how many leaps they can get out in a round, right? And it's going to be really hard for nice Reapers to get leaps out consistently because there's just so much outgoing pressure from Gone at the moment, right? This is going to be Stealth Blasts coming out. So let's see what goes on here. We're going to go left to the waterfall. A classic spot, a classic place. Wow, nope, he goes back. We're staying here. Revealing in front. It does look like somebody's going to come out of stealth. This person is coming out of stealth. They might be the single target here on opener. They're not. Good evade, though, just in case. Early down coming out. Early wells as well. Going immediately left here. Look at that outgoing pressure. Massive CC coming out from Gone. Really, really difficult to find positioning here from the Reaper. They are going to be trying to make it back to stack, but that's probably
Yeah,
it.
it's going
It's
to be a
probably
little
too
scary.
late. Yeah, and that is a wrap. Wow, what a terrifying POV to see. And that is some really good insight into just how much outgoing pressure a composition like this can put out, right? I mean, if you're not hitting them and they're hitting you, it's over so fast, right? If when you have 11 DPS in your squad, it's so hard to come back from a situation where you're letting those 11 DPS connect cleanly on you, right?
Yeah, and I mean Reaper and Scourge were the professions that I mained when I was doing GVGs, and you don't have a ton of survival options available to you after that initial stab is gone. So that feeling of just despair that you have when your stab is gone and you get punched to the back line and you're just like, well, this is a problem.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. It's one of the most frustrating classes to play and one of the most fun classes to play, right? You put yourself in a situation where, connecting that damage feels so good, but also getting that damage connected on you feels awful because, you play without a stun break. We do have Suffer on the bar, though. Every Reaper in this tournament will have Suffer on the bar. This is a very unanimously agreed upon fantastic cooldown. A Condi transfer, one of the few true Condi transfers available, and it is going to see stealth coming out. Let's see if Nice can get some momentum rolling. If I'm Nice right now, I'm mostly just looking to try to generate as much pressure as I can as early as I can. Early wells was good, but you want to try and get as much damage out as possible, as many corrupts as possible. They're going to get the first single target there. Really good connection on the single target. That going into downstate, they are
Down.
just going to go really, really hard right now, really aggressive into the enemy. They are going to back up, though, here. They give up a little bit of opportunity. Not sure if they wanted to cast wells, but a
Decent
lot of
pull there
pressure going
though.
out. Really good shout coming out from the Reaper right there on the Elite. That is going to be wells going out for Nice's side. Really good offensive pressure, but they need to get in there. They need to seal the deal. They need to keep that aggression going. They can't play too passively here. They need to go aggro. They need to go in. And it looks like the momentum is going to shift back onto them. Downstate's coming out left and right, and it is going to be really, really difficult to recover them. One down, maybe getting back up. Wowie, it looks like in downstate now himself. Really, really hard to come back from this situation. This is going to be a wrap, almost certainly. So that was a pretty interesting round from the perspective of uh, what kind of pressure can people put out on the back foot, right? And this, you see, the second they go out on the back foot, the second they push themselves into the back foot, it is so hard to come back, right?
Yeah, and you could see that whole time you were saying, they need to get aggressive here, they need to push. If you, humble viewer, were looking at the party UI at that time, it was conditions everywhere. When you're sitting like 600 and 400 away from an enemy group, and you're just trying to convert a couple downs, you're just eating condition after condition after condition being at that range, and that's constant pressure being applied to the group.
Yeah, I mean, a really big, a really big way that I try and tell people to play this metagame, and kind of the way that I described it for a lot of people is, uh, you have to drag your corpse over the finish line. Uh, there's there's a lot of times where it's just about applying more pressure to the enemy than they're applying to you. Even though they're applying enough pressure to kill you, you apply enough pressure to kill them more. And it's really, really hard for a lot of people to conceptualize that, especially coming from the previous metagame, which was all about, playing really, really safely, playing really, really patiently, and just trying to line up those virtuoso spikes and sort of play entirely around that as a concept, right? So we are going to be going right into the next round, it looks like, and we are going to be seeing from Spurs POV again, the Lita POV. He is going to take a pretty aggressive line down the middle again. Pretty offensive reveals on both sides. They are going to get one person.
Yeah, I've got one
Oh, it's
there.
the Virtuoso. Are they going to get the clean stealth engage? He is going to get his distortion out. Really good defensive usage from the Virtuoso. Distortion into shield block here. Really good AoE pressure coming out, but they are they are going to target a pet very briefly. The smoke scale taking a lot of outgoing pressure there. Pretty good disconnection coming from Wowie's group here, but they are going to go pretty aggro following up. And doesn't look like either side has dropped wells quite yet. And that is going to be really good outgoing pressure from Wowie's side. That's 3 downstates on Spurs' team. 1 gets res, 2 gets res, 3 gets res, all 3 getting back up, but another person going right back into downstate. And the second they start losing that forward momentum, see they're
And not a
starting to
lot of
crumble.
cooldowns available here
2
either.
people going into downstate again, but they are both going to get back up. And a pull coming out from the enemy side. They are going to be trying to, and then immediately back into the pressure, right? Going offensive, getting back in, and they are going to be single targeting a Scourge now, focusing really hard on trying to down that guy, but he's not going to go down. Another person randomly going down, doesn't get transfused. This is going to be a really good spike coming out from Spurs' team, though. Spurs going down himself. 2 people on Spurs' team going down. 2 downstates on both sides right now. Wabby's team pushing
There's
the
the
aggression.
transfuse out.
Another downstate. 2 Spurs going back into downstate. It's chaos in the arena at the moment. Downstates on both sides, but
You
it looks like
can't get that
Spurs'
hand
team
res.
is going to lose this if they can't get Spurs up right now, unless they go leaderless. It does look like Spurs is going to get back up, but they're going to get illusioned, and he's
Oh,
so
and he
low
gets
he might die
pulled.
right here, and he's going to full die. That's going to be the round for Wowie's team. My God. And that's exactly what I was talking about. What a fantastic example of a round. The second they stopped applying pressure, they get pressure applied to them. It is so hard to come back when you give up that pressure, when you give up that advantage from hitting the enemy right now. And my God, what a crazy round that was.
And it really turns on a dime too. You'll be playing aggressive, but for people who are Firebrand mains, you can kind of tell when you're running low on cooldowns, when you're running low on sustain, and I think they got punished pretty heavily for that, where they committed when they might not necessarily have had the sustain to go for it, and then lost a bunch of people as a result.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's crazy to see how fast that momentum shifts, right? I mean, they had the world in the palm of their hand, but keeping that momentum was just so difficult. Trying to, stop the enemy team from getting those kills. And the second they stop applying pressure, the second they're just going for those hand reses, spending those defensive resources instead of those offensive resources, it slips between their fingers, right? It happens so quickly.
Yeah, the hand res is going out particularly is usually a telltale sign that there's no transfuses left, there's no signets left, and that you're going to be desperately low on that res game at that point as we go into stealth for the next round here.
Absolutely. And let's see if Wowie's team can do it again. Let's see if Polite Attitude has it in them to take another round. 1 round to 4 rounds right now. Spurs was on a hot streak, but he did just lose one. Good Veil coming out from both teams. No single target reveal. Does look like we're going for a Firebrand target, but it is going to get into stealth. Targeting the Virtuoso now. Fantastic opening target from both sides. Vert Spikes coming out. Spurs taking a lot of pressure on the opener there, but he is going to manage to sort of reset. It looks like a lot of outgoing pressure coming out from Nice, though, and they are going to be going for hand reses here, but this is a really risky hand res to go for. Spurs is going to take a lot of damage for
That's
it.
a
Another
lot of
person going
damage
into
going out there.
downstate. This is a lot of outgoing pressure from Nice right now. They need to be following it up. No, they're going to run away. This is a not what you want to see, really, from this
And
situation.
now getting the full
Spurs' team
refresh there.
Spurs' team getting a full reset right now, right? They are going to get a lot of outgoing pressure here when they push in, but this is going to be another down from Spurs' team, and they are going to be going for a really, really aggressive hand res. Probably not the hand res you want to see, but this is probably still going to be nicest round, despite me talking smack about their strategy, despite me saying they made a mistake, proving me wrong. The commentary curse working in inverse right now as Nice manages to take another round, 2-4.
Yeah, just those small moments that you get sometimes, even if it's, just a couple seconds to make sure that all your DPS is on the same page, they're saving big cooldowns so that you can prepare that really heavy spike is sometimes all you need to swing the difference.
Absolutely. And I mean, the big thing in that situation is they just didn't have the res utility. It seems like they probably doubled up on transfusions early on, right? Because they had those two downs on, close to the opener. But, when Spurs went down, or sorry, when Spurs went for the hand res on the next down, they probably should have just been transfusing that out or glyphing it out. And it seems like they didn't have it, right? So seems like they might have doubled up on something, might have made a couple mistakes there in regards to their, defensive cooldowns. That sort of let the gate open for Nice to get that, really big pressure on them. All right, here we go. Back onto Nice's side. Seeing the Reaper POV. Let's see if we can, kind of see what they've changed, right? See, what they're doing differently. What's applying so much more pressure now. And honestly, I feel like it's just them moving more aggressively in all of these situations, right? There's just so many more times where they're going very, very aggro onto the enemy compared to what they were doing in those first 4 rounds that they lost.
Yeah,
Um,
taking good advantages of those opportunities when cooldowns are getting low and being able to feel out when a good time to counter push and counter spike is.
yes, definitely doing a much better job of fishing for those opportunities. Um, dare I say a comeback potential?
Hey,
I
we'll see.
mean,
Up two in a row certainly seems like the start of something, but
the
they're right on
momentum
the razor's edge here.
the momentum is building, but one misstep, one mismanagement of cooldown, and that's a wrap for them. And those kind of nerves really get to people. Playing on your not tournament life necessarily, but on your match life over and over again is, very, very stressful for some people. But some people thrive there, right? There are some people that love to be in that situation, and they really ride that adrenaline. Looks
And
like there
that's one
might
of the
be
thing
a.
that's one of the things that always was really interesting about GVGs to me is just how much the mental element and the mindset element matters of being able to, pull your squad back from, hey, I know we're down 0-2, 0-3, 0-4, but like let's make sure we're executing correctly. Let's make sure we're doing things right. Let's make sure we're succeeding at the things we need to succeed at. And, being able to talk people into playing well is an important element of, being able to succeed in this environment. Just as a general reminder as well, there are two streams running at the same time now. You're with me and Veridian on stream one, watching Gone versus Nice, and I believe Callus is casting the second set of matches right now, which is Tim versus Cringe, shortened to Inge. If you would like to look at some other perspectives that are going on in the tournament this afternoon, this evening, this morning, whatever time zone you're in.
Yeah, there are. The other stream is definitely something to check out. Callison Knight over there. I have heard the second instance GVG is also quite good. Um, it does look like we are going to be starting this round in just a few moments. Here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
Reaper POV. Let's see what happens. Gonna be going right this time. Pretty standard. It doesn't look like hard reveals are connecting. Oh,
Priority
it does look
reveal's
like
going
Spurs'
out.
team is going to get the really solid single target connection. Not sure that downside's going to get up. Really early wells and nightfall coming out from Wowie's team. Really, really solid pressure coming out from them. But that down is going to full die.
And just
Really
look at the condies right now.
and a really good job of pulling that single target in. Really good pressure on that single target. Really good pressure on that down state. But they need to be going in on that down. Nice. Really good connection on that down. They did get the first kill on their side, but it doesn't matter because they might get the second kill. They are going to manage to get that back up, though. It looks like it might have been a glyph, might have been a signet from one of the Scourges, and it does look like this might be a loss for Wowie's team if they can't get this downstate, and they aren't going to. Look at those condies building up on them. A lot of outgoing pressure coming out now from Spurs. A lot of outgoing pressure going on to everybody, and that is going to be the round very quickly over.
So I will say anecdotally, I'm over here looking at the UI for Spurs' team, and every time that they've done well, this Daredevil in their squad has been up near the top. So I know we talked about the double virtuoso kind of comp in the first rounds we did,
Mm-hmm.
but the thief really seems like it's putting in work for the particular comp that Spurs is running right now.
Absolutely. I mean, I do want to give a shout out to Daredevil because, I feel as though a lot of this metagame is about uh, death to cleave, right? Everything has a lot of cleave, a lot of group AoE pressure, and Thief plays really, really cleanly into that. Uh, that is something that really helps, solidly connect everything. Having a virtuoso, maybe even two virtuosos, is really advantageous. It can be a very, very strong composition, but having a thief is also very strong, right? There are a lot of situations where landing that thief spike, landing that AoE thief spike, is a massive, massive advantage for whichever team is playing it.
Yeah, and there's definitely an element of, as soon as you see a down on the enemy team, there's blood in the water, and you just want to dump as much damage as you can on that spot. And in those cases, those power cleave classes are exceptionally valuable because you're just trying to apply constant pressure to anyone who's trying to get that down up.
Absolutely. And I am going to hop into Four's squad, it looks like.
I will take the opposing side then.
All right, I have hopped into the squad.
Oh, I joined the wrong one. Hang on.
That is okay. We've got some time. All right. I am in Four's squad. I am not going to try and pronounce their guild name. As a stupid American, I will fail, and then everybody that's French will get mad at me.
That's the last thing you want.
Oh yeah. No, it's not ideal. It's so now we have got Four versus Gone. Is that what we're doing next? Does look like it.
I believe so.
All right. Okay. So interesting matchup, right? This is going to be something that I'm very excited to see in general. Um, we are going to see Four, with the double virtuoso against Gone, favoring that vert thief setup instead. We are going to see the triple renegade against the double renegade, the single reaper against the I think they're both running double reaper actually. But yeah, it should be pretty interesting. There are a little bit of difference.
We of course have the core Ellie subplot going on in Gone as well. They also have a single druid over here. I don't know if we've seen a druid in any of the other squad comps yet, but definitely some different things going on Gone side over here.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what people will be doing. Just doing a little bit of chatting in squad chat to make sure everybody understands what is going on.
Second match, by the way, you can see the scrolling ticker at the bottom. Tim 1 versus Inge 4. They are on match point at this point. We'll see if they're able to convert that into a 5-1 or whether they're going to go a little longer.
Yeah, we could take a quick glance over there, I suppose, as well, and see exactly what's happening.
Yeah, not that we want to
Uh,
steal Callus's thunder or anything, but we'll
no,
just be a
no, no,
fly on the
definitely not,
wall.
definitely not. Yeah. Uh,
honestly think that Drew's team is playing way more
Stuff's going out.
consistently.
All right, let's see what is
This
going
is
on here.
Vert POV. No, Chrono POV. We haven't
This
seen
is
this yet.
a rifle chronomancer. He does have illusion of life on the bar. Veil coming out from both teams here. All right. Okay, pretty defensive opener overall. That single target getting absolutely obliterated, but it is going to get up really good transfusion speed there from this team. Love to see that defensive gameplay coming out. Pretty aggressive on the counters push. Really good single target there. Really good virtuoso connection. Is going to get up though. The transfusion is good from the other team, but he's going to go back into downstate, and he's probably going to full die right there. No, he is going to get up. Really good res utility. Really good counter pressure as well. Pretty good movement here from this Chronomancer too. Love to see the about faces coming in.
Great mid combat heal channel there too.
Oh yeah, we love this skill usage. Good rifle usage going into the other weapon set here. Not a lot of quick single target, but the AoE pressure is going to be a lot. 2 downs coming out from this team. That is going to be an illusion landed. He's gonna probably have to go for hand res here, but he's gonna have to roll off. A lot of outgoing pressure from the enemy team here. Not gonna be able to hold it for too long, it looks like.
And IOL, of course, gone, which is going to be one of your last ditch res opportunities.
Absolutely, especially when there's multiple of those down states. I maybe transfusion starts coming up soon, but it looks like one of those IOLs is going to full die as well, immediately into full dead. Unfortunately, the side effect of using illusion of life. Pretty close round, all things considered, everything that's happened so far, but it doesn't look like this team's going to be able to hold on to it for too much longer. A lot of defensive movement here, kind of the opposite of what we talked about in regards to, like the hyper offensive metagame that we've sort of seen developing amongst some of these teams. They are going to go pretty aggro here into that time warp, but once again, moving defensively right afterwards, sort of just trying to find their bearings, try and connect on a single target. But as I say that, their own single target getting opened up on and going into full dead, it looks like not going to be able to hold on here. Tons of outgoing pressure, 2 downstates on the line. Not going to be able. Oh, another illusion coming
back
but
up.
the driver immediately dying afterwards. That's a wrap. Unfortunate.
Great play from that Chronomancer, but not quite enough. IOL, such a high risk, high reward skill to be using in this meta. We've talked about how the res game is so important, and IOL being one of the fastest casts and multi-target. But of course, if you enter downstate when you've got that IOL effect on you, you simply pass away. There is no opportunity to hand res.
Absolutely. And I would say we are about ready to go for 4 versus Gone.
And that was Inch taking that round 5-1. So that'll be a wrap on that side of things as we go back to Gone versus I can't. They're out of render distance. It's Fear. Sorry.
Yeah, and it looks like we do have somebody floating on 4's side. He's asking if he needs to pour it away, but it might not be for anybody or for
That
everybody
classic
rather.
EOTM bug.
Yep, yep. From the being a little floating guy sometimes.
Twitch chat saying that Veridian is both tall and handsome. Are both sides of that statement true?
I would say yes, but the person that said it, Glasscuffs, is a known liar and thief.
Ooh.
So I
Do
don't.
you mean thief in game or a thief in real life?
In real life, he's a
Wow.
firebrand in
Okay.
game. Yeah. Yeah, can't be trusted. Can't be trusted.
Noted. I'll time them out post haste.
Does look like 3-0-0 is going to be our timer, a mere 15 seconds away from starting. Right on. Let's get into it. We are going to be seeing 4's POV. We're going to be looking at the Reaper perspective. 4 versus Gone. 2 strong teams going at it right now. Let's see who can come out on top. Stealth coming out from both sides now. We're going to be going left to Waterfall, checking his stealth, making sure everything's okay. No utility popped. How dare he? This is a tournament, sir. Good dodge roll on the opener. Nothing can save you into Axe 3. The classic Reaper opener. Good about phases, but he is going to get pulled right back into the enemy stack. Good pressure on that single target. Going to be needing to start using his Reaper Shroud here pretty soon. Oh, but he double tapped it on the opener. What a roughie. Nightfall going down. Pretty good offensive pressure here from both teams, but there is going to be a down state on Four's side. It does look like it is maybe going to get cleaved, potentially. Yes, it is going to be cleaved out. That is a full kill. Duha going full dead, but this is really good counter pressure coming out from Four's side. Really, really good single target onto that Firebrand there as they move defensively again, and he gets back up. Pretty solid defensive movement coming out from Four right now, but they're not getting a lot out of it, right? What we saw in that round, the big thing is they didn't get a lot of pressure out of their defensive movement, right? They moved very defensively for a lot of that round, probably not really feeling safe, not really feeling like they can get that counter pressure out. And a lot of it, I think, just comes down to the idea that they're not generating the kills that they're sort of expecting with their, their virtuoso play, right?
I do wonder if that double tap of Shroud was Spiteful Spirit, or whether this is a Curse's Blood Magic kind of more GVG centric build. But the Reaper has some really nice synergy with Spiteful Spirit and Spite to get that Boon Rip pulse on like a 10-second cooldown or something.
Does look like they had a DC. Admins are trying to figure it out right now. First inclination, I think if you get a DC, you really want to cancel it immediately, as opposed to playing the round out. I think if you play the round out, you
It
might
looks
not get
a
the
little unsporting to play the round out and then call the DC after, depending on the
yeah,
result.
exactly.
But
I don't think you can do that. I think that might be in the rules specifically, but I am not entirely sure. Not a match admin myself.
no, again, both of us just here to yap. Very little influence on the tournament overall.
Yes, definitely just yappers. Just here to be talking heads. All the shout outs to all of the admins. Doing all of the hard work. Everybody is doing a really killer job this time, honestly. 4:30 is going to be the next timer, so we are about 31 seconds away. But I
30
do want to
seconds to
note
yap.
this is one of the smoother tournament experiences I think a lot of people have had in the past few years. So really good job so far. Love to see it, and hopefully we get everybody cleared out of here at a reasonable time. We're about 43 minutes into EU prime time. All right. We are going stealth coming out from both sides here. All
Still no
right.
wrench on this Reaper. It'll be interesting to see how that influences things.
He's missing some condition. Oh, monster opener on the Firebrand on Four's side. The transfusion is not going to get it back up. 2 downs, 3 downs, 4 downs coming out on Four's side. Are they going to be able to get any of these back up? A full kill, but the illusion coming out for the last 3 downs. 2 full dead on their Gone, just pressing pedal to the metal. That's the round. That's a wrap. Oh my god, what a clean stealth opener.
And anyone who's open field can tell you this, but if your Firebrand is the first person to die in your party, you're about to have a really, really bad time.
Yeah, there's not a lot of situations where you get to play the game after your Firebrand dies, right? I mean, it's a brutal situation to try and come back from. Really good round from Gone though. Really, really good gameplay there. Loved to see that aggression after that first down, right? And it's exactly what we saw in the last GVG where Spurs gets that downstate and he's like, okay, we have the downstate. That's great. I'm gonna ignore that and run directly into the middle of the enemy stack, right?
Yeah, I love
And
that approach. It's like that down is your problem to deal with, but I'm going to keep making more issues for you to solve at the same time. And sometimes you
exactly.
can just, you can stretch someone's mental capacity out by giving them too many problems at the same time to have to deal with.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the big thing is those problems keep racking up, right? They don't go away. You have to keep solving them as they arise, and it is just so hard to stay on top of things in a metagame like this where everything moves so fast.
Yeah, and I like that it places emphasis on, your own personal decision making as a commander, but also GVG is one of those formats where you have some ability for individual players on powerful classes to kind of have some agency and generate those situations themselves. So it's not just like, oh, we're playing a good comp. You also have to make good, sound decisions.
Absolutely, and we are going to see the start of the round here. Both teams going pretty aggressive on the reveal. Looks like they're almost right on top of each other for a few seconds here. Gone going to get the reveal, but somebody going into downstate immediately on foresight. Gone going massive pressure here. Really, really early wells coming out from Gone. Just really, really hard CC, but not going to get too much besides one downstate. Duha on Scourge getting a lot of pressure on him here. The single target from both sides getting very, very pressured on Gon's side or on Foresight. It looks like they're going to be focusing a Reaper here, going really aggressive onto the Reaper, and then moving pretty defensively. Single target from both sides going down, and they both get up. Really good downstate management from both teams right there. For moving very defensively, but Duha getting caught out. That illusion coming back to bite him, and he is going to go into downstate there and full die. That is the first death of the GVG going to Gon's side. And for down to 14 players, really aggressive movement here. The single target on Foresight going to be a Firebrand. It looks like pretty good offensive pressure here coming out onto the Firebrand. Not a lot of boon rip, but a lot of damage for sure. And they are going to just be staying really aggressive. There's the boon rip coming in. A lot of pressure going out on the single target. A lot of damage going out on him. And he is going to go into downstate here. Not a lot that can happen here for him to get back up, but he is going to get stealth as he goes into full dead. Somebody going down from 4, 2 downs from 4, 3 downs from 4, 4 downs from 4, and they are going in and out of downstate so rapidly. But it looks like Gon is going to clean this round up, and that is GG. Very, very good gameplay from both sides in that round, honestly. Something that I want to point out in that round is it was touch and go for both teams until it wasn't, right? We saw it go 1-1 with kills for a while, or for a few seconds there. And then all of a sudden, everybody exploded, right? The big thing is, if somebody dies that keeps everybody else alive, there's not a lot of coming back from that situation. I mean, if you talk about losing a Firebrand, in open field, try losing a Scrapper in a condition-based metagame, right? I mean, the game becomes immediately unplayable. So the big thing we see in this round is like how crazy that momentum swaps when it's going to be a situation that you lose something that keeps other people alive, right?
Yeah, and I think that plays really well into the way that Spurs is commanding, where he's already prepared to disregard, downstate in order to pursue a broader agenda of, aggression and violence, where he's just like, I'm gonna push and I'm gonna make you show me how good you are at playing defensive right now. So in those chaotic pushes where there's downs on both sides, I just gotta feel like Gone is a little more at home in those situations.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's part of their game plan, right? They are very aware of how much offensive pressure they're generating, they're in a situation where putting out that offensive pressure, getting that aggression consistently is giving them massive returns in every GVG, right? I mean, we've basically only seen them be stopped in that approach one time so far, by Drew's team, but even then it was very difficult to do, and really inconsistent. Those rounds could have gone either way. But in these rounds, I mean, we're seeing that offensive pressure just roll that momentum so hard, right? They're just doing so much damage compared to the other teams.
Yeah, it's very much, if it's working, why change it? If someone shows that they can stop those pushes, then by all means, but nobody really has yet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure their thought process going to this round right now is just let's hit him again. Let's hit him harder. Let's hit him again. Let's do it again. And they are going very, very aggressive on stealth. Gone getting that early veil out, really solid connection onto their single target, which looks like it's going to be the
And it's just going to
Scourge.
chase this veil down here.
They're going very, very aggressive here. The core Ellie being focused on Gon's side, though, going into downstate. Core Ellie's not what you want to see as the first downstate. Transfusion going out. Downstate on both sides right now. Transfusion going out for both sides. The core elementalist getting up. It does look like the Scourge is going to go down on Foresight, and he is also going to get back up to the other Scourge. So they still have one transfusion on each side right now, and Gon still having that elementalist glyph on their side. One more. Oh, the Ellie going down for Gon
Ellie
as well. They
down
still have one
again.
transfusion. Are they going to be able to get this up? They are. I'm not sure if they use transfusion on that down. They probably should have, but the Ellie is still very, very stuck here. And the Ellie needs to get stealth, needs to get that team support, or they need to generate some sort of offensive pressure here to reverse that single
Firebrand's getting
target.
very low now
And
too.
they are going
Firebrand
to
going into
swap to a
downstate.
Scourge right now as well, and the Scourge is getting hugely pressured. A lot of CC coming out, going really, really low, down to 20% health, 3% health, so low, and is going into downstate here. But somebody going down for 4 as well, down on each side right now, but the downstate on 4 side staying down. Scourge also both getting back up. Crazy GVG round happening right now. A lot of outgoing pressure from both teams right now. 4 playing much more aggressively, running in right there, chasing their single target. Huge pressure onto the Scourge. The Scourge is going to get stealthed in the back, but he might be in downstate, honestly. It looks
And
like
this
he
is
did go in
most
for it.
Resurrects gone at this point, so now is a very
Absolutely.
dangerous time to go down.
I mean, in this situation, they're just hand resing, and this is going to be the moment of truth for 4. Are they going to be able to get the double hand res? They do, but they are moving so defensively. So much pressure coming out from Gone right now. They need to get that single target down. They need to turn that pressure, and they do. They're going in on that Scrapper. The Scrapper going into downstate. If they can get this kill, it would be massive, but they aren't going to be able to. Gone getting that transfusion back up, but he's going to go back into downstate.
There's a lot of
Huge Condi
downs
pressure
here.
going in on the downstate. They're going to get that kill. The Scrapper is down. Massive kill coming out from them. Those Condis are not getting cleansed. People are going into downstate on Gone's side. Massive pressure coming out from 4, but somebody is going to go into downstate here for with their Firebrand and downstate. They are going to get it back up. It is going to rally. It looks like really, really good job from 4, and they can just put the gas on right now. They just want to be constant pressure. Go, go, go. They can end this round in the next 10 seconds if they keep pressuring, and they are going for it.
Like that's gonna be it.
Downstates left and right, and that is a wrap. My God. And that's exactly what I'm talking about with the wrong class dying at the wrong time. If that Scrapper goes down, oh man, you are in for a tough time.
And also another team successfully managing to find a way to punish that aggression. You know,
Yeah,
Spurs maybe
absolutely. I mean,
overstaying his welcome a little too long in melee there and getting punished for it.
definitely. I mean, we saw a lot of crazy hand reses in that round. I mean, the amount of staying power that's I would describe Spurs' gameplay as limit testing in that round. That was
very much so.
That was definitely balls to the wall. He definitely went very, very hard on the aggression. A lot of things, not sort of coming together as much. But I do want to say really good res gameplay from both teams, really good support gameplay from both teams. Really surprised with the quality of support gameplay in a draft tournament in those rounds, right? We see a lot of stealth on single target, a lot of good transfusion usage, a lot of good res usage. I mean, that was fantastic.
Yeah, and now we're in a really interesting position where, a lot of Spurs' game plan has been, I'm going to push and I'm going to spike, and you need to show me that you can stop what I'm doing. And someone's managed to do that successfully. So, let's see if the plan gets adjusted here, whether Spurs is just going to go back to, all right, show me you can do it again, or whether we're going to see a bit more careful, conservative gameplay here.
Honestly, I would love to say something, really analytical sounding. Like I'd love to see, Gone adapt their strategy a little bit to throw their opponents off. But I want to see Spurs swing a steel chair again. I want to see them drive that truck directly into the enemy group. I'm not going to lie to you.
It's pretty much all we've seen them doing so far. So there's definitely a big part of me that thinks we're just going to see, all right, we didn't push hard enough. Let's do it again.
Yeah, I mean,
if offense didn't work, let's just use more offense.
yeah, it definitely seems like a lot of their thought process is if our offense it didn't work, how can we refine that offense to connect better? This is going to be smokes coming out from
Let's
both
see what the plan
teams. It looks like 4 pretty defensive this time, staying in their side, not moving very aggressively. But Spurs, obviously, as we can see, running all the way across the arena, getting that Veil down. They are going to get a really early single target, but it's going to get right back into stealth from that Veil. Not a really solid connection
from that Veil.
that single target. Really good pressure coming out from both teams right now on the opener. Spurs taking a ton of damage in the first few seconds, and his team also taking a ton of damage. Hills going into downstate, and Spurs himself getting pulled in, having to use those pages on cleanse. A lot of pressure coming out onto Spurs right now. He needs to get that single target. He needs to get pressure out on it, and they do. They do find that Scourge. They find that single target. The cleanse is not applying to the Scourge consistently enough, and he is going to go down probably eventually. I expected him to go down minutes ago, which is why I started that sentence, and there he goes into downstate right now. A lot of outgoing pressure from Spurs' team. The no transfusion, no res going on to that down. They are just going to full kill it. There is nothing connecting. A Firebrand going down as well. Spurs just rolling that momentum, playing aggressively, going into the enemy team, regrouping here for just a brief moment onto this downstate. And if they get this kill, I don't see a way for 4 to get back into this GVG right now. I think this might be the end of this round. So much outgoing pressure from Spurs' team here. Such a good job compared to last round on that forward momentum. And they are just going to keep together, keep rolling that momentum, stay tight. And that looks like it might be GG. Oh, no, Spurs just dodging backwards, playing with their emotions. And there is the GG. There it is. Very, very good round.
maybe some extreme commentator curse going on there, but I would have thought that for that initial Scourge down, that there has to be support cooldowns available at that point. You must have glyphs, you must have transfuse, and I'm a little surprised that they didn't manage to get that res up for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, sometimes, especially in a tournament when everything is flying, everybody's freaking out, everybody's losing their mind, it just doesn't happen. Sometimes, both scourges are CC'd or one scourge is in the wrong position and doesn't communicate to the other one that they need to transfuse, or, there's, somebody doesn't connect the illusion right. It just happens sometimes. Sometimes there is a failure in the line of communication and it leads to, just not connecting where people think you should connect, which is rough. It's a rough one.
Yeah.
You hate to see it, but it is just something that happens in high pressure situations, right? I mean, we are here in the middle of a tournament, and they're in a tough spot, right? It's a situation where if you mess up your buttons, if you press the wrong thing, your team's gonna lose, and that makes it a lot harder to press the right thing. it's
Yeah.
it's really hard to land those to land those buttons, to land that support, those transfusions, those reses at the exact right time in the exact right place. Because the exact right time and the exact right place are often really high pressure situations. It's really tough to do consistently.
So 4 has demonstrated that they've got that dog in them. They stopped Gon's melee push at least one round here, but now their backs are against the wall here. This is, match point. So they gotta pull out a couple rounds here of very good play in order to turn this thing around.
Absolutely, and I would say, I mean, that situation favors Gone so massively for such a variety of reasons. I mean, obviously, it's just the first thing that comes to mind is Gone is looking so strong in this GVG, right? But the second thing that comes to mind is Gone is playing a lot less careful, right? They're playing a lot less strategically. They're more focused on let's hit the enemies and let's make them panic. And in situations like this, it's really easy to do panic. It's
Yeah.
really easy to start panicking when you're down 4-1, when your backs are against the wall. So I think this situation really favors Gone in a lot of ways, which may I may be cursing them. This might be a curse of Raw type beat, but I would love to see 4 pull something out right now. I definitely think they have the players, they have the composition to do so. It's just so hard. Gone's game plan seems so strong right now.
Well, some hard-hitting analytics coming out of Gone Squad Chat right now. Just keep winning and we win. So that is currently the mentality on Spurs' side right now.
Their gameplay shows it. That's exactly what I expect. Just keep winning and we win. Swing the steel chair, Spurs from the top rope. That's what we want to see. Stealth coming out from both sides. Gone messing up their stealth a little bit, it looks like, for managing to get a stealth opener here. It does look
Now, this
like
is going
the
to be a
Reaper is
problem.
going to be their single target. Spurs turning immediately into their stag, but taking a lot of pressure because of it. Spurs probably needs to dodge off here, seeing a lot of evade symbols when he does dodge off. And they are going to go for a regroup and then counter pressure
So
into the other
fractured
Reaper.
right now, though.
Both teams focusing a Reaper right now, doing a really good job of locking that Reaper down, but it does look like a Scourge is going to be the first down on Gon's side, and a lot of pressure going down on that Scourge. He is going to manage to get back up, not staying in downstate for too long, and the Virtuosos both going into stealth. Both teams targeting a Virtuoso, and both teams going into stealth on the Virtuoso. The Scourge from Gon's side going back into downstate, though. They're not going to be able to get this person back up, are they? 10%, 5%. It does look like the
No.
cleave is good. That is a kill for 4. They are going to be up 1 kill right now, but the driver going so low, Mias going so low, and they are going to take a lot of damage here going in on the aggressive, but they are going to come out on
Losing a
top, it looks
firebrand
like.
here now, too.
They are in a situation where Gon is
Immediately back
stuck.
up.
Gon seems stuck on them. Gon not doing that classic run forward that we've seen in other rounds, kind of playing a little more defensively. The
Losing
Firebrand
more
going into
people for it
downstate. The
here.
cleave is very good on
And
that. 30 stacks
converted.
of burn on that down. It
Renegade
is going to
down.
go down. Another person going into downstate, not going to get back up. And it looks like that
That's
is
got to be a
another
GG
round
right
for
there.
4. I cursed them. I cursed Spurs. It was me.
I don't know that it was you. I think they've identified the strategy in their squad chat, but just kind of failed to execute. I think what they meant to do was win, but in actuality they lost, which is a pretty big tactical error in my mind.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. If your goal is to win and you lose, that is usually the wrong outcome that you're not looking for. Something we saw in that round is Gon really didn't play very aggressively after that opener, right? We saw a lot of defensive movement from them, which we haven't seen in other rounds. We saw a lot of just trying to recover those down states, not really recovering them as fast as they needed to. And we saw a lot of outgoing pressure from 4, right? Mias really put the pedal to the metal in that round. They played really, really aggressively, really, really aggro right there. And I want to shout out a little bit of 4's squad chat right now. Somebody asking what the score is, and somebody replying, "Ignore the score, play the game." Love that for them. This is definitely a situation where you ignore the score, you focus on the gameplay, you try and chill out, you play the chillest music that you can, and you just focus and play your heart out. Because this is a situation that is winnable, right? This isn't a situation where you can't come back. There are always comebacks possible, especially in metagames like this.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really interesting here that, 4 has now shown that they can stop this push twice, and I wonder if there's just a little bit of doubt here on Gon's side of like, you've talked about I'm just going to hit him with the chair, but they got to be thinking that this is somebody who hits back, so we got to be a little careful here.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a situation where we could see that confidence start to get shaken. And if that confidence gets shaken, if they start moving too defensively, if they stop applying that pressure that we've seen so consistently, it could be something that we really struggle to see Gon finish out.
Timer currently 1:30 here, 10
10
seconds to go until
seconds
what
away.
could be match point, but we've been at match point a couple times here so far.
That's true. 2 to 4. 4 could still do it, and we are seeing 4's POV now. Oh, I see what the difference is. Para popped a wrench.
Of course, of course. How could it be so foolish?
Hera used a wrench, that extra 154 condition
This looks like
damage.
a cancel here, though. Maybe a DC or
Does look
something
like a
else.
cancel. Does look like a cancel.
Yeah, you're right.
I,
That wrench is making all the difference. Those extra stats, just that little bit harder spike. All the times we've seen someone at 5% in downstate, that's the thing that pushes it over the edge.
yeah, what I'd really like to see is a jump cast about face shroud 2. That would really help, I think. Oh yeah, the other instance, it looks like Tim is at 1 and Nice is at 3. Always good to catch up on the other instance. Wonder how that GVG is going. Wonder how our compatriots casting the second stream are doing. We are going to see stealth coming out from both teams here. 030 was the timer. Both teams going into stealth, taking pretty defensive lines. It looks like not sure. Oh, I lied. Gon is going so aggressively into the enemy territory, and they are going to get a lot of outgoing pressure here, but nothing really solidly connected on single target. Does look like there is going to be a lot of pressure going out onto Gon's side, though, on the opener. The Renegade getting pulled in and going into downstate on 4 stack, though. Really tough situation. Is he going to get back up? He does get transfused, and the hand res is good. A lot of outgoing pressure coming out from Gon. The other Renegade getting very, very stuck on the middle of their stack, though. They're not going to turn in
Firebrand's
single
getting
targeted.
low here.
Gon moving so
2
defensively right
downs.
now, and 4 moving so aggressively, just pushing over and over again. A lot of pressure on that downstate. A lot of
They do get
enemy
that Firebrand up.
sort of scrambling right now. Not really what we're used to seeing from Gon. And they are going to be targeting that core elementalist. A lot of pressure going out on the core elementalist. Pill's doing a good job of evading enemy targeting, but eventually the virtuoso spike
Still
is
getting
going to catch up
focused
to him,
here.
and he is going to go into downstate. No, he's not. I lied.
Just
The enemy
barely
team
gets
is going to
top
have
left.
somebody going to downstate. Hypno's going to downstate and full dying. No, not what you want to see on Foresight right now. So close to being able to kill Pills right there, but Hypnos being the one that dies instead. Such an unfortunate situation. 4 now taking a lot of pressure here, but pushing really, really aggressively, going really, really aggro. Gon taking a ton of pressure right here. The core alley getting
Focusing the alley
CC'd
again,
away. This
downstate.
could be a missed situation. He is going to miss back to stack. Are they going to get the hand res? This is going to be a really good point to spike on. Really solid
Yeah.
connection of spike right there, but he is going to get
But
back
there's
up,
the
and the
push.
hand res is good. A lot of pressure coming out from 4. Look at how long this push is, and they are going to start moving pretty defensively. Gon coming in with the counter push here. Really good connection on the counter push. That's 2 downstates on 4 side. 1 is going to get back up. 2 is going to get back up, and this is not a situation they can maintain without getting some kind of counter pressure out right now. Another 3-person pull coming out from Gon's side right now. Really solid connection from the Reapers, and they are going to be staying on this core elementalist right now, but there is not a lot of damage going out onto the core alley. Not a lot of AoE pressure going out on Gon's side. They are going to swap targets, but it's going to get stealthed. Huge disruption of pressure as another downstate on 4 side. 2 downstates on 4 side now. The POV that we're watching even going into downstate, or that we were watching, I should say, 3 downstates from 4, 4 downstates from 4. That is going to be the round for Gon, and the GVG looks like 5-2. A brutal last round. So close on that first down, right? I mean, it is seconds away from the other team having a downstate right there. Pills and Hypnos basically made eye contact across the field, and Pills gave Hypnos a little wink as he, had evade frames, and Hypnos didn't, and Hypnos just went straight into downstate. Very unfortunate. Hate to see it, but really, really solid gameplay from Gone right there.
And that's really what a lot of these come down to. If you disrupt even one of the primary condition cleansers on that enemy team, it becomes so much harder to claw your way back. So it might just be like, oh, it's one person in 14, but if it's that core Ellie, or if it's a Scourge who's able to control some of those transfuses, it has just an outsized impact on your overall squad.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, oh, man, that was such a heartbreaker. It was so close for four. Honestly, you hate to see it, but I have to give it to Gon. They played so well. They stuck to their strategy really well, and they did a good job of even moving defensively in those rounds. Right? I mean, in the later part of that GVG, they started moving a little bit more defensively. Sort of playing a little bit more cautiously. Kind of taking their time a little bit more than they were in the other GVG or in the earlier rounds, and it was a little shaky for them. But in that last round, they really executed on it. Right?
Yeah, I mean, Spurs taking a really well-rounded approach here of showing that, barring anything else, he's just going to get as aggressive as possible. But then if he's being punished for that, if that enemy group shows that they've got a good counter bomb, he's like, all right, I can play defensively too. I can take that angle as well. Let's see how you handle this, and just kind of keeping people on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And it looks like the next GVG in this instance is going to be 4 versus Inge, which is going to be Mias versus Drew, it looks like.
Before going right back into it, really kind of playing with a chip on their shoulder here. Hopefully, Inge is ready for that mentally, because I think you're going to see a lot of aggressive gameplay out of four here after wrapping up those previous rounds.
I mean, definitely. I think it's really interesting to think about kind of the different strategies at play here, right? I mean, Inge is kind of how 4 was playing before the last GVG, a little bit more taking their time, a little bit more trying to get those picks and then push on to them. But we should be seeing quite a bit of aggression, I think, from 4 in this UVG if they're going to try and take that same energy into this, right, as they did in the last one. This should be pretty interesting, though. I'm pretty excited, and I think we should be good to start in just a minute. We could maybe pop in, check the second instance, see how that GVG is going. Are they still going, even?
I believe so, but I think that round was also pretty close, so we might be on last match here if they are still going.
We are. All right, let's take a gander. 4-1. All right. Nice. Looking really good. Looking to close this out. Tim's team struggling here against Nice. Wowie doing a good job. Pretty curious as to how it's been going. Yeah, I'm pretty interested to see exactly how these different playstyles are going to match up against each other, because I mean, it's crazy to say, but we've only had a week of play, and each team has kind of sort of crafted their own playstyle that they're each playing to, right? We were seeing a really different approach from a lot of these teams, and as this tournament is going on, that approach is developing uh very, very differently for each team. I mean, we saw for the way they were playing those later rounds was a lot different than how they were playing those early rounds in that last GVG. And I'm sure we're gonna see a difference in future GVGs as well.
Yeah, and also for people who didn't catch the actual draft stream last week, this is a GVG draft, so there's a mix of experience levels in each of these groups. You have some people who are very familiar with GVG, and you have some people who might only be doing it for first, second, third time. So the ability of the commanders of these squads and the other players in these squads to have basically just a week to get ready for this tournament is really impressive from a collaboration and overall skill level.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, these teams have come together so well in just a week, right? I mean, there's tons of new players on every team. Everybody has less experienced players. Um, Just typing in game here real quick. I apologize for interrupting myself. All right. Shout outs
Ooh, am I
to.
ready? I'm ready. I got a ready check.
Excellent. Very good. Very good. Yeah, I mean, it looks like we are good to go in the main instance. Sorry to the fans at home, we didn't get to see anything happen in the second instance. If you want to check out that GVG, make sure you go over to Callus's stream. He is also going to be looking at that. But we are going to go into it over here. It looks like they're getting ready to call a timer any second now. Um, what are you expecting from this? I mean, these are two strong teams. I would venture to say Inge is looking like the strongest team right now. What do you think is going to play out here, Chef?
I think that people kind of sleep on the mental aspect of GVGs, and I think that Four is definitely playing with a chip on their shoulder right now after getting so close to taking Gon down. And I think that they're going to be able to leverage that successfully here. I think that they're going to be able to mix things up. I think they're playing hotter right now just because those matches were so close. And I think they're going to be able to keep it competitive.
All right. I mean, I would love to see it. I mean, from my POV, I think I really like the balanced way that Inge has been playing. Something I do want to shout out is uh, Drew is really good at playing aggression. That is something that we have seen previously in the general GVG scene. Is Inc was a guild that had a couple different times where they were playing really, really aggressively, right? And it's something that he's very comfortable doing. So when it's time to go aggressive, 0:30 is the timer. We are 1 minute away from starting. He has no problems going for it, right? It is absolutely something he's very, very comfortable doing.
We've been able to see him switch on that on a dime too, because it's not just about aggression, aggression, aggression. I'm going to push until people in my squad start going down. But it's also about recognizing when you have an opportunity to push in melee, and when you can take advantage of that, and when it's smarter to kind of bide your time, wait for those cooldowns to come back.
Absolutely. I mean, any moment when you're, I guess, gaining efficiency over the other group is the best way to look at it, right? If you're, dodging their spike when they're trying to move aggressively, or if you're moving aggressively when they're not dodging your spike, those are kind of the ways that, you can view it in a vacuum. Every time you move successfully, you make the correct of those two choices, you gain advantage over the enemy. And in this kind of metagame, I mean, you make two good movements and they make two bad movements, it's real hard to come back. And here we go. Really aggressive reveals coming out from Inge's side, and that is going to be the reveal connecting onto them. That is going to be a
Immediate
really solid
down, but
single
they're
target
trading it.
connection. Both downs going down immediately and getting back up. It looks like, wow, both teams having a crazy opener on single targets there, but both teams getting back up immediately. It looks like Matsu getting pretty pressured here at range, but they are going to go in very, very aggressive. Para going into downstate here. The Reaper on Force side struggling to stay alive. Really, really good aggression for the enemy team. That he's not going to get back up. No res utility on him. It does look like they do land something. I'm not sure what that was. Maybe a transfusion. Another down coming down from Inge. That is a firebrand on their side. Really good pressure
And
coming
Inch
out from
getting a little
Fort here.
fractured here too, kind of spreading off tag. But
Absolutely, Inge going into downstate. Three people right now, but all three of them getting back up here. Are they going to be able to turn this single target back around? They are going to turn back around physically, but are they going to be able to turn the rest of the round
Scourge
back around?
getting focused here, getting really low.
Not
Into
a.
downstate
Oh
here
my
too.
God! 5 downstates. Oh my God! 3 of them get back up. 4 of them get back up. One person still in downstate on Force side. This is a Oh, they all get back up, Chef. Nobody
And a
is dead
huge
on
pull.
Force
There's a
side with
conversion.
6 downstates, and they are going to push back in. 1 down from Inge right now. Not getting back up. 2 downs right now. They are going to get the rally on their illusions in
Wow, what an
3 seconds. The
insane
illusions at
swing.
1 second. They do get the rally on it, and it's good. Inge is going to lose this round after getting 6 downstates on Force side. Oh my God. What was this round? There's no way to come back from this. That is
That is
everything
that is
right
the
there.
craziest round we've seen so far today, for
That was
sure. Both
nonsense.
sides just pure aggression.
What was that? Whoa. Holy crap.
So
That
four
was
four coming off of fighting Gone, watching them go, oh, need downstate, but watch me push, and really just, taking it to the next level, like, oh, I have 6 downs, big whoop. I'm gonna spike you harder.
6 downstates at one point and just coming directly back. Oh my God. That was crazy. Wow. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was a really, really insane situation. I mean, I don't even want to call it a comeback. It was just really, really clean usage of every res utility they had, right? Every res
Yeah.
utility they had connected on every single person plus a hand res, you know? I
And we
mean,
saw res utilities go out on that very first engage where they both got downstate. So I have to think that that res utility was probably the instant that transfuse came back up the second time.
oh yeah, I'm pretty sure that is the case. Yeah, I mean, that was the stars aligning, right? Um, And you want to talk about mental aspects of GVG, that is a devastating round to lose. Getting that many downs, feeling that confident, especially because they were moving aggressively right after those downs got generated, and just nothing coming out of it, right? 130 is next time or 1 minute away. The mental damage from that can be insane. But at the same time, you're probably telling yourself, listen, we got 6 downs, we just play a little bit better and we get more, right? Or we convert those 6 downs. Something happens after we generate those downs. We just got to put ourselves in that situation again and play a little bit better, connect these downs a little bit better.
Yeah.
It's just so hard to do again.
I mean, I'm not going to say I told you so because it's only one round, but I think you can definitely see that, Four is playing like a group that knows that they can outspike some of the most aggressive groups in the tournament right now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the other thing I want to talk about is how crazy that opener was, right? The opener on both sides was so fast. The Mesmer DPS just connecting so cleanly on both of their opening targets, and that transfusion happening so quickly. This is going to be stealth blast coming out from both sides. We are going to see the Reaper POV, and I'm telling you, once Para put that utility on, Four is a new team born again from the ashes of more condition damage. We are going to see them moving into the middle of the arena here, taking the veil, double taking the veil. Both teams double taking veil. Doesn't look like anybody's going to get single target revealed. Warrior on Inja's side getting single targeted here. A lot of pressure going out on the Warrior. A lot of CZ going out on the Warrior. Doesn't look like a lot of counter pressure coming out from Inj quite
One
yet. There
down
it is.
already for
Going
Ingear,
in.
getting the
Going
spellbreaker out.
into stealth, the Firebrand going into downstate as well, it looks like, and a lot of single target pressure coming out from Foreside. A lot of AoE pressure coming out from Foreside right now. They're moving very aggressively and then move defensively out of the winds. Probably not a good play there, but they are going to try and put pedal to the metal again, going in again, single targeting that Warrior. A lot of huge pressure on the Spellbreaker. Matsu going into downstate here on Foreside, but going to get right back up, still having that transfusion. One more transfusion on Foreside, but they are going to be out of transfusion on Inge's side. A lot of pressure. Inge moving very defensively, trying to back up, trying to generate that space. A lot of outgoing pressure coming out from Four, though. Trading spaces, sort of waiting, setting up that vert spike, and it looks like they are going to be targeting the Firebrand, pushing in really aggressively, but Matsu still getting single targeted and going to downstate here. Does get stealth, really good stealth coming out from the Scrapper right there onto Matsu, and another down going down on Inja's side. That is going to be the Renegade, and that is going to be maybe their last res utility. I'm not quite sure right there. That might have been a hand res, and it does look like they are going to swap single target back to the
The
Spellbreaker, locking the
spellbreaker's still
Spellbreaker down
never been
out of
healthy
stack.
into
They are going
downstate.
to push it into downstate. It is going into stealth, but he's going back into their stack, and he gets pulled back into their stack again for the fourth time
This
in
is
this
two
GVG,
down tier
and
one
that is going to
conversion.
be a full kill on Inja's side
That
and
is Zeus
Four.
down specifically, so they are driverless right now.
Yeah, this is going to be a very difficult situation for Inge to come back from. Mias just pushing on the aggression here, kind of taking advantage of the fact that they're
Daredevil
looking a
getting
little
low
bit
now,
disorganized.
Firebrand
2
getting low.
downs, maybe even 3 downs here from Inge's side. This is going to be a rough situation to come back from. These 2 kills are basically all but confirmed. They are going to
Completely
land res
isolated in
utility
the
there.
backline there, yeah.
It does look like that is
That
a
looks like
wrap
GVG.
on the round. That is a tough situation. Really interesting round, honestly. This is not what I expected. This is a little bit of a commentator's curse situation. It seems like.
Well, for
I
you.
thought Inge was coming in hot.
Spellbreaker, not something we've really seen in a lot of these comps so far. Can you kind of walk through what the role of that Spellbreaker is? I'm seeing, Winds of Disenchantment going off. Do they think that they're playing in 2018, or are there viable reasons to bring a Spellbreaker in 2024?
So Spellbreaker is a bit of a contentious topic right now. There are a lot of people that really firmly believe in support Spellbreaker at the moment. And there are a lot of people that really firmly believe that Spellbreaker is a grief class at the moment as well. There's really strong opinions on both sides of the argument. In open field, a lot of people are playing 1 to 2, celestial immobilized spellbreakers on EU. We're not seeing it quite as much on NA. I would say in this type of situation, it's not something I would personally slot. I feel as though other things are higher value, especially when you're looking at utility builds. I mean, considering you have Renegade in the metagame right now, you have the option of bringing maybe even an extra Burn Guard, an extra Reaper. It's a tough sell for me personally. I do know that there are a couple different viable Spellbreaker builds and a couple different viable ways to play it. I mean, Winds is good. You can take it for the banner. Banner is obviously a huge skill in rounds like this. Having that that stomp option or that res option can be massive. It can be a massive way to come back from a really big detriment. But the big thing is it's really hard to get consistent value out of, right? It's something that you definitely always get something out of, like the class as a whole. But the peak of it, you're not always going to get value out of, right? You're not always going to land a really good wins. You're not always going to land a really good banner.
Yeah, and we are seeing them run wins specifically over banner, maybe because it's a little difficult to use banner of tactics in a transfuse environment because downstates are moving all over the place.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he does have Banner of Tactics on, but I think you meant the Elite Banner,
Battle
probably.
standard,
Yeah,
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 yeah, yeah, of course.
They're all banners at the end of the day.
True, 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 true. They're all wood with cloth on top.
Big
That's what
stick on the
matters.
ground, et
Yeah,
cetera,
yeah.
et cetera.
It's like a circle around him or something. Who knows? Oh man, wow. 4 playing out of their mind. They are locked in at the moment. I am so impressed with the difference in how they are playing now to how they were playing before. I mean, this is a situation where Inge was looking like the strongest guild in the tournament 2 GVGs ago, right? I mean, they were just in a situation where, they're looking unstoppable. They're looking like they have, a lot of this figured out. And going into this GVG, they're down 0-2, Sheff. I mean, they're not in a situation where they're comfortable at all.
A strong streamer bias, but I agree with my Twitch chat right now. I think 4 is locked in mentally right now, and there's such a big mental component to finding the resilience to play through losses in GVGs that I think they really hold an advantage right now.
Absolutely. And I mean, we are 30 short seconds away to seeing if they can carry this momentum forward further. Here we go. I am so excited to see if 4 can carry this momentum. I mean, honestly, that first round, probably one of the best comebacks I've ever seen in any GVG round. 6 downstates into a win is absolutely insane. So I would love to see what they can do in these rounds. Let's go. Going back to the stairs this time, pretty defensive stealth coming out from 4's side. Not a lot of aggression, not trying to land those, offensive reveals. So they are going to take the Veil. Looks like they're going to go for the double take. They are going to get the single target. It does not go back into stealth, so they're going to get a really clean opener there. The Firebrand going straight into downstate, and he is going to full die, maybe? It does look like they're not going to get it back up. That is a full... Oh my god, Inge is dying all over the place. 3 people going into downstate, but getting right back up, but another Reaper getting pulled right back into their stack, getting right back up again, going into stealth. Really good stealth gameplay coming out from Inge right now. They do need a lot of forward momentum, though. They need to get this downstate. They need to get their single target. A lot more pressure than they are right now. Mias going low. Hypnos going low into downstate right now. It does get back up, but Mias going down 3 downs right now from 4. 3 downs, not to be deterred by that. They are going to get up. It does look like that is illusion, so they are in a rough spot. They need to generate a kill, but they're Druid going into downstate. They need to get a kill. They need to get their single target. They need to rally these illusions. This illusion is going down in 3 seconds, 2 seconds. They are going to be 3 down on 4 side in just 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 2 downs right there. The driver going into downstate, and they are going to get back up, but the third illusion is going to stay in downstate for a few more seconds. But one person going down from Inge. It looks like the Virtuoso is struggling to stay alive right here.
Do get
he
it,
is
but
going
they
to
trade a Firebrand for it.
Pretty hard cleaved right now, and they are not going to get away from that scot-free. A lot of outgoing pressure right now, but they try and run away. The Renegade going into downstate from the Virtuoso spike. 4 are going to be able to get hand res that as well. 4 is out of res utility, but they are still getting these hand reses. They are still getting these downs up, and they are getting a lot of outgoing pressure here.
2 Firebrands low here, 1 in a
downstate. I do not see Inge coming back from this. If 4 manages to get a clean push onto this, and Inge is going defensive right now. 4 pushing over and over again, pedal to the metal. They looks like they reverse that. They go backwards. Somebody getting caught out in front. The Renegade, it looks like, going really, really low right here, but managing to get back to stack. They swap single target to the Scrapper. A lot of outgoing pressure on the Scrapper, but Inge's Scourge going low. The Thief going downstate in Africa. Looks like Worat's going out to res it. Both people getting back up, getting back to their stack, but that person
They did
just
not get that second
not
scourge, so Inge
quite
down
getting
2 now.
back up, and a Virtuoso going down from 4, but getting right back up immediately. It looks like Inge is set to lose this round. They just can't find a kill. They can't get these people to stay into downstate for more than 3 or 4 seconds. A lot of outgoing pressure coming out from Inge, but 4 is going to push into it, is going to get really good connection on their single target, a Firebrand this time, but the single target isn't even the
There's
one that goes
2
down.
more down.
The other Firebrand going into downstate, a lot
They
of
still
hope.
got both of them up, though.
Ignoring it and running into their stack, just blatantly taking a page out of Spurs' book, and then going again for their stack after this downstate. Inge is just struggling to stay in it, and this is going to
They're
be the
not gonna be
round
able to
almost
stay in this
certainly.
anymore.
That is a wrap.
Worth noting, Inge played basically that entire round down a Firebrand, which is very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, that was absolutely hectic. That was a very interesting situation. I mean, it's the type of situation where you kind of expect a lot of people to be in a situation where sorry, I said in a situation twice. In a situation where you can't really get a kill. And you expect them to start panicking, and that's sort of what we saw, right? I mean, Inge got the downstates. They got a lot of people into downstate really consistently, but they just didn't kill any of them. You know, there's just so
Yeah.
many situations where they just could not finish them.
I mean, I know from my perspective, and granted, this is an open field commander, not as a GVG commander, but that feeling that you have when you call for first spike and you're like, okay, I'm going to spike, I'm going to see downs, I can push off those downs, I can generate momentum, and you call your spike and nothing happens, is so demoralizing because you have to reevaluate everything you thought about how that fight was going to go from then on.
Absolutely. I mean, from a commander POV, right? When you call spike the single target and the single target just doesn't die, what do you do besides call spike the single target again, right? I mean, there's a lot of situations and a lot of different options that get weighed just because you can or cannot kill the single target, right?
Yeah. So 4 up 3-0 here now. If you take nothing else from these rounds, take this. Use your wrenches, people.
True. Yeah. The second pair of pop bat wrench for on a hot streak right now. Yeah, I mean, I would love to know what's going on in Inge's comms. I would love to know exactly what they're thinking, right? What do you think they should change? What comes to mind for you when you think we're down 3-0, you know, we have what we have. What do you think they could play with in these types of situations?
Well, I can tell you at least from Inge's squad chat, which is what I have available, it's still a discussion on here's the strategy for the next round, here's the specific stuff that we're going to work on. So, I really think given that they've been practicing for a week, they've built the comp they want, um, they're probably just going to try and stick to the plan that they had and execute on that because it's what they've got familiarity with. I feel like if I were commanding this, I'd be talking about let's just make sure we're executing, let's make sure we're playing well, because these kind of fights aren't coming down to any individual moment. It's just an overall plan of execution. And I think if you remind people just calm down, play to what you know to play, and let's make sure we're synced and on the same page, we can turn this thing around. We don't have to do anything crazy. We don't have to switch strategies. We don't have to do anything like this. Let's just focus on the fundamentals and turn this around.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a completely reasonable way to think. And that is what I would expect them to be thinking, honestly, is just we have our game plan. We know it can work if we play well, and we know it can work against teams that are very, very strong. So let's just focus on executing it, right? They're probably not in a situation where they can make too many radical changes, especially, you're down 3-0. They do have hope in these rounds. It's not like they're rolls. They really just need to try and put themselves in a situation where uh they're not letting 6 downstates get up, right?
And it's worth noting this is a team that was 5-3 in round one against Gone and 5-1 against him, so they can win, but let's see if they can find a way to do it here.
Absolutely, and again, pretty aggressive stealth phase coming out from them in regards to where their revealers are going. Four going really, really aggro here, veiling in the center of the stage right now. Single target getting revealed. Renegade on Inge's side, going to be opened on by those Virtuosos, going down to 50%, but that right of the Great Dwarf keeping him alive, keeping him sustained. He is going to go down to 5%, 10%, but somebody's going down on Inge's side. The Virtuoso counter pressured straight onto him, and he is going to get right back up at 10% health. Really good res from the Scourge. Defensive movement coming out from Four, offensive movement coming out from Inge. Both Virtuoso teams just looking to make that counter pressure, but the Reaper on Inge's side getting hugely pressured going into downstate right now. Really good single target from Four. That is going to be the transfusion and the res. Really solid res gameplay from Inge right now. They are going to be going back into downstate though. The really good stealth gameplay from the Scrappers, and another down. The Virtuoso going back into downstate on Four side. Downstates on both sides consistently, not getting back up quickly enough. Is this going to get hand res? They are going to get a lot of single target pressure on this. Massive spike coming out. This is 5 downstates with no res utility. This is not going to be a comeback story, Sheff. This is going to be murder in the streets. That is a wrap for that round in showing they are not out of this GVG yet.
Yeah, their squad UI at that point completely unbothered. Nobody below 90% or so. I'm also hearing from Twitch chat that I, as a non-native French speaker, have been pronouncing fur wrong. It is fur and not for.
Listen,
I'd like to apologize to all of my French viewers. I am just an ignorant man from the Midwest.
listen, even if I say fur, I'm still going to be saying it wrong because it's probably Fior or something like that. So you know, I'm gonna be an ignorant American unless somebody can guide me through the pronunciation. Unless we can do a little bit of a French lesson, maybe get like a phonetic, typing of it. I would love to pronounce it correctly, but I am a stupid ignorant American.
The
So
Veridian hates French people confirmed. I'm just reading chat. That is not respective or representative of the views that this streamer holds. I'm just reading other people's opinions, but
the person whose opinion you did read is just like Glass Cups earlier, both a Firebrand main and a known liar and thief as well. So just putting that out there. This Twitch streamer is reading known liar commentary from the community. I didn't want to say it, but I feel like I have to defend myself. I'm backed into a corner right now.
you associate with a lot of like thieves and liars in your personal life, huh?
How do you know I associate with them? These are just randoms in Twitch chat.
These appear to be people that you know very well.
I've never met these people. I don't know what you're saying. There's 10 seconds to the next round. If only we had time to discuss this. I've never met these people in my
Yeah,
life.
we should get back on topic here, I guess.
Yeah, 3 seconds away. Oh, cancel? Looks like.
A food break. You know what? I'm going in for food.
Yeah, hey.
I'm
Get that
hungry.
damage reduction.
There's a banner down here too.
Yeah, this is definitely a situation where they decide to re-up on food. Understandable. I mean, these GVGs are going longer than a lot of people thought they would, honestly. I mean, we've wrapped up a ton of GVGs already.
Dude, I'm hungry. Leave me alone. Veridian, while we wait for this round to start back up, let me hit you with a hard-hitting analytics question. You need to eat one of those ascended foods in real life. Which one are you eating and why?
Probably a peppercorn crusted sous vide steak. That sounds amazing.
I think I would make exactly the same choice.
That just sounds like a really good steak to me. I don't know.
I do think there's probably something to be said for like a fruit salad with mint garnish, but honestly, one of the downsides of the Condi meta is that if you had to play a condition class in real life, I think you would get tired of soup so fast. Anyway, we're stealthing here.
And as we transition from soup talk to round talk, we are going to get stealth coming out from both sides right now. Remind me to talk about stealth phase one more time and invulns and what they mean in the stealth phase.
Of course.
So we are going to see some pretty offensive gameplay from Inge right here, going really, really hard into the enemies. We are going to see this really solid single target connection, but it is going to get transfused to the back of the stack and get stealth. It is probably going to get back up, but another down going in on the front right there. Scrapper and Renegade going to downside. Huge pressure coming out from Inge right now. They're just playing really, really aggressive, getting that pressure on that single target. Doesn't look like their single target is getting nearly as pressured, I say, as he almost goes into downstate, but does get stealth. This is going to be Hypnos into downstate right now on their team, down to 5% health, but gets back up to the hand res, and Inge is going to have it down, but it's also going to get back up. Huge pressure coming out from both sides right now, but massive advantage, it looks like, 4-4 off that engage.
Firebrand
but they
getting
are
lower
going to
too.
disengage really, really good reset here from both teams. They are going to get the pull
Scourge
into their
down
stack.
again.
The Scourge going into downstate. They don't have a transfusion to get this out.
That's
This
going to
is
be a
gonna
hard one to recover
really,
for
really
them.
hard res. They are going for the hand res. Are they going to be able to get it up? 2 downs going down from 4. Another down going down from
They
Inge.
still
Getting
haven't
back up.
gotten
They
him.
are going to get
They're
that hand res. The
finally
hand res is
gets it.
good. Both teams still have 15 players, but he goes
But
back into
immediately
downstate.
goes back down.
Almost certainly going to die right now. Another down coming down from Inge. The Renegade going into downstate on his own road. Going to try and restabilize here, getting back up with
Losing a
25
Renegade
vuln
here
and
now,
going
too.
right back in to downstate. Gonna get hand resed again. Really good situation for 4. All they need to do right now is get this down and kill it, and that should be the round for them. This is not a situation that Inge can come back from, in my opinion. I say immediately as the Virtuoso goes into downstate away from stack, it does look like they are gonna get the kill. Another down, maybe? No, very, very close.
If you're
Duhog
gonna
going
come
down
back,
to
you got to
10%
do it
health.
now.
This is not a situation you want to over-aggress in as 4. This is a situation where you don't want your driver going into downstate in the middle of the enemy stack. They are going to get the hand res. Another down from Inge right now. The Thief going into downstate. Not a lot they can do to get this back. They're out of res utility. They're going to have to go for the hand res. Really big offensive pressure coming out from 4. This is almost certainly the round now, despite having lost Hypnos, despite having lost Virtuoso. This is 2 full dead from Inge right now. Not a situation that would be super easy to come back from, but if they do get another solid single target connection right now, the Scrapper on Inge's side going very, very low. Legendary Conqueror of Ceres, Legendary Conqueror of Downstate, more like it. He is going into Downstate and staying there. I'm not sure he's going to be able to get back up. The single target, really, really good from 4's side. The Firebrand going into Downstate now. They're staying on it. They're just staying on top of the Firebrand, continually pressuring it. Both teams going for a reset right now. Inge going to be the first one to engage on this re-engage. Solid single target pressure from Inge right now on the Scrapper. Really, really good pressure. The Scrapper putting itself into stealth, though, and the other Firebrand going into down. That is going to be
and
the
this
round.
should be about this at this point.
You
have to say, Inge for being down 1, 2, even 3 players at sometimes in the last 2 rounds is playing out of their minds despite being down that advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both of these teams are playing very, very well, right? This is a situation where we are wanting to see, that big offensive pressure from both teams, and we are, right? I mean, Inge is absolutely slapping in regards to the amount of damage they're putting out, but they just can't stop 4 from rezzing people over and over again, right? They're getting so many hand rezzers. They're doing such a good job of dragging people back up from downstate. And they're getting that defensive gameplay really, really, really clean. The big thing I'm seeing here in these rounds is that they just can't get the kills. I mean, besides Hypnos in that round, right, who is really, really far away from stack, they just couldn't get any of those downstates, fully confirmed. One of the reasons you really want to be running Thief right now, if you are playing Thief, is playing around that elite stomp. I'd love to see more stomps coming out from Inge's side. I really feel like getting more stomps could kind of shake this this rut they're in, where they're generating downs, but they're not getting kills, right? And that's kind of something that you really want to, sort of combat with Thief.
Yeah, and when you're out of the res utility, you're out of your glyphs, you're out of your signets, you're out of your IOL, you're out of transfuse. If you can just apply enough pressure on that down to let the stomp channel, then you're good. You don't have to worry about the conversion. You just have to defend it for a couple seconds.
Yeah,
but you were going to mention something about the stealth game before we got kicked off on this this next round quick.
Right, okay. So, something I wanted to mention, next timer is 4:30. So, a very viable way to play in stealth, and I am revealing some secret sauce right now. Elitist toxic GVGers don't want you to know this. If you use an invuln and venoms hit you, the venoms will be consumed, so the reveals become blockable. So what we're seeing from Four's side, from Fier's side, is their driver is walking in front of the group and pressing the elite invuln to absorb the venom hits so that Aegis can block the reveals for the rest of his group. This is a very consistent way to make it through the reveal phase without getting revealed. Although it also just makes it a neutral engage, right? It doesn't give you advantage, but it does take the advantage away from the enemy very, very consistently. So we're seeing them utilize that. And see, if you look on their side right now, you see the enemy commander sort of walk in front, press renewed focus, and then they start moving, right? Yeah, so pretty interesting. Kind of another layer of that reveal phase. And, they are going to get the reveal on the Virtuoso. Virtuoso is being a single target. Kintosh running in front and pressing Sword 2. And going into stealth with Massive is nice. Massive is from Kintosh there. Really, really good way to peel there. Another stealth going down from the single target. Four really struggling to get any single targets right now. They're getting stealth repeatedly. Really, really good stealth
It's a
coverage from
huge
Inge right now.
disengage here.
And a really solid engage from the from the Virtuosos on Ninja's side, though. And the Reaper is not going to manage to get away here entirely. He is going to keep kiting, though. Really good movement from this Reaper, but he is going to go down to range pressure. Are they going to be able to get the kill?
Got
No,
a
the hand
Firebrand
res
down
is
there as
good, but
well.
the Firebrand getting pulled and going to downstate. The driver going down from 4, though, he is going to manage to get back up. Really, really solid counter pressure coming out from Inge right now. Inge going to be moving pretty aggressively here, but the Reaper going back into downstate. Are they going to be able to get him back up? It doesn't look like it. 10% health, 12% health. Another down going down from Inge. This does not look like a situation they want to be in. They need to get this counter pressure. They need to get a downstate going out, but they just can't kill anybody. It looks like another person going into downstate for them. The Renegade going 20%, 30%. He is going
This
to
is the
maybe
point
get
where a
hand
stomp
res,
would
it
be
looks like, but
good.
no, it's not going to connect.
There's the
Inge
conversion.
just can't get a kill, it looks like, and they just keep going into downstate. This isn't a situation that they want to be in, but they could still come back from this. This is a situation where they really need to focus on the single target. They really need to focus on some offensive movement after they reset here, but they aren't going to get the opportunity for just putting on the gas. Inge going into downstate here, 2 downs, 3 downs. It looks like that might be the round right there. Not sure they're going to be able to come back from this. This is okay. All right. They don't get any of the full kills that I thought they were going to get, but Inge now going into downstate again with the Renegade. A lot of defensive movement coming out here from Inge, and the Renegade going back into downstate for the 3rd time in a row, getting close to red downstate penalty. 4th time in a row, maybe. I think this might be a full dead, and there it is, the crack from
Yeah,
Inge.
there's the pop.
So much outgoing pressure, right? I mean, we saw a lot of situations there where more Inge people survived than we thought would, right? I mean, they only had 2 full deads earlier in that round, which is crazy considering so many of them went down. But that is not a situation you can come back from, right? I mean, once you get so much time moving defensively, it's just so hard to come back. For winning the GVG, sorry, Fior winning the GVG 5-1. That was absolutely crazy. Very, very exciting. Kind of interesting to see this mix of results. I mean, I don't think going into that GVG, a lot of people would have thought that Inge, had the potential to win that. But I mean, we see now we're in a situation where it's not something that was too hard for 4, right? I mean, they 5-1's a pretty monstrous score.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to necessarily, claim that I had the read of it, but
Of course, yeah, you would never do something as egotistical as that. That would be crazy.
no. Well, I know from spending a lot of time on GVG teams that aren't necessarily at the pinnacle of their gameplay and are having to grind out wins, that you definitely get yourself into a frame of mind sometime where you're like, yeah, we're down and we don't have anything to lose by playing aggressive. And I think Fur kind of got into that mindset where they're like, we played Gone close. We know that we can win some of those rounds. Let's, get reset and keep that level of gameplay. And they did.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, fantastic play from Fior right there. I love to see it. I love to see that, that focus come out, right? And something I want to point out is just how much damage these burn guards are doing on that team. They did such a good job of pressuring the enemy, right? It was so high in damage, just so consistently, which I think is what a lot of these teams are lacking. I mean, the burn guard pressure just goes crazy when they play well, right? But it's a little bit hard to get over that initial hump of just getting a lot of damage out of your class. And it
Yeah.
looks like we are getting set up for the next GVG. I'm not quite sure who that is going to be. It looks like Nice is in the arena.
Well, and as they get set up, maybe you can walk me through kind of like what the role of an individual Condi player is in a squad. Because my impression of Condi was that the more people who you have running it, the better it gets. It's kind of like a force multiplier when you have everyone to do it at the same time. So you've got Condi spread across Firebrand, across Scourge, across Reaper. And is it a case of, having those Firebrands maximize their damage by really picking a good window and going for it? Or is it just as soon as you've got that spike damage combo up, just roll as many Condis as you can to keep pressure on?
I would say a lot of it is about constant pressure. Um, speaking from the individual perspective and the overall compositional perspective, a lot of this metagame or any sort of condition based metagame is about a couple things. One thing you're looking for is condition diversity, right? You're trying to bring as many unique conditions as consistently as you can, which is basically the entire reason that Reaper is good, right? Um, you have Torment, which is fairly unique from Renegade and from Scourge. You also have Renegade bringing slow with Sharpo 4, which is a fairly unique condition if you're not playing, like time warps or anything like that. You have Reaper bringing bleed and chill and a lot of vuln. You have and blind and some cripple and really a lot of things. Really, there's a lot of poison. There's a lot of condies coming from the Reaper, right? And then all of this kind of works in conjunction with each other to cover that burn guard damage, right? To really enable those burn guards to do a lot of consistent damage. But at the same time, burn guard also works to deal a lot of or to cover a lot of those other conditions as well, right? Burn guard has such crazy reapplication that it eventually gets to a point where burn in and of itself can act as a cover condition. There's just so many situations where you see people with 30 plus stacks of torment, and that starts really doing some serious damage, right?
Yeah, it kind of does two things at once, where it's that cover conditions aspect, where, cover boons is when you're applying other boons on top of important stuff like stability or resistance so that it doesn't get stripped. Where cover condies is just applying a bunch of junk on top of the condi stacks that matter, like you're burning in your torment. But also, if you think about a lot of the condition clears, they'll do things like clear to one or two conditions. And if the only condition you have on you is burning, then a condition clear is going to hit burning. But if you clear three conditions and you're covered in just a bunch of junk, like slow and vol and all this other kind of stuff, then your odds of hitting the stuff that actually matters is a lot lower.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the big thing is what you're describing is basically the effects of that really high condition diversity, right? It's a situation where you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. You have to spend that Condi cleanse to keep yourself alive, but also if you spend it, you don't have it in a couple seconds, right? And that makes it a lot harder to recover from being in a high pressure situation.
Are you joining Fur here, by the way, or are you joining Tim?
I am in Tim's team. If you want to join
Gotcha.
Fear,
I will grab fewer.
all right. Yeah, we are. All right. So it looks like with the last GVG, it looks like Gone is now in the lead in this tournament so far. They're looking really strong at I think 4-1. Kind of crazy.
Tim,
Very.
though, for the last round, did manage to take one round off of them. Also managed to take 2 rounds off of Gone, I believe.
Oh wow.
No, sorry, managed to take 1 round off of Cringe,
Mm-hmm.
and then they had a bye for the first round. So
Okay.
on paper, Tim probably looking like a little bit of a weaker group than Fear here, but a group that's managed to take at least 1 round off of everyone that they've fought. So a little bit of that uncertainty there.
Yeah, I mean, it should be an interesting situation. Um there might be something to be said about matchups, right?
Oh, for
Um
sure.
yeah, like there's probably something about, the stylistic matchups between each guild. There is a chance that, uh maybe Tim has a better matchup into Fior than they had against other guilds, right? We see really high diversity of strategy right now. There's a lot of guilds playing very, very differently from each other. So it's definitely the type of tournament where those play styles can lead to wins or losses depending on how the playstyles match up against each other, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen every group so far running the Selly Firebrand, Selly Renegade, Selly Scourge core, a couple Reapers thrown in, a couple Scrappers thrown in, but there are these little individual differences, even if it's just one or two professions across each of the groups that we've seen so far. And that could generate some opportunities for thinking about different strategies or different game plans in terms of how you want to engage. We've seen Thief, we've seen Spellbreaker, we've seen Base Ellie, we've seen a couple, interesting kind of meta calls, I would say. And we'll see how those kind of get borne out in these different matches.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really is interesting how much diversity we're actually seeing while still seeing kind of the same, I guess you'd call it an outline, right? Everybody kind of has the same general idea of what they want to play, but the actual implementation of it is pretty different on a team to team basis. There are a lot of these teams that are playing, you know, like I said, kind of the same outline, but I mean, they're playing it totally differently stylistically, right? There are teams that are playing more defensively, there are teams that are playing more aggressively. I mean, it seems like, especially in that last GBG, Fear kind of unlocked the balance, between the offense and the defense, right? They were moving defensively, they were moving like offensively, sort of mixing it up a little more than we've seen any of the other teams mix it up so far.
Yeah. Also, Obs is saying in Twitch chat, there's not a ton of control over the timing of some of these condies, but they just spam so much. And I know that's definitely true for that hybrid Firebrand build where all of your skills are pulsing. Purging Flames pulsing, Justice 4 pulsing, both your symbols pulse. Your Torch 4 is a pulse around you. So you really press it one time and then you're applying conditions over and over again for free.
Yeah, I mean, this is why it's all about, consistent pressure, right? You have a lot of low interval application between a lot of different classes, right? So it's all about applying that consistent pressure across an entire squad and then, bursting with the classes that are capable of bursting. All right, here we go. 10 seconds away from the round starting. 130 is the first timer. Let's see what we can see from Tim's POV. This is going to be a Chronomancer POV. All right. We're going to see some pretty defensive stealth gameplay from Tim's side right now, staying on their side, not really going out to the enemies at the moment. The Veil coming out from them, a little bit off kilter, but that's okay. They are going to get a single target on their side hit pretty hard immediately. It looks like the Vindicator going downstate right away. No single target up on Fear's side. There's the single target. It is going to be a Virtuoso, but they have no time to pressure because their own Virtuoso is going to go into downstate and full dead as well. Vindicator falling into downstate immediately. They need to get the single target. They need to get this pressure. Transfusion coming out on their side. The Vindicator starting to get hand res, but not going to be enough. The Transfusion not being paired with a Signet right there. You hate to see it. That is almost certainly the round for Fior right there. Tim struggling massively. A third downstate and a third kill. That is going to be a wrap on the round almost assuredly. And something I want to point out in that round is how important it is to have that transfusion paired with that signet, right? There's so many times where you can land that transfusion, but if you don't land the signet right afterwards, I mean, you're in such a rough spot.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people think that you just press transfuse and then people instantly get rezzed, but it really takes a little bit more synergy than that to get people actually back up. I'll also say one of the advantages that I had from being in first squad view there was that Tim had some pretty considerable damage output at a couple points in that fight where they managed to get a good spike. They just never quite got people into downstate, and even if they did, its first response to healing and getting people back healthy was so fast that their window of opportunity is going to be really narrow to convert anything.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, talk about window of opportunity. I mean, once you kind of lose that opportunity to aggress, it's gone so fast. I mean, you can get, a really, really good opener. But if you give up, 10 seconds of pressure and the enemy team, full cleanses, resets, pushes back in on you, I mean, it doesn't matter that you get the good opener. But in that case, I mean, we saw Fiora get a really solid opener and Tim just struggle right from the get go, right?
Yeah, and that's one that's really just down to reaction times at that point. You got to make sure you're positioned right. You got to make sure you know where your emergency condi clears are, your stun breaks. your reses if it gets particularly bad, and if you don't, if you're asleep at the wheel or a little slow to respond to some of those, it really starts you off on the wrong foot for a fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's really interesting to see the difference in target acquisition. That's something else to bring up as well. Really big part of skill level in GVG is consistent targeting, right? So there's a lot of situations that you'll see in these rounds, and we should be going in about 10 seconds here. There's a lot of situations you can see consistently in these rounds where landing a really, really good single target spike when people don't expect it is the round, right? That is enough to end it. And what we saw from Tim there is just really slow target acquisition compared to Fior. Fior was on that single target immediately, right? Right out the gates. All right, so we're going pretty offensively for Tim here, veiling in the middle of the arena. It is going to be a veil from Fior, but a little bit later. They're going to be moving pretty aggressively now. Single target going up, two people going down to the single target pool, and that is going to be a transfusion on them. One of them was the driver. Both of them getting back up. This looks like Fior has a really good single target right now. Fior moving defensively, and Tim pushing back in aggressively right now, trying to get that single target, trying to get them down. Not a lot of solid connection on it, though. It is a firebrand on Fior's side that is getting single targeted, but he is just not losing his boon bar. Fior playing pretty aggressively, pretty consistently here, going in with their melee DPS, but the firebrand does get connected on, and he is going to get transfused.
Another
and this is
pull
going
in
to
the
be
back line
3
there,
people
too, for
going to
Tim.
down
Yeah.
state. No, 2, but they
Good
are going to get
transfuse.
back up, question mark. There it is. Nice, solid gameplay from Tim right now. Much better than the first round. Really good single target pressure. Really good aggro movement right now. They are going to need to down this single target again, though. This firebrand is really, really good to kill right now. This is Matsu on Fior's side that's getting single targeted, who is a fantastic target in regards to if you can kill him, that really, really lowers the amount of DPS they're going to be putting out. But the Scrapper going to downstate on Tim's side, and that is going to be a full kill. Losing a Scrapper at this stage in the GVG is devastating. That is going to be immediately 2 other downs, 1 Scrapper, 1 Renegade. This is a really hard situation to come back from, and it looks like they're out of transfusions. 2 Scrappers dead. That is almost certainly a wrap. I don't see how you can come back against 3 burn guards with 2 Scrappers full dead. That is George going into downstate on the enemy team. He does get transfused back into Tim's stack, but they're not going to be able to get him back up. Unfortunate to see a transfusion that late in the round, because it kind of means they could have transfused the Guardian. Hate to see it.
It's possible that could have been a really early transfuse on that first series of downs that we saw, but yeah.
True, it could have come back up. We do have Alacrity going, right? This is a situation where it could happen for sure. Yeah, I mean, tough situation, tough way to come back. It's really hard to see a line here for Tim. It does seem like there's just kind of a fundamental difference in their game plans where the beginning felt pretty doable, but the second that pressure starts getting to Tim, they seem like they're falling apart.
Yeah, they're adjusting well, you know. They're recognizing issues that have happened and they're accounting for those issues quickly. But the question is, are they going to be able to account for them and improve on them fast enough that their backs aren't going to be against the wall in, a best of 9? This isn't, oh, we're going to be doing scrims for the next 2 hours and we'll get a chance to warm up. This is, you got to perform now from round 1, because every time you drop a round, you're that much further away from taking the whole match.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's every round is imperative, right? I mean, we've seen it in every GVG so far that momentum is massive. Even if you do manage to swap some things around, kind of change how you're playing, change the classes that you're playing, uh, it's a situation where once you go down 4 rounds and the enemy team only has to win 1, even if you're playing better, probably not going to be able to come back still. It's just a game of statistics at that point, right? And it's real hard to win 4 rounds in a row when you're on the back foot.
And we're also seeing Fur come off of some really difficult rounds that they had to play through, starting from Gone and then coming into the rounds with I'm checking on the back end with Cringe. They're switched on at this point. They had a couple tough rounds in 3. They kind of figured out some things in 4. And now they're kind of in the same position that Gone was in the previous rounds that we were looking at, where they have a plan. They know that plan works. And they're waiting for a group to show them that, they can't just melee push. And so far, I don't think really anyone has found a way to prevent them from doing that.
All right, here we go. Stealth coming out from both teams. Tim going around the left side. Where, oh, where are their opponents on the field? Here they are throwing out those reveals on stack, not going very aggressive with it, and Fior getting a really, really solid stealth opener onto George. It looks like is their single target on the opener. He is going to manage to get away, but he is going to get pulled into the stack, and he is going to aid in downstate. Where's the transfusion there? It is getting right back up, and he is going to maybe get stealth. I didn't catch if he did or not, so he might still be single target. Really good single target pressure coming out from Tim right now onto the Firebrand, doing a really good job of
They've
focusing
got it
the
down for it.
Catacomb Firebrand player, and they are going to maybe put him into downstate. There he
They've
goes.
got a
Nice
Firebrand down as
job,
well.
but also somebody in the back going into downstate as well. Good transfusion coming out, but it
Firebrand
is
also
not going
up.
to be paired with a Signet. That is going to be a full dead on Tim's side. Fior's single target is going to be a Reaper now. They are going to go in really, really aggressively on it. Reaper leaping past the stack on accident. Not exactly what you want to see in the middle of the round. George getting pulled here. A lot of pressure onto George in the downstate. It is going to be a full kill. It does look like this round is going to go for Fior. That is 2 full kills. A lot closer this time for Tim, though. Definitely a winnable situation still if they can get a kill, but it doesn't look like they can. Another person going to downstate. The Scourge, and it looks like the Cleave is good. That is 3 full kills. And at 3 full kills, I start yelling at my driver to call GG because we are wasting time, and there is almost certainly no way back into this round. Even though they have a really good solid single target connection right here onto this Renegade, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get anything off of it. They're swapping onto a Virtuoso. Is a squishier class. Higher chance of being able to kill it, but the Reaper going into downstate here on their side. That is 4 full dead. And this is, again, probably a foregone conclusion, but they are still going to keep fighting it. And the single target on their side going into stealth. Such a rough situation in the middle of the push. They are going to swap back to the same Virtuoso and do their best job to target it, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get anything out of it.
That looks like that's going to be the pop right there. That's a bunch of downs.
Yep.
So, I mean,
that
I
is
think
wrap.
there's a world where Tim could probably beat Fur if this was, like an hour's worth of rounds, because their round to round improvement has been really impressive from round 1 up to now. But the question is, can they find a way to win in the next 2 rounds? Because that's all the time that they have left. They've improved from round 1 to round 2 to round 3. They're generating downs on first side. They've got something to work off of. They can see that things are working, but they got to get over that hill in order to actually win a couple of these rounds before they run out of time to do so.
Absolutely. I mean, I would say the big thing about that round is that there were both teams had a downstate at the same time, and Tim was just a little slow on the cleave, a little slow on the transfusion compared to Fur, right? Really goes to show how important that Scourge gameplay is, how important that cleave gameplay is. If they finish that, or that stomp gameplay, even if they finish that downstate or they get their own downstate up, one of those two things happen. I mean, that could just be a different round, right? That could just be a different situation. They very well could have won that, fairly hard, at least off the opener, in the first downstate engage. If they had played just a little bit better.
Yeah, and that's always the issue in these tournament formats. When you're doing friendly scrims and you've got an hour, you've got a little more time to work on those things. You can try some different things out, but you got to put everything on the table from round 1 for a tournament context.
Absolutely. I mean, it is it is so difficult to just be consistent in a tournament setting, right? It's so hard to just consistently perform in any capacity, and these rounds really show it, right? I mean, it's they're mere button presses away uh to winning these rounds, but it's so hard to get those clean button presses off. Obviously that's an oversimplification, but it's so hard to get things cleanly off.
That's one of the
Uh,
things that we saw in the NA tournament as well, is a lot of these rounds that are, 5-0, 5-1, 5-2 really don't accurately portray how close these rounds are. The decision points are maybe one person going down early, and that's pretty much it. It's not like an overwhelming advantage. It's just one or two very small things that cascade into a match loss.
yeah, I mean, oh, stealth coming out from both teams. I missed the timer in chat because I was so enthralled. Here we
It
go.
was 0-0, so we are indeed starting.
Right on. Here we go. Really aggressive movement coming out from Tim right now, just taking the other side's position. They are going to veil on top of each other here. It does look like they might be able to get a really good single target engage, but they do not get the reveal. And George goes right into downstate. Really good single target coming out from Fior right here. He is going to get up to the other Scourge's transfusion and Signet. I don't know if they're going to be able to get him into stealth, though. He is still the single target, almost certainly taking a lot of pressure right now. His boon bar is not recovering, and he's going to go back into downstate. They do not have another transfusion to get George up here. That is going to be a full cleave and a kill on it. Really tough situation, not getting him into stealth. stealth right there. And Fior's single target does get into stealth twice right now. Tim just can't get a single target. They can't get anybody locked down. They are going to eventually settle in on a Firebrand, but it might be too late right here as they push in really aggressively. The Firebrand is going to go into downside. Really good offensive pressure coming out here from Tim, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. They're really spread out on the background right now. Fior staying together really, really nicely. This Firebrand taking a lot of single target pressure, getting CC'd pretty consistently, but he is going to stay alive. Wow, really good movement from this Firebrand. Really good job from whoever the Catacomb is. Really solid gameplay right here. Really good job of kiting through his own group. It looks like the Dragon Hunter is going to go down. That is going to be Miaz in downstate, but he is going to get hand-rezzed by the rest of his team. Tim doing a really good job of staying aggressive, staying pressuring right here, keeping on the Firebrand. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to get him into downstate very consistently, though. Tim just kind of regrouping, waiting for the Virtuosos to do their job. Looks like they're going to move defensively right here. Fior moving aggressively. Does look like they're going to swap single targets onto the other Firebrand. They are going to push aggressively for the other Firebrand right now going in. Maybe they have more success than against the Catacomb. Not sure they will because, my God. Oh, there it is. The single target lockdown. He goes so low, down to 20%. Does manage to get out there. They don't get the connection, and he gets into stealth again. Fior getting so much value out of these mid-round stealths right now. Really good single target pressure. Now, this is a winnable situation for Tim. They are only down one player right now, but they are missing a transfuse. That first transfuse probably coming back off cooldown pretty soon. Big CC coming out from Fior's side right now. A lot of engage pressure coming out. 3 downs on the side of Tim right now. And this is going to be the illusion, it looks like. This is going to be a very pivotal moment in this round. One of the illusions going into a full dead. Is Tim going to be able to turn this round around? This is their last opportunity to do so. 3 seconds on the illusion, 2 seconds on the illusion. Looks like the illusion is going to time. That is 2 more people in downstate, including the driver. This is the round for 4 even. That is almost certainly a wrap. I do not see a way back into this with 4 full dead. I don't know why he's not calling it, Sheff. I'm going to be honest.
I appreciate that he's saying, show me that you can actually finish this fight off. But yeah, I think that's a difficult situation to claw back from at that point.
Yeah,
Big
definitely.
shout outs, by the way, to Mazza and KTBN Shot, who are the 2 Firebrands that we saw soaking up a lot of that single target damage, those openers in that fight. Both of them playing really well to stay alive, not go into downstate, not tax their group support too heavily so that they can stay on the offensive there.
Absolutely. I mean, the Firebrand gameplay, I shouted it out in the middle of the round. It was really solid. I mean, the movement from the 4 Firebrand, the Fior Firebrands was really, really solid, doing a really good job of kiting through their group. Really good job of, having those really fluid about phases in the back of their group, forcing the enemy to reach for them, forcing the enemy to get into them. It's a situation where it's tough, right? It's tough to survive for a long time, especially on Firebrand. A lot of your single target survival on Firebrand comes from movement. It's a lot about having really good movement and conserving your resources over time. And we really saw that there. They had really good movement. They were really consistent. And they did, a good job of surviving. It was really, really close to dying there. A lot of those single target spikes, but they managed to pull it out.
Yeah, timer looks like it's going to be 30 seconds here. This has to be a little frustrating from Tim's side because for every improvement that they're making, they're generating downs now, they're surviving that initial dodge now. But every time they make that improvement, Fur still has an answer for them. Fur still says, okay, that's the level that you're going to play at now. We can still handle that. We can still play a little harder.
Yeah,
So it's
definitely.
just this constant process of improving and not quite getting the results that you want to see, which is discouraging at an individual level. You're doing things right. It's just not quite enough.
Absolutely. And here we go. Stealth coming out from both sides. Tim taking a very familiar route with what they've been doing before, just revealing on their stack to make sure they don't get open on, but they get open on anyway. The Scrapper going right into downstate. Is that going to get transfused? It does get transfused, and it gets up to the Signet. The second transfusion going to be needed here in a second because it looks like the driver's going to go down. He doesn't. He stays alive, going down to 1% health, but staying up. Does look like their single target is going to be a Virtuoso, pushing really aggressively on the Virtuoso. Virtuoso getting immobilized, but he is going to get that shield 4 off. He is going to get that distortion
Bird
off.
is still getting low.
Does a really good job of staying alive, but he is
down.
going to go into downstate here. This is going to be the first transfusion from Fiore, and he gets right back up, right into stealth. Really good stealth gameplay from their supports right now. But Tim is going to be playing really, really aggressively. Can Tim take this round? They are going to get another single target up, and it's going to be on the Scourge this time. Hopefully, this is the Scourge that does have transfusion, so they can really take advantage of that. Scrapper going to downstate. Both Scrappers going to downstate right here. Transfusion has to be so fast from Tim's side right now, and it looks like it's just a little slow. The second down, does not quite get back up. Needed another person besides the Scourge to cast Wise Utility there. George going into downstate. The Scourge on Tim's side going to the downside. He does get illusion. This could be a pivotal moment though, and he does full die. This does look like a situation where Fior is going to close it out 5-0, and that quick handshake, to end it off. This is look like another downstate on Tim's side. They might be able to get the hand res here, but another person going to downstate on top of it, and that hand res is not good. That is a wrap for Fior, or for Tim rather. Sorry.
If you can point to anything in those rounds that kind of swung it, I think you really have to compliment how well Forest Stealth game worked there. And it's not
Definitely.
necessarily just for the engage to have like the element of surprise, but the biggest value you get out of those mid-round stealths is it actually breaks target. So if you have somebody getting focused, you have somebody taking a ton of damage, and you can stealth them even just for half a second, the enemy group has to reacquire that target. They have to find them again. They have to call target. They have to get their damage synced up again. And that's really disruptive when you're trying to spike someone into downstate. And Fur did a great job of kind of handling that and covering off those people who were in trouble with a series of different stealths.
Absolutely. I mean, it is just such a tough situation where you get those downs, but you can't confirm the kills, right? You get those CCs, but you can't confirm the downs. Like you're getting 3 of the 4 pieces required to find a win condition, but you're not quite getting it, right?
I appreciate that you weren't tempted to make some kind of like Exodia reference there.
Yeah, it was close.
So I think that is it for the initial 5 brackets of the GVG. I think we'll be doing a little bit of aggregation here, trying to figure out who came on top after all of those round robins and moving into the next phase of this tournament.
Yeah, it looks like there is one other GVG to wrap up. It looks like Cringe Inge versus Nice.
3-2 currently. That should be a nice and close one.
All right, let's see. Oh my God, we're in the middle of
In
action right
media
now.
res.
What is
Going to our
going
correspondent
on
on the
over
field.
here? Madness in the streets. Wells going out. This actually looks like an extremely chaotic round. I'm not entirely sure what's happening here. Craziness? Is this craziness, Sheff?
I would say so, yeah.
All right. Well, it looks like they're going to get some pretty solid single target pressure right now onto Kintosh. So I assume we are seeing Nice's POV right now. So it looks like we're going to see a lot of downstates, actually. Oh my God.
There. That's round.
Looks like that's 3-3 then, in fact.
Okay.
Interesting. Very interesting. So 3-3. I'm kind of curious as to what's been going on in this GVG. Oh, 2-4. Sorry. I am lying. Yeah, we could listen in. We could leech off of the second stream's hard work. Let's see what Callus and Knight have to say about that round.
I would love to do even less work than I'm already doing. Yeah, let's do
Absolutely.
Get neutral engages, and they've generated downstates. They just need to, I think, look to capitalize on the downstates they generate. They can push a bit more aggressively when they get those downstates. Is I think their key to snowballing this a little bit more and having the advantage as the round plays out.
Guild Wars more like Noob Wars. Oh, I'm destroyed. The Finns have obliterated.
All right,
There's
cut their
no
audio.
coming back from that.
I can't handle this anymore. Yeah, this is a pretty interesting situation. So it seems like generally their thought process is very similar to ours, right? Where they feel as though the losing team can do a better job of kind of applying pressure in those critical moments, right? In those down states, just making sure they're being really, really aggressive when they're generating that pressure, kind of like we saw Spurs doing earlier, right?
Yeah. And we're also seeing some of those big swings with multiple down states at the same time. That was kind of the hallmark of the round that we watched previously.
Absolutely. And I'm pretty interested to see if Nice can take any more rounds, or if we're just going to see Cringe wrap this up and we're going into a finals situation. I'm pretty
This
interested
is
to
match
see.
point, so
I think. Do we have a tie? Maybe I don't know. I'm gonna. I guess we'll see. Oh no, that That is impossible. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not involved with the back end of the tournament at all, so I'm just randomly musing as to what I think could be happening. Reveals coming out from both
Yeah,
sides
the
right now.
deepest
Nobody
reveal
really
of
saw the
all
connection.
time here.
Yeah, very very far away from both stacks. It looks like is going to get back to stack, doing a pretty good job of immediately putting out as much support as he can, holding that fumigate for when people are really getting caught, sort of, or really really aggressing. Good short bow usage. He is going to throw out that elixir gun 5. Really good job of just healing right now. Does look like they get pretty good single target pressure at the moment. They are going to move pretty aggressively in. The single target is going to get pressured really, really hard. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to gain too much of it. We're seeing a lot of patience from this side right now. Not a lot of chair swinging compared to the earlier rounds, right? More of a lot of like a kind of a standoffish series of movements here.
Yeah, not really seeing a big melee commit yet, although it looks like they went for it there briefly, but it's kited out pretty well.
Yeah, and they are going to get a downstate that does get up, though. It looks like really solid counter pressure coming out from Nice right now. Ooh, messing up the about face, kind of the classic mistake right there in regards to movement. Another down on their side, but he is going to get back up as well. A lot of solid support coming out from this team at the moment. This fumigate has been held for. There it is. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I was looking for. That was the longest fumigate hold I've seen in a long time. But honestly, I think it was correct. That was a really good time to hold for it. And this is a really good time to be just hard putting on the gas, right? They've seen their win condition, and that's it. That is a wrap. Really, really interesting round playstyle wise, honestly. That was a situation where I felt as though they could have gone more aggressive, but they probably tried in earlier rounds and felt that it wasn't really paying off as it should. So they kind of put themselves in a situation where it's like, let's just play it a little more patiently, right? Let the virtuosos do their job, let them open up the enemy group, and then we'll push in with the Condi pressure afterwards, right?
Yeah, really good patient play. Just kind of waiting for all the stars to align, waiting for all your cooldowns to be back up to make sure that when you do commit to that spike, you're able to generate a result off of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm pretty interested to see what happens now. Who plays who? What do we do? Where do we go?
We, of course, don't know because we're just talking head pundits.
Yeah, obviously, I have no idea what's going on. I'm just here to, talk fast and talk about what's going on. Twitch chat, Breadbreaker saying Gone versus Fior, he thinks. Could
Let
be
me take a look at
interesting.
that. So round one,
Hmm.
Fur 5-0 against Nice.
Yep.
Cringe 5-3 against Gone. I mean, Fur has definitely been playing well. So let's just look at them. They're 5-0 against Nice. They had a bye in round two. They were
Hmm.
2-5 against Gone, and then came back 5-1 against Cringe, and we just watched them 5-0 against Tim. So they've beaten everyone else here except for Gone. And Gone, on the other hand, lost 5-3 to Cringe in round one.
Right.
Beat Nice 5-2.
Did we get a rock paper scissors situation going on? Is that what happened here between Fior, Gone, and Cringe?
I think it might be. I think they've all kind of traded with one another.
That is very interesting. I'm very interested to see exactly what that means for our finals and exactly what that means moving into the end of the tournament. Because for people that don't know, I believe we do intend to do a finals match. We are running a little bit late here. We were hoping to wrap it up in, I think, 3 hours, but GVGs just kept going long. We had way more good matches than people thought we would. We had a lot of close GVGs, so we are in a situation where we're just trying to figure out exactly what goes on.
First time in recorded history that GVGs have gone long. I'd like to apologize to all of our viewers right now for this scheduling oversight. We couldn't have possibly seen this coming.
Listen, to be fair, this was probably the smoothest we've run it. And imagine if we had run it poorly, and then or other people that are running it had run it poorly. Then we'd be here for another 3 hours. But right now, hopefully,
Well,
we should be
you
wrapping
might
this
have
up in
been.
one more GVG. Oh my
Hey,
god.
Sonny's paying me by the hour, and my contract clearly states that I'm only here for 5 hours. So
Oh, okay.
6 p.m.
Damn,
I'm putting him on the consultant rate if he
I'm...
wants to keep me.
Bracket is live. Let's see.
Wow, if rounds matter, it's 18 for Gone, 17 for Fur, and 16 for Inge. Those are all really
Oh my
close.
god. I think they are going to matter because I think it's a tie in wins and losses. I think we get Gone Fury finals by 1 round.
So that's going to be an interesting rematch because we watched the first version of that round happen, and it was definitely one where Fur kind of seemed like they were on the cusp of figuring something out that worked, but they kind of ran out of time because we're playing the best of 5. So it'll be interesting to see if they still have that muscle memory. If they can come back into these matches with Gone, pick up right where they left off, and keep improving on that overall.
Very, very interesting. I am going to take this opportunity to take a quick bathroom break. I hope I can trust you on the stream alone, Sheff. Try not to do anything crazy while I'm gone.
Veridian, it's my stream. You're a guest here.
Yeah, I really
It's
don't want
my
you to get
name.
my ANET partner taken away, so please make sure you just control yourself, okay?
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
All right, I will be right back. Just a moment.
You guys too. If you need a bathroom break, if you need a snack break, I know we've been here for a little while. Don't worry about me. I purchased a mini fridge. Hold on. Sorry, my mic is dying. I purchased a mini fridge a year or 2 ago. It has gotten me through some truly dark times of hydration. I'm fine. I'm drinking stuff. Don't worry about me. Hi, what's up, Callus? How you doing? I haven't shouted you out yet, have I? Hang on. I mean, I've shouted you out, but I haven't given you the formal shout out.
All right, I'm here to announce what the finals match is going to be. Are you guys still live right now?
Veridian's taking care of some business. I'm good because I came prepared and I have very powerful mental and biological fortitude. But he'll be back soon.
Okay. All
Many
right,
people are
so
saying that I am constructed alternatively.
what does that mean, though?
It means that I have alternate construction.
You're built different?
Yeah.
Okay. So it wasn't very straightforward at all determining who the team should be to move forward. Especially since we did have to make a decision whether or not we wanted to do more than an additional match, but I think we're all ready to finish up and finish it all with the one match. Let me just make sure I have everything open. I want to make sure Veridian is here too for when I announce it, because we did some math in the behind the scenes.
All above board math, I'm hoping.
Above board math, definitely not below board math at all, because
certainly no match fixing going on here.
No. So yeah. Actros, if you can go to the, you can go to the standings. I don't know where the standings buttons are. Where from? Oh no, wait. You can't see it from there because you're not logged in on your account. No, you can. Okay, so if we look at the standings right here, we can notice that there are 3 teams that are tied for 4 wins. So what we've gone back, we were trying to determine whether or not we should use the number of rounds dropped and drop the lowest performing team based on number of rounds dropped, or to go and take the teams that have the number of round wins highest overall. And we have independently done math, several of us. We've run the numbers several times. Welcome back, Veridian. And we've determined that in one case, one team finished most round losses and least amount of round wins. So the finals is going to be the Francophone Fer team versus the German Inge team. That's what we're gonna see. Everyone excited?
Which teams are fighting in the finals?
So Inge versus Fer. So Mias versus Spurs.
Those Spurs is not Inge.
Wait.
Inge is Drew.
Okay.
So who is playing in the finals?
I'm sorry. I'm
Please
tired.
hold. Please pause. Please hold.
Sorry, guys. I'm tired too.
What do you mean you're tired too? I'm fine. I was preparing for this for months.
No. Yeah. I confused who's in which one. Give me one
Been pulling
second.
14-hour days in the gym, man. Not working out. I just went to the gym for 14 hours.
Yeah,
stood around
watch
and then
people.
left. Just
hung out.
watched people.
Yeah. I just went to the gym and looked for Europeans to talk to. Spurs is the people's champ.
Me
Okay,
roaming the
I
streets
was
of Little
correct with the
Italy in New York.
Commanders. I was correct with the Commanders. It's Spurs versus Mies, the German versus
Okay.
French rivalry.
Spurs versus Mias, then, right?
Okay, yeah.
That will
Yeah.
be Gone versus Fur.
All right, good luck.
All right.
Fair enough.
Fantastic showing to the other guilds. Even the ones that, the rounds were hard fought for everybody. The scores do not necessarily tell the whole story. These were some very, very impressive GVGs from everybody involved. I will be hopping onto Gone's team. If you want to hop
I
onto
will be
Fur's.
hopping on a Fur's team.
Right on. I am very excited to see exactly how this plays out. All right. Hopping into their squad now.
So we've got the round 3 rematch, but in the finals. When we were here previously in round 3, we had Gone with 5, Fur taking 2 wins off of them, but Gone coming out on top. But I think it's fair to say that even though the roster is the same, the two teams that are appearing in these finals are very different than who they were in round 3.
Absolutely. Over the course of a tournament, especially this many GVGs, you learn a lot, right? There's a lot of situations where you gain a lot from every GVG. You change your playstyle, you change your composition even a little bit, you change your builds a little bit.
I think one of the biggest determinants that we identified in some of those earlier rounds as well was the prevalence of wrench use in squad. And I'm just tabbing through Fur right now. All 15 of these video game players right now are wrenched up.
The first 2 players I clicked on in Spurs' team, no wrench.
Were you clicking on party 1, the swaps, or were you
Nope.
clicking on the meat and
Nope.
potatoes of the parties?
We're up to 4 wrenchless players right now. 5.
Okay, that's a pretty big concern
6.
here as we kind of figure out who's going to take these. Do you think it's possible that
7.
Gone could be hiding their utilities in order to get a bit of an advantage here when the rounds start?
8 wrenchless players. My God, we're falling apart at the seams. Listen, I know you guys are watching the stream. Pop your wrenches. Pop your wrenches before Spurs sees. Don't let him down.
Yeah, if you are watching this stream right now and you don't have a wrench, send me an in-game mail. I'm not going to send you a wrench. I would just like to know that you are a person who doesn't use them.
We're just putting you on a list for everybody to see.
Yeah, there's an internal tracker that we use. We share it with all the other guild leaders. We're like, this guy doesn't use wrenches.
All right. Man, this is an exciting situation. Oh my goodness. I am so stoked to see what happens. Predictions, Sheff, what are your thoughts here?
God, I really don't know because I haven't seen Gone play for the last 2 rounds. We've kind of had on stream
Mm.
1 here. We've had a very fur-centric kind of narrative because we've watched them play for the last 3 rounds. I don't know what Gone has been up to. I can look at the tournament board. I can see that Gone wiped Tim 5-0, which we also saw Fur do, and then Gone had a bye in round 5. So
hmm
if anything, my concern for Gone would be that they're going to be slightly less warmed up than Fur right now.
Little cold, yeah.
Yeah, but also not to disrespect Tim necessarily, but Fur wasn't necessarily challenged in that final round either. So they might also be playing a little sloppy because they're coming off of a back-to-back 5-0s at this point.
Yep. Yeah, these are
Sorry, they
all
a 5-1 against Cringe. So they went 5-1
yes.
against Cringe, 5-0 against Tim. And I've been the guy banging out about the mental battles and how sometimes you got to dig deep to find a way to win these rounds. But the opposite thing happens in GVGs too, where you're winning and you're rolling and you're winning every round. You absolutely get complacent. You're like, we're wiping these guys. I don't really have to play 100% my best. We're doing fine. And sometimes you can fall into this trap of coasting. So I think I think everything is going to be. You want an actual bold prediction? I think everything's going to be decided by the first round. I think the person who wins the very first
Oh,
round is going to be the person who wins overall, because they're
interesting.
going to be able to dictate kind of that momentum and that initial flow.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna take a much less analytical approach. I like Spurs, so I think he's gonna win. That's where I'm at.
That's fair. That's good.
that's, that's my guy right there. That's my guy. I also put $10,000 on this match, so I am
In
ruined
what currency
if we
though?
lose. American USD.
Okay.
I'm ruined if Spurs loses. I'm gonna have to go into hiding. I made the bet with some really sketchy people.
Declare
Yeah,
personal bankruptcy. Live in the mountains for a couple of years.
yeah, probably hermit it up a little bit. You're not going to see me. You're not going to hear from me. But I have the utmost faith in Spurs to take the W right now. He's been swinging his steel chair in these rounds. He's been doing a really good job of measuring his momentum, ignoring those enemy downstates and pushing the middle of their stack, generating a lot of pressure in general. And I think it's gonna explode in these rounds. I think we're gonna see some 5-person downstates, some big spikes, massive damage. Uh, I believe in the team. That's what I'm thinking right now. As long as they pop wrenches, I'm gonna tell them in squad chat.
Okay. Well, that's going to get into a little bit of match manipulation then.
You think so?
Got casters reminding people how to play the game. I think that Gone is still preparing. I think they're getting ready for the exact right moment to prepare wrenches. Maybe they think this is going to go long, so they're like, we might need all 30 minutes of this wrench. Don't bother wasting your money. Let's just wait until first match timer's called, and then we'll all pop them.
Yep, fair enough. I'm not sure what we're waiting on exactly.
Ivan is flying, according to MapChat. So we have once again that classic EOTM bug.
All right, okay. Oh,
Some
big
friendly
ecto gamble on
scrims going
stream.
on in the middle. I will
You think
not
you
ecto
think it's
gamble
gonna?
on stream. The last time I ecto gambled on stream, I lost like half my ectos. I will not be doing that again.
But we're seeing a big ecto gamble right here, and this
Oh,
person
who
has
is it?
basically nothing.
Ah.
Spurs ecto gambling on stream. Let's go. Here we go. Oof.
Oh no, I'm trying gambling on stream. I'm gonna get banned. My partner. Holy, he hit off that one.
He's going in.
He's
He's going
doing
in.
it.
He can't stop.
Oh my god, maybe I should gamble.
He can't stop. The dopamine. Okay, here we go. Big moment for Spurs.
He could buy a lot of wrenches with this ecto.
Absolutely. Jackpot. Oh yeah, here we go. I can't tell. Was that good? It looks bad.
My squad chat saying Spurs is semi AFK anyway, so we have time. This man is fighting for his life in the casino right now. He's not AFK. Hey, so if I was Spurs right now, I'd actually be concerned that I'm spending all of my luck on Sandstorm right now instead of spending it on the tournament. But to be fair, with the way this man is hitting off of these results, I don't think that he's really that concerned about losing the tourney now, because he's probably going to make more gold off of these hands. It's interesting that he keeps mousing over the jackpot as some sort of like,
Ritual.
ooh, that's not good. He's got 12 ectopiles there, but as far as the raw gold goes, that's not a great hit. Yeah, I like that he rubs the jackpot before every play.
That means it's coming.
Oh no, it's all falling apart.
Yeah, things aren't looking
He's
good
not
here.
getting the raw gold income that he needs to keep sustaining this.
Sheff, what do you think about the statement that all gamblers quit right before their big break? What do you think about that?
I think that's well, I should be a little careful because this is my stream at the end of the day. I think that you should not gamble. I think
Spurs
gambling is
currently
bad.
has 0 gold.
I think the house always wins, but I will also say that if you had infinite money, then you could get more money by playing blackjack and going, or not blackjack, roulette, and going double or nothing until you actually win. It's an infinite money glitch in real life, as long as you have enough money to keep going double or nothing until you finally hit. It's just that easy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He appears to now be constructing a shrine in his inventory. I don't know what this means necessarily.
That's a good strat. No, that's a good strat. He's back up to 3 gambles now, it looks like.
I do have to wonder what would happen if he were to open a sandstorm in the middle of the shrine that he constructed. Okay, we've hit frustration at this point. Although he is receiving additional gold to continue gambling.
There are people donating to watch him burn gold on stream. Oh, right, we're in the middle of a tournament. I forgot.
Is he taking bribes? No, he's taking investments.
I thought we were just gambling. My bad. All right, they're dropping
Spurs
food.
will double your money. Do not get it twisted.
We're dropping food. We're getting ready. We're getting ready to rumble. The final GVG of the night, closing in on 4 hours of constant GVG action. This has been a hell of a week, culminating in this moment. Very interested to see how this plays out.
Yeah, so you've got your bets on Spurs. I've got my bet on whoever takes this first round.
All right, but if it's Spurs, then you can't steal my bet.
Well, if it's Spurs, then we just agree.
I don't know if I'm okay with this. All right, here we go. Where's the first timer? 1-0-0, 25 seconds away. Very good.
So how
very
do you manage nerves for going into like the final round of a GVG tournament? There's a lot of pressure on you. You got to play well at every moment. What's kind of going through your mind as you get ready for this first round?
I usually throw up. That's
and then, or is that just it?
No, that's it. Yeah, that's it. All right, here we go. First round, starting out. This is it. Stealth coming out from both sides. Aggressive reveal coming out from Gon's side right now. Aggressive movement coming out from their whole stack. Getting the reveal in the mid right there. They are going to, looks like they open on the scrapper. Really solid engage. Downs on both sides. Scrapper down on both sides. They are going to get back up, though. Really, really solid pressure on the down states. This is going to be a situation where Gon is going really aggressively into the scrapper, goes back into downstate. Really good pressure following up on it.
They're just 3 down.
Absolutely bombarding the downstate. This is looking like a round for Gon if they can keep this pressure going. Another down as he tries to get back to the stack. The Renegade going to downstate. No transfusion left. This is going to be a really good amount of cleave going out, but they are going to get the hand res. This is a good situation for 4 to come back in. They need to generate it down. They need to generate the kills, but Gon just keeping the pressure up. 2 downs, 3 downs, 4 downs on 4's side. This does look like the round for Gon. Spurs looking like he's going to take the tournament.
All right, so we've seen this before. The last time we were watching Gon play, it's, the aggression is a hallmark. And it's a question of, I'm going to spike you as hard as I can. Can you deal with it or can you not deal with it? And so he's put the ball into first court to say, you got to show me that you can sustain that initial hit. Otherwise, I'm just going to walk over you.
Absolutely. And there is going to be a little bit of a delay before we can start the next round because Pills has 150 seconds on his avatar, Melandrew.
Come again?
Avatar Melandru?
Can you walk me through what that skill does? I'm not familiar.
You've never used Avatar Melandru before?
I've never played a druid.
Oh, it's not a druid ability.
What?
It's a racial ability.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
human racial ability. It looks like we're going at 3:30. I'll tell you all about it after this round. It's a crazy pick from Pills, and I love it. I think it's actually the correct pick. 38 seconds. It is really interesting to see any form of racial ability used in a GVG or World vs. World in general. 300 is the new timer, so I'm going to use this time to talk to you about Avatar of Melandru. So it is a very interesting skill. It used to see some usage in core for the immobilize. So the 5 is a 3-second channel, but it entangles. It's the same as Ranger Entangle. So it throws out binding roots in every direction, basically. And it also applies bleed. The immob is pulsing, so it's very, very hard to cleanse. And in a condition-based metagame like this, you actually get a lot of value out of it. And then the other reason that it's good is because if you have Alacrity, you get 2 casts of something called Cleansing Leaves, which is 7 conditions removed on 5 targets. It is a huge condition cleanse.
And that's an entangle, not an immob, correct? So you can't just resistance your way out of that. You actually have to attack the roots to clear it.
You can use resistance to get out of it, and a cleanse and a dodge will also work, but you do have to, if you don't have one of those 2 things, you do have to destroy the roots, yeah.
Gotcha.
The
Looks like we're
roots
getting
will
underway
pulse
here
it.
for round 2, though.
Here we go. Big reveals coming out on Gon's side. They are going to attack the Virtuoso very, very quickly. Virtuoso taking a lot of no pressure, actually. Uses all of his defensives perfectly, but he is going to get pulled into the enemy stack. His Boonbar getting deleted there for a second. They are going to swap off of him onto a Firebrand right now, though. Gon moving very defensively, dodging the enemy spike. Fior doing a really good job of keeping that pressure up, and Gon is going to go in here, it looks like, but not quite soon enough. The Firebrand in party 1 going into downstate, but he is going to get right back up. Does look like Gon Thief is just hanging out in the background, just kind of chilling for a moment, waiting for his time to strike. They are going to swap targets again onto a Reaper. Spurs finding this Reaper, getting a really good pull on them. Really solid single target connection, but not quite enough to push him into downstate. Hovering around 70%, 60%. The healing not quite getting him back up to full. There he goes, back up to full. Fior doing a really good job of counter pressuring right now. The Firebrand going into downstate on Gon's side. They are going to have a transfusion, so it is almost certainly going to get up. And there it is, the Signet connecting really, really well. And the Reaper getting pulled in twice. No boons on this Reaper. Can't get stability, saves life, but he gets put into stealth. Fior doing a really good job of putting that Reaper into stealth right now. They are going to have to swap single targets on the enemy team again onto a Renegade. Really good offensive pressure going onto this Renegade. Really good job of removing his stability consistently. He is going to get pulled into the stack. There shouldn't be a way for Fior to get this back besides the transfusion that came back up from the first one. Fior managing to get that Renegade out. He gets that Renegade dwarf out, but it's not enough to keep him out of downstate. That is another transfusion, it looks like, but he is going to maybe get cleaved. No, that's the illusion. They need to rally this illusion. The Daredevil goes into downstate. Another down coming out from Fior. Really, really struggling to survive the pressure right now. Really good offense coming out from Gon right now. All they have to do is wait and survive, but Koba going into downside right now. The Reaper on Gon's side. That is the illusion for their team, and Fior's illusion times out as Gon pushes in. Spurs going into downstate as he pushes on top of the illusion. Transfusion is going to be good onto Spurs. Fior, 1 full dead now on their side. They are going to keep consistently applying this pressure. Gon looking to finish the round right now. Koba going back into downstate. The Reaper getting absolutely demolished by Mesmers. 2 downs coming out from Gon's side. Both of them getting back up. That is 2 full dead for Fior right now. This is looking like Gon's round as well, and they are going to be pushing really, really aggressively in, swinging that steel chair I was talking about earlier. Spurs keeping the pressure up consistently, really trying to end the single target, but he's ignoring the single target, just standing on the downstates. There are dead everywhere for Fior, and that is the end. Very good round from Gon. Really, really clean gameplay. Also, shoutouts. I said Koba in that round, but it turns out that's my friend Faust. What a guy he is.
Yeah, so Fur improving here, living through that first spike, but the thing about going up against Spurs' team right now is he's just going to push you again and again and again, unless you can pick that window where, you can counter spike him and you can put him on the back foot. He's going to stay aggressive basically as long as he can get away with, and sometimes even longer than he can get away with based on the rounds that we've watched previously.
Absolutely. I mean, something I really want to highlight in that round is those were some sick pulls. I mean, the CC on the single target was so clean in that situation, right? So many good situations where they get just such solid boon rip on the single target. They pull the single target in, they pressure the single target, and even if he gets out, they still pull him back in a couple seconds later, at the end of his double dodge, at the end of enemies, peeling for him, putting right on him. 4-0-0 is the next timer. A mere 33 seconds until the next round. Will Gon go up 3-0? Are they looking to clean sweep these finals?
Yeah, so Fur has been in this position before, and they've showed that they can fight back a bit, but they got to go further than they managed to do in the last couple rounds that we saw here to actually take it.
Yeah, I am so interested to see how this plays out. All right, here we go. Stealth coming out from both sides right now. Really, really aggressive reveals coming out from Gon's side. It looks like they are going to get the single target opener on a Firebrand. Firebrand going into downstate. Is the transfusion going to be good? The transfusion is good. The signet is good. Really good counter pressure coming out from Fior, forcing Gon off right there, getting those wells down, getting that CC down. Spurs getting pulled into the middle of the enemy stack. He says he doesn't care. I'm going in anyways. 2 downstates on Spurs' team right now, though. The transfusion is good for 1, but 2 more downs coming out. This isn't a situation they want to be in for very long. They need to get these downs up. They need to get that last down up, and he is going to full die. It looks like Fior is going to roll the momentum here. Not going down without a fight. Mias is pushing aggressively, and that is 3 downstates now on Spurs' team. It doesn't look like they're coming back from this. This looks like an absolute wrap of a situation. Gon not quite giving up, though. Spurs turning around, saying we could still do this, getting the single target up, pressuring the single target. It looks like he's going to push for it pretty hard here in a few seconds, getting the single target down. Oh, they're swapping it as well, going for the immobilize on the Scourge in the back. Not sure they're going to be able to connect anything off that. Doesn't look like they really have the boon up to connect on the single target. 2 more downstates on Gon's side right now. Fiora looking to end this round, and it looks like that's going to be a wrap. They are on the board. 2-1 for Gon, but Fiora is saying not yet. We have a GVG on our hands, Sheff.
Yeah, both of these teams know that they can win, and both of these teams have beaten each other. Do you think it's a case here of Spurs maybe just getting a little too aggressive on that push, maybe putting a little too much faith in his supports to take care of what's happening behind him, and maybe misjudging that situation a bit?
I mean, that situation, I would say probably a lot of it comes down to just the idea of who's getting the hardest single target on opener, but not exactly ending it there. Who's getting the best follow-up from that single target, right? Because I would argue that Gon had the better single target opener, but their follow-up after the single target just wasn't quite as strong as Fior's. Fior was a little bit later to get that single target opener. They sort of lost those first 10 seconds of the round, but their follow-up afterwards was so monstrous in comparison. Did such a good job of following up that stealth opener.
It could be that Spurs' luck buff from all those Sandstorm rounds before we started is starting to wear off. He might want to refresh some of those Ecto hands.
Oh, very true, very true.
Next timer for 1-0-0. There's 35 seconds from now.
All right, here we go. Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is anybody's GVG. If you're showing they're still in the running, doing a very, very good job of just making sure everybody knows they're still in this. This isn't a single-player game quite yet.
And honestly, the conversation in First Squad right now is just, normal day at work. It's, hey, I'm going to try this next time. I'm going to do that next round. They're making small adjustments, but there's no crisis, and there's also no hype here. It's very business as usual for them right now.
Absolutely. I mean, that sounds like a good mental to be going to these rounds with. And here we go. Stealth coming out from both sides. Gon doing their usual, pretty aggressive motions here across the arena. Good job getting back together on the opener, and they are going to be the first to get the single target. Same thing as we saw last round. Firebrand going into downstate right here. Transfusion going out. Gon applying a lot of pressure onto that downstate, doing a really good job of CCing on top of it. The leader going down and getting illusion. Mias is illusioned here. There is another down on Fior's side, but somebody is going to go into downstate the Firebrand. If they could get this kill, that would be massive to rally that illusion. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to do the second transfusion coming out, and the single target really, really good for Gon right now. High pressure on a Fior stack. They're just going to wait for this single target to go down, and there it is. The Thief going in to finish with the illusion. That is going to be another down for Fior. This is almost certainly going to be the round for Gon if they capitalize on this right now. The single target is going up on the Scourge. They're doing a really good job of striking that boon bar. And the pull going in. Reaper going down on Gon's side, though.
If he but no recovery.
This could be a massive turnaround for Fior if they manage to get that kill, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Gon just needs to stabilize, turn around, and reapply
Still
this
focusing
pressure.
That Reaper. No Shroud down again.
They're going in, though. Fior's downstates are not looking like they're going to get back up. Huge cleave coming out. They are going into stealth, but that is the round for Gon.
That's a lot of
there
downs
it is.
Now.
Very close. Very close. That could have been it. It could have gone either way, almost certainly.
They spent a lot of time on that Reaper, and they almost got it a couple times, but I think they might have just overextended a little too much there at the end to try and convert it, and paid the price for it without the support cooldowns to necessarily sustain it.
Absolutely. I mean, it definitely seemed like a case of a little bit of uh over connecting, like they got some really good downstates, but they seem like they kind of overstayed their welcome, right? There was just such a big turnaround at one point in there. I don't know. It's some pretty crazy reses coming out right now. There's a lot of people doing a really good job of getting downstates up.
Yeah, both of these groups are switched on now at this point after all the rounds that they've been through. So reaction time should be on point at this time. At this point, reses should be on point, single targets on point, and it's really just who can execute better and better be able to read the current fight. Timer for 3 minutes now.
Right on. Here we go. 3-0-0. All right, here we go.
It's a Miaz for Commander. Gotcha. Disclaimer, I'm American. I'm here learning about European culture. You can correct me if I'm wrong on things. It's going to happen.
3-0-0.
You have a beautiful country here, a beautiful EOTM. Thank you for inviting me.
All right, 10 mere moments away. Here we go. Gone looking to wrap this up and go home after a long night of GVGing, coming up on 4 hours in the arena. No reveals coming out for either team. Looks like we're going to see a neutral engage here, maybe for the first time. Veil's coming out for both teams, doing a good job. F3-4 is coming out from Firebrands.
Good opener
Huge
there.
stealth
Immediate
engage
down.
from Fior right now. Massive transfusion coming out, but they're probably not going to be able to get these downstates up. That's a kill. That's 3 downstates on Conside right now. 4 downstates. They all get back up, and then 2 people or 1 person goes back into downstate. The Renegade right now, they need to get this forward pressure. They need to get this target down. They need to really connect somebody here. It looks like that was a big glyph from Pills. Shouts out to the core Elementalist being the absolute MVP right now. They're only down 1 player. They can still come back from this. Fior getting a really good stealth right now. The Renegade going into downstate on Gonside. They need to counter pressure here. They need to get
They've
this
got
down
him
up, but
trapped
they
there. It's
don't quite
converted.
manage to do it. Looks like that's 2 full kills on Gonside, and they are going to be pushing onto the single target. The Scrapper is the single target. The Scrapper going into downstate. If they
Taking
can
a
get this, it would be
lot of pressure
massive,
here, Novo.
huge cleave on the downstate, but he is going to get back up. The Firebrand going into downstate on Gonside. Doesn't seem like they're going to be able to do anything here as Fior is taking this round away from them. Another down. Are we going to see a 3-2 situation? We are. That is a wrap. My God, what an opener. Wow.
Yeah, that's got to be the sharpest opener that we've seen from any fight here so far. Just the amount of damage that was applied at once was crazy.
Absolutely. I mean, that was ridiculous. That was such a hard opener. I really haven't seen anything quite like that in this GVG tournament so far. I mean, they came out swinging. That was a hard haymaker to connect in the middle of a round, right? And
Yeah.
it wasn't even a hard stealth opener. I mean, both guilds got a veil off, and then Fior just absolutely clapped.
And there was a window there closer to the end where I think Gon might have had an opportunity. I'm sitting in Fear's squad, so I can see what their health is like. And there was a point close to the end of that round where everybody in the squad across every party was at half health. But their supports recovered that really well. They managed to hold on to that momentum and keep pushing.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty interesting. In contrast, Gon was in perfect health except for all the people that died. It was all of the damage just happened to line up on those 3 people on that opener, and they did a really good job of recovering it, but not quite good enough. 3-2 now. This is a hell of a GVG in Grands. I mean, even if Gon wins the next 2 rounds, these have been really tight rounds so far.
Yeah, and you got to say, you see the same thing in open field. It's more valuable to have all your damage on 1 or 2 targets than to have all your damage spread across an entire squad, just keeping them at half health all the time. Downstates and down conversions are the things that win fights in open field and in GVG.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a pretty interesting situation we find ourselves in. I'm biased. I want my boy Spurs to carry it through. But, this underdog situation that Fior started out in, right, losing that initial round, I can't help but kind of want them to win too. I'm a little torn now because both teams are just playing their heart out.
As you'd expect from the final round here.
Absolutely. I mean, it's crazy the quality of play is still this high after 4 hours of GVGing, right? All right, here we go. Stealth coming out from both sides. Scrappers going out. Gone doing their usual play. Early Veil this time, not waiting. They might get opened on here. Fior should have a Veil immediately after this. Here we go. Single targets coming out from both sides.
There's the
Firebrand
turn.
going immediately into downstate. Where is the transfusion? There it is. Nice job getting that transfusion off. Really good counter pressure coming out from Gon right now, pushing really aggressively into the middle of Fior, trying to connect onto the single target. The Scourge doing a really good job of surviving, but not quite
A lot
good
of
enough.
lows and
Goes
downs
into
here.
downstate. A lot of downs happening on both sides right now. One on both sides, it looks like. Two for Fior, and they do get up on Gon's side, and the transfusion is good on the other down, but this down's going to get confirmed by
That's
Gon
one
with
confirmed
another
there.
person caught in front. That's a Scrapper that's going to go into downstate. They don't have a transfusion for this. Is the illusion going to connect to it?
A
It
lot of
doesn't look
people
like
really
this,
low
and that
here, though.
is going to be the round for Gon, almost certainly. Fior just, it's slipping through their fingers so quickly there. That is such a hard situation. 5-6 downstates. That is an absolute wrap. Very, very, very good job from Gon right there. I mean, that was textbook Gon gameplay, right? We see them get that early aggression. We see them follow up really, really hard. Spurs sees it downstate, and he's like, I don't care about you. I can run into the middle of your stack. I'll drop on my cooldowns. Pills cleansed 255 conditions in 54 seconds, like an absolute machine. Love to see it. Love to see it.
I feel like if I was playing support Scourge in that Gone squad, I would be sweating bullets, man. The amount of trust that's being placed on me to take care of all the shit that happens behind the commander.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. This is definitely a situation where it is very, very stressful to manage to connect that, right? I mean, if you land the transfusion, there's a good chance your team has the line to win, and if you miss it, you probably lose.
Yeah, there's just such a huge weight placed on the supports in this meta right now with how important that res game is to have your reaction times on point, and with the transfuse to have your positioning on point as well, so that you're not dragging downs into an even worse spot than they were in.
Yeah, I mean, I just love to see how much these teams have developed from the beginning. I mean, hats off to everybody involved. We've been here for a long time. There have been a lot of GVGs. Everybody's playing out of their mind compared to the beginning. This is pretty impressive. This is pretty impressive. I'm excited to see if this is the last round or not. Fiora doesn't want to go out like that. Spurs wants the W. He wants to end this.
Yeah, this is where you got to put everything on the line, because if you're and you play poorly here, you don't have another round to show what you're made of.
All right, here we go. Nope, we don't go. We testing, right? Okay, all right. I can read squad chat.
My Twitch chat saying that Pills is not human. I thought he was running the Melandru racial. Isn't that human only?
You're correct. They must be mistaken.
Okay, Pills is a human. We can confirm.
Yeah, shouts out Pills. Huge fan.
Yeah, bringing some secret technology to the rounds here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a lot of people that expected a core elementalist to be seen here. Um, I'm a huge fan. I'm a big supporter of Core Elementalist. I think it's a pretty strong build. I love the way that you can fit extra res utility into your composition with it, especially if you're going to play 4 support, right? If you're going to play that 4th support, I think Elementalist is a really good thing to fit in. And if you're going to fit in Elementalist, I think there's a good argument for Core Ellie, especially because the amount of cover boons that it applies is really, really good.
Yeah, and we mentioned this on mainstream, but I don't know what Knight and Callus were getting up to on B stream. It's also just nice from an accessibility perspective to have a couple core specs available and be viable in this meta, so that people who are getting into Guild Wars 2 haven't necessarily invested in the expansions yet have a couple builds that they can play in World versus World that aren't like actively griefing.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's great to see viability spread out across elite specs or lack thereof. All right, here we go. 30 seconds away from potentially the tournament round and a win for Spurs. All right. 10 seconds. My God, I'm nervous.
Quick throw up.
I very well could if I was playing in these GVGs. My God, I'm glad I'm casting. All right, stealth coming out from both teams. Doesn't look like any major strategy changes. Are we going to see the early veil from Gon? We are. Fior probably going to abuse this again. There's the later veil from Fior, but not taking advantage of it. Going back to double in, but they're really far away. The single target's not going to make it in. He's going to get revealed before he connects it. But the firebrand on Gon's side is going to go down. The transfusion's good. They need to counter pressure here. They need to get the single target down. The Scourge is the single target. The Vert needs to connect this. The Thief has to go in. They can't play defensively for too much longer. They are still moving defensively. Gon taking a lot of pressure on the defensive movement here. Now they're going to go in maybe. Two people get pulled into the middle of their stack. They're taking a lot of time to apply pressure. Spurs going into downstate. Another Firebrand going into downstate. 3 downs on Gon's side
That's
right
a
now.
transfuse, but they do
It
get it
is
up.
going to be everybody getting back up. Are they going to counter pressure? Are they going to push offensively? Fior getting the push off before Gon does. Gon's still moving defensively. Where is the steel chair? There's the pull on the single target, doing a very, very good job of blocking it down, but it does get stealth, so they are going to swap to a different single target. The single target going up on the Firebrand, doing a very good job of pressuring the Firebrand here. A lot of CC outgoing on the Firebrand, losing his stability over and over again. There goes Stand Your Ground, and it's off his bar just as fast. Really good job pressuring. Spurs going into downstate, though.
So much
Another
pressure on that
Firebrand going into
Firebrand.
downstate, really, really struggling to stay alive. That
I
looks
don't
like
think
that's
there's
the first
transfuses
transition coming
left
back,
here.
but it doesn't look like they're going
No,
to be
they
able to
got
res
him.
it. That's the end. The first kill going for Fior here. Spurs going into downstate. A lot of pressure going out on his stack. He is going to get up to Illusion, though. Only 5 seconds to get a rally here.
Reaper
Need
down
a lot
here
of
as well
outgoing
now.
pressure. Reaper is going into downstate, followed by a
There's
Firebrand.
the
The
res for
Firebrand
that.
is going to get back up. Res is good on both. Spurs' illusion is going to
Oh,
time in
big
2
pull here,
seconds.
though.
He might go into downstate here. Spurs into downstate. Fior not in a position to capitalize on it as well as they would like to. Spurs getting stealth. Faust going into downstate as well. Gon losing a Reaper almost. Does look like he might be able to get back up. No, the cleave is
Gon
good. Fior's
very
going to be able to get
fractured
it.
here right now.
That's
They
a
need to be
wrap.
careful.
It looks like Spurs is falling apart. My God, that was close.
Yeah, they just got
that was
broken
very
apart
close.
there at the end.
It's really interesting to see how passively Gon played in that round. So much defensive movement compared to what they've done in other rounds. Really no opportunity to go aggro, right?
Yeah, I think Fur is doing a really good job of just not giving them the opportunity to be as aggressive as they want. You know, they've demonstrated that if you over push for even a second, you can be punished for that and are going to generate down. So I think Gon just has to be really careful about when they pick that window, and that's what some of that patience and carefulness looks like on our end.
Definitely. 4-3. Gon just needs one more round. Fiora needs 2. A rough situation for both guilds. It's always hard to be right on the finish line. All right. Here we go. Woo! My nerves are high. I'm freaking out. Honestly, I hope Fior wins this for the storyline. I hope Fior win, not like the overall GVG. I'm still rooting for my boy Spurs, but I hope they win just the next round.
I mean, if they do, they've taken the hardest path to get there. It's not easy being at match point multiple rounds in a row and converting all those. You make one mistake and you're done here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is all right. 37 seconds to the next round. We're going at 0-0-0-0. Here we go. This could be the end of the tournament. This could be the setup for a 4-4. All right, Sheff. Last second prediction. What do you think? Who wins
God,
this
I
round?
don't even know what to think anymore, man. It's been
I
so
think-
back and forth.
I
for
think
these
Fior can
rounds.
win it. I think Fior can win this round.
I think anyone could win it right now. I mean, they've been trading blows back and forth basically from the first round. I don't think there's any clear, stronger group right now. They're basically matched, almost exactly the same.
Stealth coming out. Let's see what happens. Gone moving a little more defensively this time. All right, here we go. I say as Gone crosses the arena, they're going to veil directly in. Looks like both parties veiling around the same time this time. Gone not getting opened on this time. Huge deal. Getting the opener on the Renegade. Really good job with the patience there on the opener. Moving pretty defensively, though. Somebody's going to get caught out in the front. That's the Scourge. Scourge down, Pills down, and a Renegade down. Are they going to be able to recover this very quickly? They need to get that transfusion up. They do manage to get the transfusion up, and they need more outgoing pressure. They need to get Wells down. They need to get CC on this single target. They've got to move aggressively. Please push, push, push. And it looks like they are going to generate
They
those
do have
downs. They are going to move
there's the
aggressively
counter
into those
push.
down states. The ball is
transfusion going
rolling.
off,
That is
two
illusion. They
transfusions
had to
going off.
illusion almost
That's an
immediately. This
illusion.
illusion has 3 seconds on it. 2 seconds on it. It looks like, oh, nope. We got a little bit longer. They are going to wait to
3
time this
seconds
push
on
with
the
the illusion.
illusion
It looks
now.
like,
Let's see how this goes.
oh, somebody going into downstate on Gone side, though. Not what you want to see when
Looks like
illusion's
they
out of
covered it
time.
with the barrier well.
They did. Nobody is going to go down from that illusion. Fjord getting a lot of aggressive movement coming out here. Single target is going to be highly, highly pressured on Fjord's side, it looks like, though. Really solid connection on Booner. Pills caught out in front. Really struggling to survive here. 2 downs from Fjord's side, though. Those burn guards just randomly killing people. It
They're
looks
both
like
immediately
a lot of
down.
outgoing
There's
pressure.
nothing
It looks
left
like
on
this could be
Fur's
it. This could be the end. Spurs looking to take the championship. 4 downstates for Fjord. They just need to finish these. And there it is.
Yeah, just no support left at the end. They burned everything in that initial clash where we saw
5-3.
5 people down on both sides. But
My God, GG's, GG's. What a GVG tournament. My God. Curse of Ra, play Condi now. That's what I'm talking about. Well done, well done. Very good rounds from everybody. Very, very good rounds. Honestly, one of the best GVG tournaments we've had in a very long time. Certainly the best draft on EU we've had in a long time. Really impressive showing from everybody. Take heart, everybody that played. I mean, Fury, you guys played an awesome game. Shout outs to every other team as well. Everybody played very, very well. You only had a week to come together. This is a meta game a lot of people aren't familiar with. These are builds a lot of people aren't familiar with. Pills was playing Core Ellie, for God's sake. This was a very, very impressive tournament. Well done, everybody. Well done.
yeah, all 5 teams playing really well here. And again, this is a week of prep for a lot of these players. You have some people here who are experienced GVG players. You have some people here who are really new to it. And for all these teams to come together in a week from the draft and to have that competitive play to them is really impressive.
Absolutely. And as is tradition, we will try and get Spurs in here for a little winner's interview.
I can't wait to ask him how his Sandstorm results contributed to this victory.
I will whisper him in game and see if I can get him to join the Zaishen Discord. Spurs, if you're listening, go ahead and hop in any channel and I'll ask somebody to pull you. Yeah, that was a fantastic tournament. Yes, hats off to the organizers. That was definitely the best tournament so far. Very, very well done. Very smooth operation for sure.
Yeah, let's be clear. We didn't do anything here. Like, if you're gonna thank people, thank like Atros and Sonny and Sierra and the rest of the guys who do like the Zaishen organization. They just asked us to come in and talk about our favorite topic, which is first of all ourselves, and then second of all Guild Wars. It really is like not a lot of work to cast these relative to the admin work going on the back end. So big shout outs to those guys.
All right, I'm gonna pull Spurs. Here we go. Hello, Spurs. How's it going, my friend?
Hello, hello. It's amazing. It's going amazing. How are you guys doing?
That's crazy. Why is it going amazing? How's your day, man?
I don't know. It was pretty chill day, not gonna lie. Didn't do much. What about you?
We just watched people play Guild Wars Royal. It was pretty fun.
Yeah, nice, lovely, lovely.
All right, well, I gotta ask some standard tournament questions. I gotta
Yeah,
give you
go for it.
the little interview spiel. I mean, right out the gates, how do you feel about your comp? How do you feel about your prep time? How do you feel about the week leading up to it? Give me the lowdown from your team's perspective.
Well, I mean, the draft in itself was pretty tough for me, not gonna lie. I had to empty out the pools 3 times, so I couldn't really pick the exact comp I wanted. But at the end of the day, we made it work as a team. We played around a little bit in the first couple of days, and then we kind of found what worked best for us, and we stick to it. We stick with it the entire time. I just want to quickly say thank you very much for everybody who helped us out in the first 2 days of the scrimming, because in the first 2 days I had like only 10 people from my team, so it was a little bit harder to get into the practice. But at the end of the week, when we had everybody together, we just synced up.
Hell yeah, that's absolutely awesome. And something that we were talking about a lot from the commentary perspective is adjustments that happened during the tournaments. Was there anything during the tournament, was there anything you felt you guys changed during the tournament that you felt was a really good improvement?
No, actually not. We stick to the same comp. It was more or less just constantly going over our game plan again, how we wanted to
Mm-hmm.
play it, when we want to drop wells, when our breaches and nightfalls, when do we want to pull people. And I kept going over the game plan over and over again, explaining the details to the people, and everybody picked it up pretty well. I would say we had some rounds which were over within seconds because the game plan worked out perfectly. And sometimes we are struggling a lot, but one thing I'm really proud of is our West game play, because it improved drastically over the tournament. In the very beginning, it wasn't that great, and towards the end, I mean, I can see in the last round, we came back somehow, and super happy about.
And then just one more question from my perspective, unless Sheff has anything. You got any shout outs for anybody in particular?
Oh no, that's really hard. There are many people I could shout out. I'm just saying again, thank you very much for the people who helped us out during the scrim times. Thank you very much to Kill, actually. I mean, I have to say, Kill was the one person in the team who, in the very beginning, helped me out with the builds, with the entire strategy, and I kind of feel a good connection between him and me. So I'm really happy about that. I mean, I can shout out my entire team. I can go over the list, but I think we'll take too much time.
Of course.
But
Of
yeah, I mean,
course.
Kill definitely helped me out in the very beginning, and he also pulled through. He helped me out mentally as well. When the mental was a little bit down, he was like, "Come on, Spurs, we can do this. Let's go." So yeah.
That's awesome. I did want to mention that Roy says hi, and he's a big fan.
Tell Roy, please, that he has lovely hair.
I I'll pass the message along. Chef, do you have any questions for our champion?
I just wanted to see if you had anything to say to the boys down at the Grand Sahil Casino. So you were watching your perspective as things were winding up.
You know, sometimes you lose and sometimes you win. It's all an investment right now. I invested all the money I had into the casino, and at some point when I'm really down bad, when I'm in the slums, I will just pour out the money again. But gambling is a community thing. If you gamble with friends, you can never truly lose, because if you lose, your friends are gonna win, and if they lose, you're gonna win. So at the end of the day, it's gonna be equal.
Hey,
And
we
it's
certainly
also
had a lot of fun watching it. So
don't forget, it's always a 50-50. Either you win or you lose.
Yeah, that's true. Just like a GVG, either you win or you lose.
Exactly. Finals was coin flip from the start.
Right on. Thank you very much, Spurs. Thank you for everything.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to say, or can we let you go?
Actually, one last thing. I want to say thank you very much to Meas. I really love playing against him. He's an amazing lead, an amazing commander, and it's always kind of tough to play against him. Also, shout out to Drew, because I feel like I mean, the only time we lost was against Drew's team, and I think also that Drew's team was actually the hardest team for us in the very beginning. So yeah, sorry again for not bowing at the end. We were still like talking to each other, and we were just about to go to the middle and bow, but then we got kicked out of the instance. So sorry for that.
Right on. Thank you very much, Spurs. You did an awesome job. Congratulations on the win, man.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Wow, what a tournament.
yeah, what a great series of rounds and an excellent final.
Yeah, I am awestruck. That was probably one of the best draft tournaments we've had in a very, very long time. Really good matches. Really, really good job from everybody. I suppose I should ask Sonny if he has anything to say for the end of the stream, or if we should just wrap it up.
Well, I was going to say before you do that, this isn't going to be the last GVG tournament. If people in Twitch chat who are watching are, interested in getting more involved in this kind of stuff because we made it look fun, what are some ways that you can, participate in this kind of stuff in the future?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, if Sonny wanted to post a link to the Zaishen Discord and the GVG Discord in Twitch chat, now would be a fantastic time for sure. Those are the places to be to look out for events. The Zaishen organization are the people that put this one on. We will be the people to put the next one on for sure. Those are the places to be. Keep your head out, or keep your head on a swivel, rather. Sorry, I'm really tired. I've been commentating for 4.5 hours. And yeah, those are the places to be. And there is our esteemed leader, Sonny. Sonny, you have anything to say to the people?
Thank you so much, everyone, for coming by, and thank you to Veridian, Sheff, and Atros, and everyone part of the team, like all the players, all the cavs, and everything, for all coming together, making this work. I mean, it's a player-run game mode, so it's there's nothing, no laws preventing us from going and killing each other. So we're all civilized here, and I think it's really awesome to see what players can do with given the tools that we have at our fingertips. So thank you so much for everyone who came out to watch as well. Thank you so much for Roy for making inventing GVG actually, and yeah.
It's a great community organization for a great community game mode, and it kind of lives and dies by who chooses to participate. So if you've been curious about GVGs, you want to improve your profession, these kind of draft tournaments are a great way to do it.
Absolutely. And one more thing I wanted to say, since I think Sheff won't shill himself.
He will not, so you can
his
do it.
referral code is down there. If you scroll down, if you're gonna buy Janthier Wilds, you might as well do it through that. Support a creator, throw some back to the people carrying the community with their streaming. Support this stream. Get a Twitch Prime if you got it. If you don't have it, not a huge deal. Throw a follow on it, because we'll probably beg him to come back and stream other tournaments in the future. He's a real nice guy. He's a real cool dude, and he's always streaming world versus world action.
Or Project Zomboid.
Or Project Zomboid. Yeah, he does like killing zombies. That's true. Yeah, thank you all. Great job, everybody. And I think we're good. I think we're good to wrap.
Yeah, have a good rest of your weekend, everyone.
Right on. I'm waving at my computer right now, waiting for it to end.
Yeah, me too.
No, yeah,
No, we didn't. That's a good point, actually.
we could put that in the closings.
Yeah, do it.
Are we
We're
still
back.
live? Okay.
Spurs, go for it.
Oh, yeah, okay. Hello, guys. Welcome back to the stream. Actually, one quick thing, really important to me personally. There's going to be a draft tournament on OCX, so please sign up for that draft tournament. I have no idea where the information is, but Veridian can tell you that.
Oh my god. Okay.
He's on the
yeah.
spot.
No, I got this. Panic time. Okay, let me throw up real quick. All right, I'm good. That would be in the OCX GBG Discord, which is run by a loon, I believe, which I should be able to find very quickly here, and I can put the link in Twitch chat. OCX draft should be pretty fun. It should be a good time. Spurs, are you going to be captaining for that? Are you going for the back-to-back here?
Actually, I have no idea. I signed up for it. I mean, going for the back-to-back would be amazing. I've won the NA tournament, now the EU one. OCX is next.
He's unstoppable. Oh, Roy with the 10 gifted in chat as well.
Oh man, look at the people he hit with it too. He got Patrick with it. He got Kiyoshi with it.
What a
Holy shit,
guy.
Roy.
Not
Thank you very
giving me
much,
one.
Roy.
What the heck, dude?
Dodging Veridian with it, the most important.
All right, we have plugged the OCX GVG. Thank you for coming back for it, Spurs. Is there anything else you wanted to say?
Thank you for letting me. It's actually amazing to go to the OCX time zone, because for us Europeans, it's going to be around midday at 12 a.m. So it's
Right,
going to be
and it
till
is on a
midday.
weekend, I believe. So
It is on a weekend, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So pretty doable for you guys. It's like a pretty reasonable time zone to play. Right on. All right, cool. All right,
Thanks
Atros,
again.
you can take us out.